like non-official speech. Yeah, like non-official speech. Notice your goal is to get something that will work for you. And at the end of this event, I'm sure that all of us are going to be happy we are here. Thank you once again, celebrate yourself. We can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing man. So quickly, without any further ado, I'd like to just prepare our minds for today. Many of our speakers are going to be speaking for just 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 10, 15, 10, 15, 10, 15. The panel session is about 20 minutes. So I want us to sit back. We do not intend in any way to bore you. Rather, the conversations are very practical conversations. So it's not just something we're going to be talking about. We're talking about practical things, how to, a lot of the topics that we have today are just straight to the point, line of action. So ladies and gentlemen, for our first speaker today, please can you help me welcome with a resounding clap innovation, Eric Anna. It's a round of applause for Eric. Please,
So my conversation with you this morning. So what I'm going to do is, I saw hundreds, millions of dollars. People again. You ask a question, sometimes you ask a question.
How much that? 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 Abundance. Abundance does not mean that you have everything in your bank. Abundance means you understand that without other people's success, you get nothing. That's the story of Mr. Ayodeji. Please, can we give a heavy hand of applause for this man? Now, we stand at a very important place today in Africa. I feel proud. I don't wake up thinking about, some time ago, the British came to Africa and they colonized us. So what? It is gone. I can't do anything about it. So instead of waking up every day, feeling entitled, working from a place of pity, always Africans, we are begging. We are always begging. Why are we begging? We control 65% of the world wealth. That's natural. But you know what? Fuck that was, sorry but for my French. Fuck that gold, silver, manganese, uranium. It's nothing. The most important value Africa has today is the young people of Africa. It's you. In less than 6,000 days from now, we are going to have 1 billion people under the age of 30 in Africa. This number is going to be more than India and China combined. Are they prepared? Are you prepared? What tool do you have? What skill do you have? 50 years ago, for you to work, you have to show manpower. So you have to have muscle, sweat, in the sun, show that you are working so hard. 50 years on, you don't need to do that. All you need is what? Your laptop, internet, and desire, determination, commitment, perseverance, curiosity, asking questions. That's all you need. Are you prepared for those tools? What skill do you have? Do you think your code, I know how to write code. Do you think that will open doors for you? Do you think that will open doors for you? Please, do you think just having a code, ability to write code, does it open doors for you? So you are not learning how to write code because you are going to make money. You are learning how to write code so that you can solve problems. If you don't solve problems, society never grow. So a young man called Good. So this young man, who knows this young man? Can you see the picture very well? Who is he? Vitalik what? So this is a young man. So this picture was shown in Zuzalo. We went to a university in Montenegro. So they showed. So while he was a child, his father being a professor, he started asking deep questions. Of course, we all cannot be Vitalik. His IQ is on a different level. We cannot be Vitalik. But there's something that we all can learn from Vitalik. There have been smart people in this world. They die without making any impact. So we start asking questions. So you see, you don't solve problems by doing yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, your dress is yellow. Yes, sir. Ask me, why do you think it's my dress yellow? Until we start asking why in Africa, we can't solve any problem. But we have a system that has made us become yes system. Yes, sir. You are free, you are timid because you go to church, you go to mosques, and yet that they tend to be obedient. Yes, sir, means that you are humble. Right? Stop being timid. Ask questions. If you don't ask questions, you never know. Curiosity creates innovations. So Vital started asking questions and he started putting people together. What did he do? He started writing articles and being paid in Bitcoin. And that article made him become more relevant. And eventually, when the idea to build beyond Bitcoin came, he pioneered what I call the bullet of the blockchain space. You know, there are a lot of fanatics in the space, right? So we go, oh, Bitcoin, I'm not here on here. I think that Bitcoin is fantastic. It's a gun. If you have a gun, what do you need for the gun to function? Without a bullet, does the gun make any sense? So Bitcoin is a gun. Or the blockchain of Bitcoin is a gun. You needed a bullet. And that bullet is Ethereum. And who built it is Vitalik Buterin. Can I give a clap of applause for him? You don't need to agree with me, but I have done my analysis. It's my opinion. But Ethereum did not just give us financial tools. It gave us beyond financial. What can I do on Bitcoin? Beyond finance, beyond payment, beyond getting money. Ethereum has shown us that the technology was not just to challenge the banking system. The technology can enable us as Africa, for example, build our governance on-chain, be able to create voting on-chain so that nobody can take your voting right. I know you guys are complaining, right? Because you think that your franchise was, I didn't say that, I saw it on Twitter. So let's come back here. The reason why Web3 bridge is so important in Africa, blockchain is not needed in the West, forget it. China doesn't need blockchain. Japan they don't need it. America doesn't need blockchain. Europe, they don't need it. Who needs blockchain? The global South. And Africa is a major player. But you know what? Until you play the deeper side, those that build those protocols will always consider you to be a consumer. So in the last 7 years, what are we doing? P2P. Have you traded? Have you bought the dip? That's all we are doing on the surface. Now, if you have this number of people, where do you think Ethereum will need manpower to power Ethereum? It's Africa. But if you don't have the skill, when Ethereum comes to Africa, because Africa needs blockchain, it will not come. That's why it's important to have the skill needed to power this technology. Because they all know that they don't need blockchain in their country. Beyond ETF and buying as investment in the US, what else is blockchain doing in America? No, let's ask ourselves these questions. What else? What else? But I know, I've been in Africa, 54 countries, 1.4 billion people, 40 plus currencies, 40 plus different systems. The market is fragmented. For the first time, I was able to send money to somebody in Togo using blockchain. It was not possible. But somebody doesn't wake up in America thinking that how do I send money from New York to somebody in Boston or to somebody in Atlanta? Nobody think about that. But in Africa, to send money from Nigeria to Benin, it's just a nearby. It's about 4 hours from here to Benin. You have to think about who can I give to? I want to get to the border, give to my friend. These are the problems. That's why blockchain is not a need in the West. It's a want. And I just basic economists. We know the difference between wants and need. It's a need here, but we cannot force them to kind of invest in you if you're not building real solutions beyond peer-to-peer. So I challenge you. You're talking about ZK. You're talking about this. Protocol engineers, you're only here connecting wallet to wallet, just doing layer integrations. Let's move beyond that. Now, I'm showing you this, what India has done, and we need to copy India. There's not wrong to copy somebody. India in the last 40 years have dominated the IT sector. Why? They invested in who? Skill. They invested in what? Skill. You see this one? These are companies built by Indians, and they are not Naira companies. They are billion-dollar companies. Young people like you have the skill and start asking why. What else can we do with this technology? So instead of you just to, oh, I want to work and 1,000 naira and go and sleep. Once you're working, think about the problem in your community. And what can I use this blockchain technology to solve in my community? That's how we can create wealth. Time to talk about wealth. There's nothing wrong about wealth. So everything you know about wealth starts reshaping your mind. Because Africa needs to create wealth. I don't need to go to US to create wealth. There's wealth in Africa. We need to solve African problem by Africans for Africans so that we can able to empower our people. And we can use this technology to do that. Most of you are playing here. Most of you devs here. You are here, here. None of you are here. None of you are here. The challenge to you this morning, ask yourself, Ethereum have their developed community in India, US, Europe, and China, and at Singapore. None in Africa. Are you happy about that? Are you happy about that? I said Ethereum, they don't have any developed community in Africa. They are here. Are you happy about that? You need to challenge yourself. You don't wake up here, come here, just take pictures. Oh, nice. Oh, how are you, sir? It's gone. Challenge yourself that in the next 18 months, can we have 100 people contribute to Ethereum in Africa? Is it possible? Nigeria, you know the class now. That is the conversation I want to have with you. Enough of the talk. Let's show work. In blockchain, there's something called proof of work, right? Did they just say it by saying it for sake? Let's show work. Enough of the talk. I don't talk for you to be happy. I provoke you. I don't talk for you to be happy. I don't romanticize people. What is right is right. Let's stop talking nonsense and let's talk about value creation. The world will only reward you when you create value. Nothing more. You don't have to be beautiful, you don't have to be handsome. The world only reward you when you what? Create value. I'm done. Thank you so much, and I look forward for you to create value.
Thank you so much, Eric. Can we join my hands together for Eric? One more time, a big one. So in another word, what Eric is trying to say with his closing remark is no. So we need to follow up with the results. Ladies and gentlemen, following in the same vein now, please help me make welcome to talk to us about the implication of national policy on blockchain in Nigeria on growth of Web3 ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome Senator, yeah, please a round of applause for Senator. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Web3 Bridge, thanks for bringing me here. To everyone in this Web3 community, I appreciate you all. My name is Senator Ihenyen, and if you're wondering if I'm a Senator of the Republic, please call the kidnappers off. My real name is Senator. I'm the lead partner at Infusion Lawyers, the law firm, and the immediate the immediate president of the Stakeholders in Blockchain Technology Association. I'm Siban. Today, we'll be talking about the implications of Nigeria's national blockchain policy on the growth of Web3 ecosystems. I have been told I have just about 12 minutes, so we'll have to run. Okay. Right, while we're trying to load that, Interestingly, what never happened before happened in Nigeria this year when the federal government of Nigeria decided that it was time for Nigeria to have a direction as far as blockchain adoption is concerned. And for the first time, we had a federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy working closely with the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITSA, develop what is called the National Blockchain Policy. I was the secretary of, general secretary of CBAN at the time when this national policy was being developed. Thank you. So basically, Nigeria now has a policy direction as far as innovation, adoption, regulation of blockchain is concerned. Quickly, just for context, many times when we talk about Web3, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, sometimes we miss the context. And I think this is why a lot of people would not see things from how Eric Annan has just painted it. We think this is just something P2P, blah, 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 and off you go. Now, look at this very closely. We would say that we are in a data-driven economy, but I think that we take that for granted a lot. We don't really understand what it means. We think it's become a cliche. In a data-driven economy, data is king. And if you're talking about data, from the centuries long ago, we've had data being stored in different ways. So when you talk about blockchain technology, you talk about Web3, decentralization. It's basically about how data is being stored now. This is the evolution of data. So when we've moved away from double entry accounting, we've moved into Web 1.0, 2.0 as well, with cloud storage and all that, social media, and now decentralized records. Having that in mind, guys, when we say that it is time for us to have a national blockchain policy, it's also because we understand that in the digital economy, there is the 3Ds, I call them 3Ds, of the digital economy. We talk about digitization, talk about digitalization, and talk about decentralization. These are the 3Ds. Way back from when fintech started evolving in the 50s, it started with digitization. But we've moved away from there and we talk about new business models. Talking about, today you talk about MTN having Mono, a fintech platform. Today, it doesn't matter who you are, where you are. You are WeChat, you are Twitter, and you're already talking about how to enable payments on Twitter as well. This is digitalization. But here, we are here to talk more about decentralization, which takes us to Web 3.0. Let's not get it wrong. When it comes to Web 3.0, it's not all about the blockchain. Web 3.0 is going to be combining various emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, including virtual reality, talk about the metaverse and the rest of them. But we need to appreciate where we are coming from and where we are now. This doesn't mean that this doesn't exist anymore. They're still there. They still play. But we are fast moving into a decentralized world. And that is why Nigeria, as Africa's biggest economy, as the most populous black nation in the world, believes that it has to show some leadership when it comes to blockchain adoption. So in 2023, this year, it came up with what is called the National Blockchain Policy for the country. And what's that all about? This is simply the vision. How do we make Nigeria a blockchain-powered economy? One that can drive trust, innovation, growth, and prosperity for all. That's really the vision of the federal government under the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. Does that vision make sense? Does it make sense for Nigeria to be a blockchain-powered economy? Can we become a blockchain-powered economy? Is it possible? Is it possible? Let's see how possible that might be. PwC thinks, as far back as 2020, that the blockchain sector alone can contribute as much as this, 1.76 trillion globally to the global economy. And Nigeria wants to have some part of that pie. Is it possible? How big can we get from this? Are we already getting it? Or are others getting it from Nigeria? Basically, when you talk about the global economy, you're looking at different sectors, right, across different places. In Nigeria, you'll be looking at a lot of sectors, from the agricultural sector down to the supply chain industry. People or the government imagines that we can leverage those characteristics of the blockchain: transparency, traceability, security, decentralization, all right, to be able to enable services in these sectors to become more efficient, more trust-oriented as well, and then boom. So this is basically the characteristics of the blockchain, that the national blockchain policy of Nigeria is open to be able to galvanize public sector in partnership with private sector to leverage for the purpose of creating that blockchain-powered economy. And this is the presidential mandate that the former President Muhammadu Buhari gave. So I'm taking this from here so that we understand that this is already something at the presidential level. And it's a directive to guys like the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the National Universities Commission, the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, and the rest of them. And basically saying that we want to strengthen Nigeria's economy. We want to expand. We want to create jobs. We want to do a lot with jobs and all of that. And regulators need to create frameworks that will enable Nigeria leverage this for the purpose of economic growth. So basically, what are those key areas that the National Blockchain Adoption Strategy is looking at, and how does Web3 come in? So first of all, talent development. Second one is innovation. And the third one is adoption. So I'll start from talent development. Eric Hannan was putting it very aptly when he mentioned that while we have all of the growth in terms of population, we may not have the capacity that we need to be able to get the best of the population that Africa, has and will have going into the future. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? When you have numbers and they are not functional numbers. Of what use is a country where you have up to about 220 million people and you can't count a whole lot that have the capacity to participate in the digital economy? This is why it is important that talent development is key in the national blockchain policy. And we already see NITDA, trying to organize in collaboration with private sectors such as you guys, a number of trainings, workshops, and certification programs in the area of blockchain. And I think that's the right way to go. Don't you think so? We need more of those trainings. So if you're in Nigeria, whether a local player or a global player looking at the Nigerian market, I would like to encourage you to have some budget for training. We need training in this part of the world. And perhaps, while I was president of CBAN, one of the things that I did notice is that blockchain education and awareness is the cheapest way to sell your products in the space. When you sell blockchain awareness and education, you are softly pushing your products out there as well. So I'm trying to say that it's not a charity thing. There's also business in ensuring there is training, there is blockchain awareness out there. Secondly, there's innovation part. And this part is all about the blockchain solutions. Where are those solutions? Those layer one, layer two, layer three, and all of those layers that we're supposed to be building. Are we building them? If we're not building them, are we getting into strategic partnerships to bring those things into the country and also see how we can maximize those? The National Blockchain Adoption Policy is also concerned about the need for startups to have adequate incentives, funding, have access to acceleration programs. Do we have these in Nigeria already? I am aware of some hubs, and this is really, really a very commendable one from some of the participators in the space. We've seen some of these players in the space, companies, I don't mention names here now, invest in having hubs in Lagos and in Port Harcourt. We need more hubs like that, like blockchain development hubs, where developers can get together and do stuff and break legs. We need more of those. And I think that along with blockchain awareness and education should be just enough infrastructure to be able to have some visibility and presence in your markets. And this is sustainable growth, actually, not like you want to get in today, get people, create wallets on your platform, and then you're off tomorrow. It has to be sustainable. And of course, in terms of use cases, the government wants to ensure that there are actually sustainable use cases, real use cases for blockchain technology in Nigeria. I am aware that there are many, many use cases, but how many are solid enough to create markets in Nigeria or in Africa? We've seen various use cases as well. I have also seen cases, I've seen monkey heads in the NFT space. I'm not a big fan of that anyway, so I'll certainly a bit biased. But I think that just like Eric was saying earlier, blockchain adoption in Nigeria and Africa generally is a need, not a want. So when people chase monkey heads and all that, I think typically the typical African should be looking at something a bit more sustainable, something that has more use case out there. And there's a lot of problems in Nigeria and Africa generally that I imagine that we could focus on. In terms of adoption, this is an interesting one, very interesting. And this has never happened before. For the first time, the Nigerian government has acknowledged that blockchain in financial services will play a huge role. They've gone ahead to acknowledge that financial institutions in Nigeria need to themselves adopt blockchain technology for the purpose of ensuring efficiency and transparency in their system. And not just that. The federal government went ahead to say this: we recognize cryptocurrencies. If you are from CBN here, you might cringe at that, but this is the Nigerian government talking. And this is a national policy document endorsed by the President of the Republic, saying that we recognize cryptocurrencies. And what we are going to do is to ensure that we work with all of the regulators in that space, the CBN, the SEC, NIDA, and the rest of them, to make sure that we leverage the opportunities that cryptocurrencies provide, while also minimizing the risk through AML, anti-money laundering compliance, regulations, and the rest of them. So this is Nigeria now. So when you go online and you Google and they say crypto is illegal in Nigeria, call me. Crypto is not illegal in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, no one, not even the central bank, ever declared crypto illegal. They simply restricted cryptocurrency transactions in Nigerian banking system. Any other thing you do outside the banking system is just fine. But I don't want to go into legal arguments, because I also have an article out there that shows clearly that even the CBN is not in the legal position to declare anything of such illegal. So for Web3 ecosystem, for players in the Web3 ecosystems, what is the expected outcome? Or what are the expected outcomes as far as the national blockchain policy is concerned? One, we should expect that there will be increase in skilled blockchain workforce. We don't have enough workforce in the blockchain space currently, especially when it comes to building layer one protocols or solutions. The most skills we have seen in the Nigerian space has been around the commercial aspects of blockchain technology, which is basically marketing, education, and related aspects, maybe management as well, business development. We've not seen key players pushing workforce regarding development of blockchain solutions. We need to invest in that. So I imagine that Web3 players will be able to leverage the national blockchain adoption policy to drive more collaborations around building skilled workforce, blockchain workforce. Secondly, which is very, very similar to the previous one, is having higher quality of blockchain talents, right? And of course, creation of new jobs. We need jobs. And I've seen the blockchain space create jobs for a lot of people, including undergraduates in Nigerian higher institutions. We need to push that a bit more so that we can bring in more people as our continent continues to grow in terms of population. There will be increased competitiveness, I can assure you. I was at the CBN recently when I was invited to lecture on blockchain policy and regulations at the legal department of the CBN. And one of the conversations that came up was that increasingly we now see foreigners also reach out to the central bank saying that we can build this for you. We can do this with the e-naira. We can do that for you. So there will be increased competition. Since the national blockchain policy was issued, I can tell you for free that we have seen a lot of private sector players come into the Nigerian space and try to pitch one idea or the other around building central bank digital currencies, around building various solutions across various sectors like banking, intellectual property, as a matter of fact, land registry management and all that. So if you're a player in a space that cares about building infrastructure, this is the time to leverage the blockchain policy to build even better. Under innovation, as you can see here, there are a number of outcomes expected. We expect that there will be more regulatory sandboxes and there will be more friendly frameworks for regulating blockchain and cryptocurrencies in the country. I think it's only a matter of time when the Central Bank of Nigeria will have to review its February 2021 cryptocurrency circular to officially say that we are now ready for business as far as crypto in the banking sector is concerned. In wrapping up, opportunities for Web3 ecosystems in Nigeria. So basically, I think that we can start building products, Web3 products and services that integrates financial services. The government is very interested in that use case in the country. Also, I think that we expect to see more investments in that space. I have seen some, back in my law firm, Infusion Lawyers, I've seen people knock on our doors to ask, is this the right time to make investments in Nigeria's blockchain space? I think so. So I think that this is the time to expect investments in this space. If you're a Web3 founder or builder, this is the time to start thinking and building those products, like Eric was saying, so that you can get to attract some investments. Also, this is the time to focus on also having some local blockchain infrastructure, Ethereum is great, Bitcoin is great, and the rest of them. But we also think that in line with Nigeria's national policy on ICT, we might need some kind of local content in that area. That's why I love what guys like, I think, Bantu Blockchain is also doing in the country, trying to build something local as well. The national blockchain policy wants something local. And then lastly, this is the time for stakeholder engagements. So don't just do what you do in your labs and other offices. This is the time to reach out, network, engage stakeholders for more, including regulators. The regulators are ever ready right now to speak with anyone about how to drive blockchain adoption in the country. So this is the time to have that conversation. And thankfully, there's a new government in charge. And this new government, I'm aware from how I see, is capitalist oriented. So they want to do business. Lastly, public sector, private sector participation, partnership. That is very key. There is no way the government is going to do this alone. The government doesn't have the money and resource to be able to drive Web3 adoption. It is you and I in the private sector who can do this better. All we have to do is design programs, get government's participation or partnerships, and they are ever ready to do so. Sometime in October this year, there's going to be the Digital Nigeria Conference, hosted by the government itself. So the government of Nigeria is very ready for business, and this is what the national blockchain policy is all about, to enable innovation, to drive blockchain education, and to empower everyone so that we can all prosper in Nigeria's digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. That's amazing. And one of the reasons why these conversations are important is that we must understand the policy side to the things, regarding blockchain, Web3 and all that, so we can tread, correctly. So once again, a round of applause for Senator. So ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I want to announce we're still going to have, tea breaks where we can get to see and visit all the stands. So for now, I'd like us to just remain seated and reduce the noise at the back. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, before I bring up the next speaker, this next speaker is someone I've known for a while now, for a couple of years, and consistently he has demonstrated that it's possible to be, to break ranks over and over again. He has done it, always raising the bar. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to crave the indulgence of Toyin Bamidele to be on your feet while I take your citation. So quickly, Bamidele Toyin is a consultant at HYBR Group and Systemic Innovation UK, where he advises on engagement framework on the Africa Scale-Up Project facilitated by the UK government, Innovate UK, and Abasa Group towards understanding the critical success factors for scaling digital business in Africa, for which he was recognized as a member of the Systemic Innovation Global Intelligence. He was also the project coordinator for Nigeria's Startup Bill that was reappointed as the state licensing officer of the state adoption team of Nigeria's Startup Act. Let's jam my hands together for that. He also led the growth and partnership at 4i Growth EdTech Startup, serving Sub-Saharan Africa, Utiva, Slate Cube, Level Up, and Greatly. He's also the debt flow partner at Get Equity, where he ensures early stage startups have access to alternative options for raising capital. He also worked with Venture Platform as a strategy analyst, where he worked with Office of the Executive Director to manage international and internal engagement towards supporting digital entrepreneurship. He has worked as a judge and mentor for student-focused innovation projects such as the Alt Prize, PAADC, the NUTM, the B2MC, that's the Mass Challenge, the Eridan Group, the ALU, and, just to mention a few. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Bamidele Toyin Batel. Round of applause for Batel, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. First of all, that citation is like 2008. Uh, so I'll do a little introduction of myself. But ground rules. How many people are around for my session yesterday? Okay. So that means we have to reorient some people about how this will go, right? Guys, you're dulling me now, right? So first off, I'm not a speaker, right? I'm just here to have a conversation. I'm just here to inspire you to think. I'm just here to share a different narrative than what you're probably used to. So what this would mean is I'm not going to just be talking and then you just fall under the anointing and just keep quiet. Hello. Okay, we're getting it. Hello. Okay. Secondly, you're going to give someone a high five and say Ichigo Ichie. Now, it's a principle that means that you normally would have that one moment in your life that could change everything. And I always feel like every time I'm given the opportunity to engage people, it's a life transforming opportunity. So give someone a high five and say Ichigo Ichie. Hey God, Nigerians, I knew you guys would give someone a high five. This is how you give a high five. You should be almost standing to give a high five. Ichigo Ichie. All right, so we're getting warmed up. Number three, right? Now, this is a Web3 conference, right? Thank you. God bless you. This is a Web3 conference, right? Okay. I'm getting there. This is a Web3 conference, right? Now, because it's a Web3 conference, we can almost assume that I know almost Jack. Okay, I can't curse on stage. I don't know as much, right? And you don't know as much because this is an ever-evolving field. Can we accept that together? Can we accept that together? Now, with that laying of the ground, that means whatever I'm going to say here, whatever anybody is going to say here, you can actually find it on Google, right? We live in a growingly decentralized world, and we have Google and YouTube, right? So what BS can I actually say that will be really interesting? So we're going to be doing what I call co-created learning. We're going to create the knowledge that me and you would share in the next 10 minutes. Hello. I know you're not used to this. I told you guys, I'm not a speaker. Hello. Okay. If you didn't give someone a high five before, this is the right time to do that. Give someone a high five again and say, Ichigo Ichie. You guys are doing it again. Why am I seeing All right. So, quickly in the next 5 to 10 minutes, I've been given the opportunity to talk to you about something I think is very interesting, very important, which is co-creating a prosperous Africa through Web3. Well, who is interested in that kind of topic? Who thinks it's boring? For send the person come out now. Okay. All right. Now, we're going to be talking now, because I said co-creation, it means that we are going to do this together. I'm going to ask some questions. I want to hear your ideas, and then I'll just share my thoughts, and then we'll be done. Is that fine? Please, okay, so I think we need to start doing incentives, right? So if the next person to you doesn't respond, quickly tap them and then just show me so that we can deal with them together. Is that fine? Can you so until there's problem and reward? That all right. So yesterday we were able to define what prosperity would mean, right? So can someone who is in the room or who was in my session yesterday help us with the definition of what prosperity is? Respond, I'll start to point. I know faces. I know faces. I know. I can see you. Mr. Steve Jobs. You are in my session, so I know. But who wants to share? We don't have a lot of time. Who wants to share? What is prosperity within the African context? That's where we're starting from. Are people in the room? Thank you. Finally. So what is prosperity within the African context? Wait. Let's slow down. What? But I like that context. So please, let's listen. Someone can even just Google it, right? Well, don't do that. So what is it? Thank you. with all the coup. Okay.
Hello, hi. My name is Ukeme. So from the look of
Your name is
Ukeme,
what's his name?
so from the look of things now, prosperity in terms
Sorry,
of
can we hear him? I feel like the mic needs to be bumped up a
from the
little.
look of things
Okay.
now, prosperity in the African context to me, based on the coup and the reawakening of the African minds, that's what's going on now. I feel prosperity would be proper exploitation of African resources. That's number one.
Proper exploitation
Yes.
of Africa's resources.
Yes. Because most of our resources now are
The guy goes school now.
yeah, so that would be one. Proper exploitation of African resources.
That's even one.
Yeah, the second one is proper channeling of African talent. If we can get those two things right.
Channeling.
Talent.
No, you said channeling of African talents.
Yes, proper channeling.
Why are we channeling them? What's the channel?
Just so like this event now is one of the ways of channeling African talent.
No, I'm saying define what's channeling. What does it mean?
To direct something to a particular part, to focus on something.
So channeling them to Japa.
No.
Okay.
Then if it's channeling them to Japa, it's not prosperity in the African context. That's prosperity in a global context. Do you get?
Please, let's like, what can I know now? He has finished work. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, so if we channel them to Japa, you are taking your talent and then utilizing it in another country. So
Fantastic.
do you get? So those two things, basically, we can get that right, and possibly our leaders, I won't say kill some people, but put some people on house arrest, especially those ones who are in like their 70s, 80s, 90s. Yes, that's the truth. That's the honesty.
Hello, guys, let's listen now. So when I was asking for opinion, nobody raised their hand now.
Africa will wake up if we don't make those hard decisions. That's the honest truth. And some countries who actually know, who have those resources, are now waking up. And then the whole military coup, I condemn it, but I think it's something good in terms of prosperity in the African context.
Thank you. Please, let's give him a round of applause. So, exploitation of our resources and channeling of our talents, right? Interesting conversation around the Japa movement. So, he raised the point saying that our talents going abroad benefits the global market, right? And it doesn't benefit Africa. Sorry, can I contextualize what you said like that? All right, does anybody have a counter argument to that? Fantastic. I'd like to hear your opinion. Now, you want to share? Okay, you go after him. Now, please, right? Don't get carried away, right? All of these things that we're doing is a part of the conversation. So please listen attentively. Thank you. But you can project now. Okay, you need them. Okay.
Okay, it benefits us. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, it benefits us in the aspect that when they learn what they are doing over there, they can bring it down to Africa.
Will they bring it back?
Yes.
Wait now. Wait now. Oh yeah, wait. So let's personalize it so that you can give the best answer that you can.
Yeah.
If you japa today, will you come back?
Yes, if I see better
Wait
opportunity.
now. Oh. Please now,
I can give some
so
examples.
what do you currently do? Are you a developer, designer?
Okay, I'm a banker.
You're a banker?
Yeah. Okay, and
Okay.
it's two aspects. We have the human capital aspect and we have the financial aspect. Some people after they have learned anything they want to do over there, they will come back here to come and invest. A typical example is and another example where some doctors that operate on this popular doctor, Aproko doctor, they went to learn how to become a surgeon over there. Then they are back in Nigeria too, so that people have to travel over there to do such kind of operations. And when we talk about the financial aspect, is when people send money back to Africa, remittances, and it really boosts so that because we are not really producing in some aspects, so those remittances help us if we want to pay some money over the country.
All right, please let's give him a round of applause. Madam, would you still like to?
Hi. My name is Toyin, by the way.
Oh,
I actually agree with him. I think just to contextualize what he said, there are two types of japa. There's japa.
so if you want to stand for us to see,
Oh, okay.
thank you. Tony, everybody.
Hi, everyone. Um, I agree with him. I think there are two types of japa. There's japa, I'm going away forever. And there's japa, I need another option. So I'm going to go to Canada, I'm going to get a passport, and then I'm going to come back to Nigeria. And his point around people going and coming back is actually very important, right? Because there are certain, as much as we may want to deny it, there's certain skills that we are not best at developing here. And people do go away, develop those skills and come back. And when he spoke about remittance, I think remittance is like, it's a bit of a gray area.
You're
but
speaker, we say speaker, right?
I'm not, oh my God, I'm not.
Okay.
No. Like a speaker or a speaker at the event?
At this
Oh
event.
yes, a speaker at the event.
Okay.
And obviously there's the stimulation that the remittance does to the economy, right? I think last year we got like $20.1 billion or something in remittance to Nigeria alone. So there's a, sending money to people back home. There's the profit that's coming off of that, but then there's also people having enough money, sending money to their families, and people having enough money to actually spend and stimulate the economy. So yes, I do agree with
Okay,
this point.
fantastic. Thank you very much for sharing. You want to thank you? Give her a round of applause. All right, I think I still have time to take two. So, what is? I know, sir. Just chill. All right. So, what is? So, we're discussing what? Who remembers the topic? The topic is not prosperity. Who actually remembers the topic? Don't project it. All right, so who wants to define what prosperity is? Quickly. Yeah, I think you have Mr. Energy, right? So I want to hear your opinion, and then I want a lady to take the last point. Thank you. So you take the last point. What is prosperity? So before you share your point, you can be standing, all right? Is that for us to be able to create prosperity, we must first be able to properly define or have a shared understanding of what prosperity should be or what it is, right? Right? And now we are mostly Africans, right? So we need to define what that should be within the context of Africa. Co-creating prosperity in Africa would need one thing, really, and is what we'll be doing in the last 5 minutes that I have, right? Is 5 minutes. Yes. We call it the framework of intentionality. You cannot achieve what you've not defined. Right? Right?
Right.
So my main job here is for us to have that shared intelligence of what prosperity should mean in Africa. Right. So please, what's prosperity in Africa?
Right, Jenga is.
Jenga. Is it Jenga? GM. These guys.
All right, my name is Felix. For me, in my own term, prosperity necessarily doesn't deal with what we gain from now. I feel prosperity boils down to creating value, and not the value that just our generation would enjoy. But I think it's majorly for the post generation. So what makes you prosperous is not what you have gathered, because many of us in the African setting have garnered it down to, oh, this guy has gone out, he's doing well, he's prosperous. But then my dad always gives this slang, I'll say it in Yoruba. He said,
Translate.
I will interpret. Olowo is just another Oba Olushi. So a rich man in the midst of poor people, he's just the king of the poor.
Let me quickly follow up on that. Do you think we're poor? Like, if you look into this crowd, they breathe. Okay. Okay.
So, if you want to really define prosperity in Africa, it is not what this generation in particular has amassed or has
So-
given. So it is what we lay down that the generation after us is enjoying that makes us prosperous.
Okay. Thank you. Please, can we futuristic? So you cannot prosper today. So if we prosper today, we never prosper finish. Okay. Lady, the lady that wants to share a point. Yes.
GM, everybody. My name
GM.
is Dimadro.
Hello, guys. She said GM, everybody. Say GM back now. GM.
So my name is Dimadro, and for me,
Sorry, your name is what?
Dimadro.
Dimadro.
Dimma.
Oh, Dimma.
Yeah, Dimadro.
You should have added the accents now so that we'll know. Dimma. Okay.
So I think prosperity is an environmental issue. So I think in the African
Wait. My session yesterday. Okay.
So I think in the African context, prosperity is basically creating an environment that like having an environment that creates opportunity for people to attain their highest potential.
She was in my session yesterday. Can we please give her a round of applause?
Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much for sharing. Those were very insightful. So I spend most of my days just thinking about prosperity and poverty. Right? I was recently appointed the Digital Innovation Officer for the United Nations Development Program for Lagos, right? I lead a community of early stage founders. I run a program that gives early stage founders about 10 million naira equity-free grants. So I spend most of my time thinking about what is prosperity and what should prosperity actually mean. So the framework of intentionality for co-creating a prosperous Africa is just to ask yourself the fundamental questions about prosperity, which is, number one, what is it? Right? Right? Yeah. Thank you. Number one, what is it? Number two, why should we care about it? Number three, who wants to try what number three should be about? Thank you. How? How do we actually achieve it? Right? What's the next question we should ask? When should we achieve it? What's the next question we should ask? Nope. It's for whom? Because you need to know for whom this should be for. Then you can now ask what? Where do we even start from? Right. So, what is prosperity within the African context? Prosperity will be defined by two things: options and choice. To create a prosperous Africa, we need to create an environment that gives people access to choice and options. Hello? Hello? So, well, if you didn't attend my session yesterday, you should go and get it right. But it's creating that system where people can have access and options. So whenever you're building your Web3 solutions, whatever you're doing, you're an enthusiast, you just want to get that money and scram. Remember that if what you are doing is not contributing to giving more people options and giving them access, you'll be enjoying, as he said, you'll be enjoying amidst I don't want to use the term he used because it's very interesting, right? But prosperity would not be enjoyed if it's not accessible for the common man. Hello? So do we understand what prosperity is? What is prosperity? What's prosperity? Don't help. What is prosperity? Why is everybody snoozing? What is prosperity? I just said it. What is prosperity? Thank you. What, are we snoozing? Hello, are we snoozing? Amo. All right. Now, why is this very important? Now, we're in a double-digit inflation environment, but yet we still keep seeing people pouring dollars into this economy. Why? Why do people keep pouring money into Africa? Why? Who wants to try? Don't worry, I'll round up soon. Don't worry. Who wants to try? Why? Why is everybody snoozing off? Why do people keep pouring dollars into Africa? Thank you. ASAP. They're already giving me, I don't have time.
There is so much. Good morning, my name is Godwin. There is so much talent that is embedded in Africa.
So people are investing in startups, $30 million because of our talents.
Exactly. And
guys, see, you people didn't want to talk before. Please let the man finish.
So the thing is, we do not know the resources that we have. And so people see them. I see you more than you see yourself. That's it.
I see you. All right, who wants to add? Okay. Just go ahead, come and stand with me so that you'll be comfortable. Come and stand with me. I'll round up now.
So,
but we need to do this.
So I think people are investing in Africa because there's still room for development in our economy. We have a developing economy. So I think that's why.
All right, thank you so much. So why does Africa need to prosper? Now, this is a defining decade for Africa. If we don't get it this decade, we'll lose it again and it will cost us another 20 years because it takes about 20 years for a new generation to be able to disrupt existing systems. Right? Right? Now, why is it that dollars are still coming into, people are still pumping dollars where we don't have access to markets and all of that? Number one, because of the global market. Now, we have the world's growing consumer base that doesn't have purchasing power. Right? So we need to create more solutions that connect people to the global market. Hello? So people still invest dollars, even if they people still invest dollars because they know that the next market, the next consumer base is in Africa. Africa is the future because of the young people, right? And, you know, there's this thing we keep thinking that because statistics say that we'll have young people by 2030, by 2050, but sadly, the only time that we have to actually capture our demographic dividend is the next 2 to 3 years. If we don't get in the next 2 to 3 years, forget all of that youth. Right? So investments and more Web3 players like yourself. Okay, sorry, I'm going to round up now. So we defined what prosperity is, right? Sadly, I couldn't go into a lot of the why, right? But how do we do this through Web3? So number one, right? You need to have that sense of entitlement to Africa's prosperous destiny. Like a child who grew up rich and then saw his father lose everything. That's literally what happened to Africa, right? So you need to grow up with a sense of entitlement to Africa's prosperous destiny. Number two, ensure that whatever you are doing continues to what? Increase access and options. As we discussed yesterday, Africa's problem is the inefficiency of systems, economic, political, and social, to what? Meet the demand for growth needed in Africa. So please think what? Systemically. Right? Number three, we need more engagement. Right? So as Web3 players, you need to map out the ecosystem outside of Web3 and ensure that you get everybody in on the conversation. Hello? And lastly, is that if we do not take responsibility for Africa, if we do not do more work that increases access and gives people options, we would lose out on capturing our demographic dividend. Trust me, we don't have 10 years. We have 2, 3, or 5 years. I hope you've learned something.
Thank you so much. So right now, please, we don't have any other time to waste. I'd like to just implore other speakers that will be coming after. We have quite a number of online speakers that will be joining us. And we've given them a very specific time. and would like them to come on board exactly that time. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having Vitalik. How many of us are excited? So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone make welcome Seun Omololu, that's Technology Business Lead for IAC.com. Round of applause for Seun. He's going to be anchoring this session with Vitalik.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a good time. Okay, so we're going to be having a quick Q&A session with Vitalik. And if you don't know who that is, there is a problem. There's a very, very big problem. Do I need to tell you who he is? Show of hands, if I need to introduce Vitalik to you. Quickly, show of hands, if I need to introduce Vitalik to you, let me know. Okay. How many of you have heard of Ethereum? Yes. Vitalik is the founder, or basically, let's just say he created Ethereum. Well, not just him, but yeah, he created Ethereum, and he has been a very, very active I know he's bumping Dodge. I wanted him to, I know. Okay, he's not ready for us.
One, two, three.
Now this is open.
Hello.
Okay, so he's going to get the get was to get his own, in his own words, what has happened, what is currently happening, and what he thinks the future of the technology and the ecosystem as a whole looks like. So, I don't know if we're ready. Are we ready? Okay. Sorry, just give me a minute. Okay. So, yes, he is ready. I wanted to confirm, and we can start. Are we ready? Can we do better and be more vocal? Are we ready? Okay. Hi, Vitalik.
Hi. How are you? Testing. One, two, three. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, it is a Q&A, right? So, what kinds of what kinds of questions do people have? I'm very happy to answer them. Or I'm also happy to just kind of more directly, like talk about some of the things in the Ethereum ecosystem that have been happening recently that I think are really important, and like especially for international and mainstream adoption. Oh, sorry. I just realized that. Oh no, you guys have muted me.
Okay, I'm going to start with what's on your mind right now. You did say you're pushing something now, and if I met you in person, I definitely would want to ask you what's coming up, what's on your mind, especially for the community, for the technology, for the ecosystem. I did see that you put something in the chat, but I'll give you a minute to speak to that.
Yeah. So I think in terms of the things that I think are are really important in Ethereum and to the ecosystem and to the ecosystem's growth over the next few years. Like the biggest switch that I think we're going to be seeing or we're already seeing between the last decade and the current decade is that in the last decade, there was a pretty big focus on theory, right? There was a big focus on solving theoretical problems, on solving things like scalability, proof of stake, privacy, like all kinds of issues. And like if you watch my presentations from like 2015, 2017, 2019, I would always just constantly talk about the same three things, right? I would constantly say, we need to have proof of stake. We need to have scalability. We need to improve security for users. We need to improve security for applications. We need to have privacy. It's just always the same problems that I would talk about. And the big shift this decade, I think, is that a lot of those problems on the technical side are really moving forward to having technical solutions, right? So the merge, finished almost 1 year ago, and that was an effort that took a huge number of researchers, developers, and engineers to like really get from start to finish and deploy. It took years of research, years of development, years of coordination, and finally it's done. And finally, Ethereum has become a proof of stake chain. And then in addition to proof of stake, there's scalability. And with scalability, about a few years ago, we made this decision to take this rollup centric roadmap where we basically focus on growing the layer 2 ecosystem and giving layer 2s a lot of room to prosper and develop their own scaling. And after a few years, it really feels like we're on the cusp of the layer 2 transition actually coming out, right? We have Arbitrum, and Arbitrum is basically operating at a stage 1 level at this point, in the sense that like it actually has a high level of on-chain decentralization. Polygon is very close to the same place. Like Optimism, like fraud proofs are getting nearer and nearer. Like Scroll is launching soon. There's this like big growth in all of these layer 2 projects. And layer 2 projects are really important because they reduce fees, right? And like fees are just the biggest bottleneck to people actually being able to do things on chain and like actually use the blockchain. And in addition to fees, like user experience is the other big one, right? Like the story that I always tell is my first trip to Argentina back in December about 2 years ago. And I remember just being so excited to see like just how many people in Argentina were actually using blockchains and cryptocurrency more specifically, right? Like lots of people are actually like using stable coins, ETH, Bitcoin to like actually save their money for transactions. And I thought that was like really amazing, right? But there was a big issue, right? Which is that most of these people were not using the blockchain. They were using Binance accounts, right? And the reason why is obvious, right? Binance to Binance transfers are instant and Binance to Binance transfers are free. And like at that time, when I tried to actually use the blockchain, it took like 5 minutes for the transaction to get confirmed. By the way, that's something which is fixed now because after EIP 1559, it's basically gone down to 10 seconds, right? And the fee was like $5. And like layer twos can potentially solve the problems on the fee side, right? So, and then basically, yeah, what we're seeing in the next decade, I think, is that as the problems start to get solved on the technical side, the bigger problem is really kind of getting closer to the end user and getting closer to what you might call the human half of the problem, right? And the human half of the problem, like basically, is like like the last mile, right? Like like how do we actually make it easier and practical for like regular people to benefit from the technology, and for like lots of like actual use of the blockchain to become possible. And that's something that requires a lot of development from the techno geeks working on things like rollups and zero knowledge proofs. And the big theme for the last few months has been account abstraction and smart contract wallets. But it also just like requires all of this work of like figuring out the fine details of what's the version of this that actually will like get into people's hands as users, right? And I think things like that are going to be much more the big theme for the next.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to stop you there. There is a lot of wow. Yeah, there's a lot. But just so that I'm carrying the conversation. I'm hearing that there's a lot of research and development going into with regards to scalability, making the transactions move faster, drive adoption, and all of that, and that's wonderful. But so you're speaking to what we would like to call the future of African development, and I think my next question. So one of the things we did was we sort of like sent out a form, and if you got to ask Vitalik a question today, what would you ask him? And we got like I think about 200 different responses. Unfortunately, I can't ask you all of that. It would be nice if you nod your head and tell me I could email that to you. But for this call, I'm just going to limit those questions to about 3 or 4. And I think the first question I'm going to ask you is, Africa is a very, very big continent. It has a lot of people, and we're looking in the next couple of months and years, that population starts to grow and it begins to spiral. And we have a really, really young population. How do you see Ethereum onboarding the next billion users into the ecosystem, into the technology, not just as developers, but content creators, marketing, sales, research, governance? What does that look like for you?
It's a good question and a really important question. And I think, part of the answer is that, like Africa is a big and a diverse place, right? And there's parts of Africa, for example, like individual countries that have serious, like currency crisis situations, political instability, and those kinds of problems. But then there's also like many countries that don't have those issues to anything close to the same extent, and that do look like like basically like rising emerging market countries that even like are increasingly growing as tech centers. And sometimes you have like countries that have both at the same time, right? And so the situation in different places is I think going to be somewhat different. But in terms of the like really big use cases that I've seen, one is just like going like back to the basics, right? Of like things like savings, like moving money, and especially moving money between countries, making it easier for groups of people to manage money. This is the one thing actually that smart contracts do that a lot of traditional finance does not do, right? And like these fairly basic things that can be a bit boring to computer geeks, but that are still really important to people's needs, are I think something that is important to always remember and always keep in our heads and always continue working on, doing our best to make easier. And part of that is within the crypto space, but part of that is also the bridges between the crypto space and the local economies in those countries. Going beyond that, from what I've seen, there's definitely this part of the African NFT communities that I really respect. Right, I think I saw some of the work by the NFT artists in Ethiopia and in Kenya, and there's like a lot of really high quality cultural stuff and like things that honestly like personally impress me quite a lot more than the $3 million monkeys you sometimes see coming out of New York. So I think there's a lot of cultural value that's being made, and at the same time, clearly a lot of opportunities for people to get plugged into like global economies and like start earning salaries at a level that's comparable to like what people see in like major rich countries today. And so I think that's those things are valuable, and those in those cases, I think one part of it is just continuing to work on these platforms, continuing to improve them, continuing to do our best to make sure that the right kinds of ideas are being experimented with, right? Especially like there's a thin line between like blockchain based, whether it's NFTs or whether it's games or whether it's like virtual worlds or other kinds of ecosystems that are super valuable versus parts of those spaces that are like basically obfuscated casinos. And I think it's always important to just for like everyone in any of these like spaces in the world to just keep doing their part to push things toward the value side and away from the casino side that looks impressive in a bull market, but then just breaks as soon as prices start going up or prices stop going up. But also at the same time, continuing to make sure that it's that like we make things like practical to use for just like regular users and just like more mainstream audiences, right? And like there too, I think it's important to do that well. Like there's a difference between bringing people in a way that's maximum speed and bringing people in a way that's safe and also in a way that creates pathways for those people to join the kind of I guess the more like hardcore deep parts of the like blockchain space if later on that's something that they decide that they want to do. So this again gets into things like account abstraction and like giving people different kinds of options for wallet security, but it just also means like in what order people end up hearing different things and just like making sure the right messages get out first.
Couple of questions that I did want to ask, and two things that I heard. One I'm really happy about, and one I want to ask a follow-up question for. So I'm really happy to see that there is some sort of visibility to the NFT space in Africa, and I'm really excited to see all the things that are going to come out from that. And then my follow-up question is surrounding the issue with trade, moving money around. And I do have a question here, and I would say if you had, let's say, 30 seconds to answer this question, what would you say? What's your vision for the role of Ethereum in enabling cross-border trade and remittances in Africa and other emerging economies? What would your answer to that be?
I think it's Ethereum. I mean, it adds. I think like blockchains and cryptocurrencies are starting to show value in making cross-border fintech easier in actually all kinds of ways, even if users end up not using blockchains directly, right? Like I think this is something that can be done in multiple ways, right? Like there are lots of people where someone in the United States could be a family member, could be an employer, could be a customer, sends basically just directly sends ETH to them, converting to or USDC or Bitcoin, and does that conversion on their side. The crypto transfer happens, and then you can sell back at a local exchange. Or there is also a version where basically there are existing local and regional fintech companies, and a lot of I've talked to some of these companies, and some of them themselves use cryptocurrency already on the back end just to make movements of money easier, right? And the users of those companies end up benefiting from the existence of those networks, even if they don't use them directly. So I think both of those can and will happen. I think a lot of things really depend on the fine details of the situation, right? And I think this is where there's a lot of value that comes from the fact that Ethereum and even USDC and Bitcoin and all of these things, they are sometimes partially and sometimes fully decentralized networks, right? Like there is no master plan that says this is how we're going to tell people to do things, and that will make their economy more efficient. It's much more of a tool where basically 80% of the creativity has to come from people on the ground based on what's actually convenient for them and what their situations are. And so the actual solutions that people use often end up looking quite different depending on the context.
Okay, I like that answer, and we're going to go a bit deeper into that. So Africans have African-centric problems, and when we start to talk about all the solutions that are being built, and I like what you said about not wanting to create this one master plan that sort of directs everyone to do things this particular way, because it probably wouldn't reflect the different experiences. So here's an idea. You're currently addressing developers here in Africa. So what would you say are critical user experience features and applications that you think need to be developed to attract users? Because Africa is quite diverse, right? So what do you think are these critical user-friendly features and applications that need to be developed, to drive diverse adoption and participation, and attract and retain these people based on all the experiences you've had across the ecosystem? What do you think that looks like?
Okay, so I think to start with the kind of basics that I think are common across basically almost all emerging economies, right? One is fees need to be lower. Another is there need to be better ways for people to have their own accounts where those accounts are not just vulnerable to being lost or stolen if people make a mistake. There's there needs to be better education on what kinds of things make sense to use, what kinds of things look like really good ideas, but actually are totally not good ideas. What kinds of things don't make sense. When you get into more situation specific stuff, I think one major aspect of that is just different categories of applications, right? So for example, we talk a lot about DAOs, right? And we talk a lot about these using smart contracts to enable these kind of pieces of economies that involve interactions between many groups of participants in a more complicated way. And the thing that I found about DAOs is that 20% of a DAO is the tech. The 80% of a DAO is the culture around the tech, right? If he wants to improve if he wants to write software to make a better DAO, you don't even focus on the voting rules. You focus on the discussion rules. And this is the place where I think there's a lot of things that differ for different contexts, because there's there's a lot of existing cultures around doing things in groups that you can leverage, right? So there's these concepts of rotating savings and credit associations. There's these concepts of group insurance in that exist in various different forms. There and that might be implemented by smart contracts, or it might even be implemented by some group of people managing things on behalf of a much larger group of people. And that's a setup that might actually make sense, especially in a context where there's a large group of people that don't yet have the education to either manage all of the crypto stuff by themselves, or just don't even have access to the internet yet. There's in some of these decentralized insurance situations, there's a lot of just differences in what kind of insurance people want, what kind of form factors people are used to already. So once you get into application specific things, in the NFT markets as well, I think there's a lot of application specific stuff, especially now that we're trying to go beyond sort of just NFTs being tokens whose price goes up and down that you can speculate on, and really trying to make them more interesting. There's a lot of these differences, and so really paying attention to the differences between individual applications is probably the thing that differs across context the most.
Thank you for that. So here's a very, very personal question that I know that as soon as I ask it, everybody's going to be listening. So I'm gonna have to turn off my screen for this one. We want to create and contribute and participate and basically create more visibility for Africans, both as users, developers, and everything in between. If you were to, close your eyes and guess what the next thing being built from Africa would be, what would you say that would be? And I ask this for two reasons. The first reason is because I know there are a lot of people here who have they've gone through Web3 Bridge, the cohorts and everything. They've gone through iVersity, and they've picked up these skills, and the question is, what is next? So if you were to close your eyes and say, this is like the next big thing that is going to come out of Africa, what would it be?
I think one part of my answer might just be wallets. And I think the reason why I say wallets is that wallets aren't just things for people to hold coins and move coins, right? It's it's always kind of a misnomer, it's a bad name. Basically the interfaces that people use to interact with the blockchain world, to hold their assets, whether it's tokens or NFTs or something else, to participate in applications and all of these things. And the reason why I think it's good to focus on that is that one is that there's a lot of new technology that's coming out, right? And the ecosystem is changing. We have account abstraction, we have layer twos, we we have cross layer twos, we have applications, and whenever there's these new technologies, that's kind of a reset, right? And a reset creates a new opportunity. A reset creates a new opportunity because the people that have been here for 10 years do not have a 10-year head start in those new things, because those new things have not existed. Now, the reason why it's important is because why it's important is just because it's it is the window between people and the world, and it can basically make or break whether a person has a good experience or a bad experience. And the other really important aspect of these is that like wallets are very much not a cookie cutter thing, right? Like if a team from China makes a ZK EVM and a team from Africa makes a ZK EVM, there's nothing that is like there there isn't any kind of anything that like I can predict that would be like fundamentally different about the two that would like really like make one more useful for China and one more useful for Africa, right? Because a ZK EVM is like this really like backendy tool that's like very much a pure math problem. But a wallet is not like that, right? A wallet is something where I do not believe that there will be one wallet to rule them all. I do not even believe that there will be 5 wallets to rule them all, just because I think different kinds of wallets really make sense for different kinds of users that are focused on different applications. And like the best teams that I've seen, they like really the most successful teams that I've seen, they work really hard on like thinking through what kinds of things the users care about, what kinds of things the users want, and like plugging that into what kinds of things do like different protocols provide, and what are the best ways to show that to users, right? And so it's something that's really like dependent on what a user's particular needs are. But like it is also it is in its own way a technical challenge, but it's a technical challenge where like the technical parts have less to do with like the kinds of like cryptography that gets like developed in academic labs where you really need to have been in the space for 5 years to like really have a chance. It's the kind of stuff where it gets like it's user-facing software. And user-facing software is something that people everywhere, like or anywhere, there are lots of people that have like many years of experience in working on that. And so you basically take that expertise and combine it with some level of understanding of like what it is that people that like a blockchain does, and how you interface with that, and what it's possible to get out of that, and you have a wallet. So I think it's definitely not the only place to start, but I think it's one place that's particularly promising.
You heard it here first. Wallets. And I think I can say that you're going to be seeing a lot more wallets coming out of Africa. Yeah, that's gonna happen. So with that in context, we still do have to talk about all the changes that are coming in the future. And because those changes are happening, one of the, well, not the biggest challenge, but it's still a challenge, especially this side of the world, is what technologies, what skill sets are kind of meta right now, right? Because everyone here is here because they kind of want to see what direction they sort of should like align to make sure that they're building in the same direction the community is facing. So you have people that are asking questions: what do I learn next? What skills do I need to pick up? What technologies do I need to familiarize myself with? What don't I need to pay attention to? And they're listening. And what's going to be your answer to that?
It's valuable to understand a lot, like a lot of different things from at least a level of understanding what they provide, right? Like I think it's valuable to really gain a black box understanding of lots of different parts of the ecosystem, right? So if you look at ZK snarks, for example, right? ZK snarks are big. ZK snarks are super important, and they're going to get more important. Like I have fully said that I believe ZK snarks are going to be as important as blockchains to the success of this space. But like you can understand ZK snarks at a really deep level of like understanding like this is exactly how you convert a program into a polynomial. This is exactly the polynomial equation that you are trying to solve. Here you got your like c of p of x like divided by z of x equals h of x, and like knowing what that equation means and like what part the witness is. But then you can also like just understand it at the level of like this is what the technology does, right? Like I have a program and I want to like prove the result of that program computed on some private data that I have and some public data. And here are some basic ways to use this technology in order to build particular applications. So I actually wrote a blog post on this topic. If you go to vitalik.ca on June 15th, 2022. It's called Some Ways to Use ZK Snarks for Privacy. And like I talk about the value of ZK Snarks, just like not at a sort of deep math of how they work level, but just on a how to use them level, right? And I think ZK Snarks are not the only example of this. I think account abstraction and ERC4337 is something that's very valuable to like gain that black box level of understanding for. Layer 2 scaling is another good one. The difference between layer 2s and like rollups and validiums, layer 3s, the way that like different kinds of privacy solutions work. Like basically just have all of these like try to get at least like that black box, how do I use it level of understanding for all of the like different key building blocks of the space. And if you have that, then like you're not going to literally be able to code up the entire stack from scratch, but like you don't need to code the entire stack from scratch, right? Like if you decide that you're passionate about one particular area and you are a tech geek and you want to get into that, then like you can, right? And a lot of people have tried hard to like make the information available and more accessible to people, but if you do not, then that's still enough to build applications. Like the thing that's possible today that was not possible 3 years ago is that today you can build an application that uses ZK snarks without having any idea how a ZK snark works, as long as you understand what is the property that a ZK snark provides. And so I think having that black box level understanding of like basically all of the new technologies, blockchains themselves, ZK snarks, layer 2s, account abstraction, privacy solutions. If you have that, then that just improves you, like just gives you a strong understanding of like what kinds of things actually are feasible and practical to build. So I think that's something that's important. Another thing that I think is valuable to know is I think it's valuable to understand some of the history of the space, like some of the experiments that people have tried over the last 10 years and some of the things that have failed, right? So if you're interested in governance, for example, then understand what happened with EOS and some of the problems that we saw with EOS as a delegated proof of stake. If you want to understand like smart contract coding, then look at some of the instances where smart contracts have seen bugs. If you care about stable coins, then like understand why Terra blew up and understand why MakerDAO and Rai have not blown up, but also understand like maybe what some of the problems with MakerDAO have been. Right, like if you want to build new things, like basically, like understand the 10-year history of things that have been tried and things that have either failed due to lack of interest or possibly failed in some way that blew up catastrophically, and just sort of let the the wisdom of those experiences become part of you. So I think like understanding like the tech in the like at this sort of black box, like not like everything about how it works, but like how can it help me level, and understanding history are the two places that I would start.
That's very, very insightful. Makes a lot of sense. Understand what came before, understand what's currently being talked about, and leverage on all the advantages of all the solutions that have already been created. Yes? Okay. So I'm gonna round this up with one last question. And it's not really a question, it's more letting you round this up in saying, so we're big fans of call to actions, right? And if you are going to give us as developers, as people who want to play in the space of governance, security, what would that call to action be from you?
Again, I think I mean, one of them I've basically like said is like always importance to learn. The other one is like build and like really specifically like really start tuning the building from just like doing doing things with the mindset of like we're building toys, which I think is like it is the mindset that crypto had for I think maybe the first 5 to 8 years of its existence, to a mindset of like we're really building for the mainstream, but we're trying to build for the mainstream while still maintaining the spirit and values of the space. Really like think and care about the problems of the user, but at the same time, don't sacrifice everything in order to satisfy the need, the wishes of the user in a short-term way. And like really, also build things today in mind with the not just the other pieces that are being built today in mind, but with the other pieces that will become available tomorrow, right? Like I think if you had been building a year ago, then you should have already, even a year ago, have had the mindset that you will be on layer 2s from day one, right? And I think that's obviously even more true today. And I mean the other and so if you want to add to like layer 2s today, that like what things to keep in mind that are the things of tomorrow, account abstraction is one. I think taking privacy seriously is also going to be one that's growing over the next couple of years. Taking security seriously, obviously, right? Sometimes the project that emerges out of the battlefield as the winner is not the project that makes the most dazzling charge to the front, but it's the project that survives when everything else blows up. And I think Ethereum's own history of success is a history that is definitely not a history of beating everyone else to number one. It is a history of surviving while lots of other things blow up. And so, basically, build for the people, build with the future in mind, and build to last. And I think if you build in a way that like stays true to the values of the space, which I think is actually kind of the same thing as building to last. So I think if you do those things, then you're in a very good position to be successful.
Very much. Build for the future, build with the values, and I think those two particular points they resonate with me, I think, the most. It's been an honor. Thank you for giving us the time. Guys, Vitalik. Thank you.
Thank you too.
All right.
I could tell because he has listening ears. Round of applause for some, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So quickly, without any further ado, we're going to be jumping to the next thing. But before we do that, we have the QR code that we want everybody to scan now so you can register. We have so many, little giveaways to give out today. And I'm not going to spill the beans just yet. So right about now, we're just going to be having tech. Are we ready? So let's just project the QR code so that everybody can scan it and just register and fill the form. Let's do that now. Also, once again, before we have that, please can we join our hands together for our online viewers? Please a big round of applause for everybody that is joining us online. Thank you so much. You can drop your comments in the comment section. We love you. Tell us where you're watching us from. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're posting online, the hashtags to use, we have, I can see that many of us, we're not sticking to the general hashtag. So I'm going to we have two main official hashtag for this event. And the first one is Web3 Lagos Con. Web3 Lagos Con. Very simple hashtag Web3 Lagos Con. Okay, we have W3LC 2023. I'm going to call the two hashtags again. I think I missed the hashtag with the handle. So the two hashtags, we have the first one, W3LC 2023. W3LC, just an abbreviation of Web3 Lagos Conference 2023. And the next one is Web3 Lagos, hashtag Web3 Lagos. While our handles on Twitter and Instagram is at Web3 Bridge and at Web3 Lagos Con. On Instagram at Web3 Lagos Con, at Web3 Bridge on Twitter. So ladies and gentlemen, you can follow our handles, tag us, use the hashtag Web3 Lagos, hashtag W3LC 2023. So can we have the QR code now? Are we ready for that? Okay, let's have the QR code now. All right. Wow. Some people are just using the opportunity to show there are 3 cameras. Continue. Remember, the Lord is watching you. All right. So have we gotten that? So you know what you can do? As an alternative to that, I can just spell out the link for you. So the link is bit.ly/44F0Q in cap locks F0QGB. bit.ly/44F0QGB. That's the link. So you can just use the link. The QR code don't carry it go where you know. All right, let's just, there's no time. Let's just use the link. I'm going to spell it out again. bit.ly/44F0QGB. All right, let's go. One more time. bit.ly. For those I don't know, in small lowercase, bit.ly/44F0QGB. Please, for the final time, lowercase bit.ly, still in lowercase, /44F in capital letter, 0, Q in capital letter, G in capital letter, B in capital letter. So are we good now? We're good. Just ask your neighbor. Be your brother's keeper. So ladies and gentlemen, quickly now, we're going to be going straight to the next thing. Please help me make welcome our amazing 2 speakers. We're going to be having Ujoku Emmanuel and Leona Ayoki to come talk about biometrics, no seed phrase wallet, and stateless scroll-ups. Please a round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, is that your name? Can we join my hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen, one more time? Check.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joko Emmanuel, and I represent Project Intmax, and I'm here with our CEO and architect.
Hi, I'm Leon Hilke. I'm CEO and co-founder of Inmax.
Yeah, so one of the things we are trying to like do at Intmax is basically to make Ethereum more accessible by everyone globally. Today, I mean, like Ethereum is like gas fees are really expensive. So we basically try to make it less expensive for people and also really fast so that people can access Ethereum for like global finance. So yeah, about us. Oh, the slide is not working. So yeah, about us, we are basically backed by global crypto investors, and yeah, our aim is basically to like build a social-based infrastructure for crypto. So we actually a team based out of Switzerland with expertise in like payments, security, and scalability. So how are we basically making Ethereum more scalable and also more seamless for people to use? So we have two solutions, right? And those two solutions are basically going to enable simple, cost-effective, and inclusive payments for people actually in crypto. One is a user-friendly wallet, and it's actually the most secure crypto wallet ever. And the other one is a payment-focused zero-knowledge gasless protocol. So the secure wallet is basically biometrics based, and people no longer need, people won't actually need seed phrases to be able to use Web3 wallets
Web3 wallets and people won't need seed phrases to actually access Web3 wallet, and it's going to be heavily biometrics based. So the Intmax wallet is actually the most easiest and secure. Yeah, so the Intmax wallet is actually the most easiest and secure crypto wallet. And we've actually seen that in the past couple of months, we've seen a lot of crypto exchanges go down, right? And people no longer trust exchanges, and the trust in the crypto space has actually been broken really well. And this is actually reducing the number of people that are actually adopting the use of cryptocurrencies. And one of the reasons is, wallets are very, very hard to use today, right? If you don't I can't imagine asking my mom to go, set up a MetaMask wallet. Where is she going to store her seed phrase? It's she'll definitely misplace it. And I'm also I also misplace seed phrases a lot, and I literally have no way to recover those wallets. So we face a lot of challenges with Web3 wallets today, where people have issues managing their keys. So there's a lot of complexities around keys management. There's also which actually introduces security risks when you have to manage your keys yourself. So those are actually the problems with Web3 wallets today. So yeah, the current wallets we have aren't perfectly secure, and the wallets we have today takes security and gives it to the users to basically handle security themselves. And we all know little to nothing about security, so that's why wallets get hacked every day. And people now, because of all those complexities, we're like, okay, let's all move to using crypto exchanges. And when we use crypto exchanges, you're giving your keys to some third party, and they have access to your funds. And yeah, and we all know what happens when an untrusted entity has access to your keys. So that's basically what we are building. One of the solutions we are building at Intmax, a wallet where you won't need seed phrases to basically sign up. You can easily restore your wallet using passwords, and you don't have to download apps or extensions. You can easily use it on your web browser. And it also has enhanced security using biometrics authentication. And the interesting thing is you can also still connect to other dApps, connect to Uniswap and several other dApps, same way you connect with dApps using your non-custodial wallet. So yeah, I'll leave it to Leonard to talk about stateless solution.
So yeah, hi, I'm Leonard, and I'm architect of this Intmax Ziggy Lab, which is the first completely stateless Ziggy Lab. And what we achieved technically was a near zero gas cost and privacy at the same time. And it was a difficult achievement simply because there are a lot of scalability solutions in Ethereum space, but they have no privacy. And privacy, there are many privacy projects, but they don't have scalability. But having both was quite difficult before. But yeah, if we apply the stateless method to layer 2, we can make both of them at the same time, near zero gas cost and privacy. So the statelessness, what is the stateless? Do you guys have any idea? Yeah, maybe some people know that, but stateless is a quite crypto word, and it's not general word. There are many words end with less in English, right? For example, permissionless, trustless, borderless, wireless, priceless. They're free from something like free from border, free from trust, and yes, stateless is kind of free from database. So stateless architecture is free from database. Validators do not have database. Users do not have a lot of database. So basically, it means that user side have your own data, so have his own data. And if you participate in Max, your wallet have your data not on blockchain. So we can achieve these things at the same time: privacy and scalability, right? So we don't post data on Ethereum, we don't post data on blockchain, which is super experience and expensive. So we are free from the gas fee, and we don't put data, we don't publish data on blockchain. So it's with privacy, right? We can have both privacy and near the gas cost same time. Oops. It's hard to use. So yeah, there are a lot of many being stateless. No, near the gas fee and privacy and interoperability and stable gas cost, and we can bring that in this space. We are basically payment focused layer 2, unlike the other layer 2, and that's why we are making this kind of unbelievable achievement. So yeah, again, we can make 99% cost reduction and minimum cost requirements for validators, so everyone can be a validator with any kind of copy node, because validators do not have heavy database, do not have any heavy computation. So it's quite decentralized and free to participate regarding money as well. So and we can add the privacy to that. So roadmap is like this way. Colorful style is what we already achieved, and Rockstar is what we haven't achieved, but we are going to achieve. So we published a biometrics wallet like Njoku explained, under next Q1 we will publish the mainnet. So thank you for your time and thank you for your interest. And if you want to participate in our community, please scan this QR code and join the waiting list and join the Discord, please. Thanks for my time.
Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly going to the next speaker. Like I said, we're going to be having it back to back. It's going to be an amazing session. Yes, we're going to be having breaks. But right now, if our hands are not too busy, help me make welcome to talk about, when it comes to tech and, there's always a new wave, there's a whole hype. I mean, I remember, I think last year there was a whole lot of hype around NFTs. Everybody just kept talking about, NFTs. So part time, it's always good to be able to have knowledge to navigate, when we hear these hypes, so we don't get carried away by, let me use the word mass hysteria. So ladies and gentlemen, help me make welcome to demystify and talk on building impactful and disrupting products beyond hype and acts. Help me make welcome with a resounding clap innovation, Isaac Ijo. A round of applause for Isaac Ijo, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep jamming our hands together for him till we get here. Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I had to break a little bit of protocols. I was coming from the back. The light here is a little bit much for my eyes, and I left my glasses at home. Can we all hear me? Can we all hear me? All right. Before my slide is up, I think I just have a few questions to ask us, and possibly that will go for a giveaway. If you hear CoinX, what comes to your mind? Like, just think about it. Intmax, what comes to your mind? No, it's just random question. Just let's make it. All right, thank you. So if you hear onboard, what comes to your mind? How about when I mention iPhone, Apple, what comes to your mind? I think we all are getting the picture of bit by bit, right? I actually just want us to move away from all of the techie conversations that we've been hearing and think about ourselves. I am not a developer. I am not a product manager, for instance. I may relate with whatever we are saying, but if the result of this conference is only for you, then Ethereum will not be proud of us. Is that correct? The goal of every conference is that we go with something and start building for our market. I remember vividly during the Naira crisis earlier this year, I wrote an article which is published on Business Day, and I talked about how the abandoned e-Naira can actually help us solve a particular problem that we're facing. So here is the gist. If Stackware comes to Africa and say they are building a solution, how will it improve the communication system for the yaoloja, the woman selling tomatoes? How will the man planting corn in Bauchi be able to benefit from it? How is the cattle rearer going to get value out of it? Bear in mind that we have 1 billion young persons who may not be as enlightened as you and I are. If our educational statistics shows that we have over 11 million young persons out of school, that was 2 years back, it therefore means that we need to start questioning a lot of things. So on that note, my name is Isaac Ijwo. I'm a legal practitioner, but because of my love and passion for tech, I decided to, bit by bit, switch my knowledge from law to product. And more importantly, I'm a customer advocate. I go to every room, every conversation, advocating for the customer. At the moment, I'm building a product in the health tech space. And after we went through a lot of iterations, the only question I kept asking the stakeholders, and up to now, we must solve is, how will this solve the native problem of the user? It is not about having softwares. It is not about having conferences. It's about how will the user adopt this particular software. Earlier last year, 2 years back, 3 years back, I really understand that when anybody hears blockchain, the first thing that comes to your mind is Bitcoin. Is that correct? Then all of a sudden, we started hearing about Shiba Inu. Is that correct? Then Elon Musk came with Dogecoin. Is that correct? Everything was going to the... I mean, now we are back from the moon, right? Or are we still going to the moon anytime soon? Now, everybody in this room understands the conversation of everything going to the moon. But, sorry for using this word. My brother who said COVID-19 virus at that time, how will the blockchain solution help us understand the development of healthcare products, whereby we can see how products are not only just being developed, but equally being transferred to the users? I mean, for a native market like Africa, I would say what we are more concerned about is not softwares anymore. I am tired of everyday tokenization. Okay, let me just give you a little bit of background introduction so that you get me. I have a few privilege of speaking to blockchain founders at different points. I've collaborated with some teams to build certain things. And one of the few mistakes I've seen a lot of products in Africa make is talking about tokenization. You're building a software and the next thing you are tokenizing. There was a day I had to ask, why are you tokenizing?
He said it's actually to drive adoption. Adoption is good. But once users have sold your coin during airdrop, what solution will bring them back to that particular app? I mean, how many of us got the SUI airdrop, the C airdrop, and dozens of other airdrops that must have happened over the last 6 months or 1 year? How many of us are using those apps right now? So as a builder, as a structural person, whatever solution you are trying to ship into the African market, I think you must consider one thing. We must leave the boss. There is no big boss anywhere anymore. We are tired of this thing will help me solve my native problem. We are tired of this coin is going to 10 triple. Yes, it may be good for us to have quick monies, but after the quick gains, what then happened to the product? Just yesterday, I saw a news and I did not click on the link because I've been battling too many traumas on the product level already, so I don't want to add to that. Where a product which was classified is an edtech solution, $2 billion, is now valued at $1. Is now 5K. Yes, $2 billion just last year. And right now, it's $5K. People's money. You agree with me with that exchange? I don't want to mention names. That was valued at 5 billion, and right now we are struggling with the name of the exchange. Dozens of products coming out of Africa, and we are beginning to question, where are they today? I would ask, because this is a live conference, I knew that Tatcoin said they were revolutionaries in real estate in Africa. Where is Tatcoin today? So in all of these conversations, as a customer advocate, I think we need to start asking, what are the native problems faced in Africa? One of the speakers asked Vitalik, that was Vitalik looking out for the next thing in Africa. I'm glad Vitalik said wallet. All right. I asked myself immediately, how will I explain wallet to Iyaloja? How will I explain wallet to the downfall driver? How would I explain wallet to the people who rear cows? These are our people. We must not deny them. They are not as educated as us. They may not be as privileged as us, but they are the end users of whatever we build. If we go to the market tomorrow, they are the people who we adopt. And the prosperity that the speaker was talking about is people that makes us prosperous, right? It is how they use our products that we will make money, because money is collected. So for Africa, having solved, because I mean, Web3 Bridge is doing a lot. Let's just give a round of applause for them. They're doing a lot. I mean, after we've solved the most important problem, which is education, the next problem which we must solve is a stomach infrastructure. Am I correct? So, what are the lessons from the past and acts and failures that we all must have learned? Number one thing that I want you to understand about the African market is it is a peculiar market. It is a market sabotaged by a lot of differences. I can speak 3 different languages now. And once I speak that language, your mind will naturally aver to a particular problem in that particular tribe. If I say in Akwana, how would I teach Vitalik when he goes to the north that he has to start speaking the native culture, native language of the Hausas to them? If he goes up to Kenya, he has to start relating to the Swahilis, to the other tribes. If he comes to the Middle Belt, he has to meet the Nupes, he has to meet the Agatus, he has to meet the Igedes. And those particular people have set of problems that they are facing. Are you getting what I'm saying? Are we together? So in all of this conversation, my core aim is for us to really tap into the African market. Let us abandon scholarship. Let us abandon big English and be true to our people. I remember vividly during the campaign, I was asking a friend that very question, where our incumbent president said something quite instructive. Is actually one of my few motivational quotes. Recruit 50 million youth into the army. It's very instructive. What will they eat? Is your mind varying to our problem? We have one, a job problem. Number two, we have a food problem. Number three, we have an accountability problem. So if the president calls you today, build this solution for me. I should hand up, right? Thank you. Build this solution for me. Build a portal. Yes, I will get to that. Build a portal that will help me recruit 50 million youths. And we want to keep it on track. How do we go about it? Now, food. How do we keep logistics? Number three, how do we hold all of these things together by being accountable for everything we've built? So for me, that's actually the whole crux of having a conference as this, having conversations as this. We must understand our native problem, think about how to solve the problem as a people, as a native. Because it would not make sense for me to go to China, buy a shoe in China that fits a Chinese man's leg and bring it to Nigeria. I am doing something counterintuitive. Rather, I should understand how a Nigerian man likes to look. I mean, I should put on native in this. So, necessarily, that's actually the reason why my slide is actually very, very brief, because they gave me 10 minutes. So I've been trying to delimit all of these conversations into small bites. So do you understand me? All right, thank you very much. Please, question and answers.
Hi, thank you so much, Isaac. This is one of the most, should I say, one of the most important things we need to think about. What is just saying right now? Adoption. This is not a question, it's actually just a contribution. As blockchain founders, we need to think about our people. You want the lodger to use your blockchain solution, but she doesn't know anything about wallets. You go and start telling Suya seller, download this wallet, block timestamp, time hash. Stateless. Do you understand? They can't understand you. How can we as founders build solutions that are seamless to use? We need to start create things that are seamless to use and things that actually solve our real problem. To be honest with you, Africa is not ready. It's just the intellectuals that are ready for Web3 and blockchain. Let's not lie. And we, the intellectuals, we are the minority in this country. Even some of us don't even know what wallet is. Let's not lie. Go to University of Lagos and ask somebody, what's a blockchain wallet? They don't know. So we need to find a way. What he's saying now for me is the most important question or session in all of this. How can we build products that people can easily use that solves their everyday problem? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. On a final note, please. Okay. Please, someone will ask a question. Can I take just one person? It's a question. This is a contribution, please. This one is a question, please. Please, just one. Even if it's one, let me know that one person understands.
Who is the person? Is it a question or a contribution? Okay.
My name is Chris. My question is, if you are talking about adoption, then what comes first is sensitizing people. For an example, when OP came out and other Flutter Waves app, fintech in particular, the goal was actually free. Actually, they were on a lose, like Kuda, for example. Okay. Kuda was on a lose for a particular time. Okay. Then
so just go straight to your question.
My question is, the first thing is to make it known, make it free. Let people adopt it. Then,
so let's take it as a contribution. Do you have a question? All right, please, let's have it. No, please, let's have it. Please. Let's have him, please. Just one person. So, sorry, one. Just one. Is it a question or a contribution? All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Aneko Betel. Since all this while, we've been talking about payment system. Now, I want to understand how.
Sorry. So I do understand that all of us have questions, and if we keep asking all our questions here, we will not leave. So the thing is that all the speakers are available within the facility till the evening. So please, I will advise and beg that we ask our question. So like the truth is that we have almost till. So this is what we want. We want the engagement, but then we have to consider that every other person have to speak and they have to be on their way. So thank you very much. So it's going to be at the back after. No, I'm not taking this. Thank you very much. It's going to be at the back. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Please appreciate him celebrating. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's jam our hands together for him. He already took the word right out of my mouth. One of the things that conversations like this, conferences like this do is to start to ignite the conversations so that after now, we can see each other during the break time and be like, oh, you were talking about, decentralization, or you had this conversation about, adopting and all that, and we can pick up on those things. So please bear it in mind. And even when we live here online, it's a community. So we can keep those conversations going on Twitter, all those interesting platforms. So ladies and gentlemen, right about now, straight to our next speaker, without any further ado, please help me make welcome David Salami. Round of applause for David Salami, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is David. I'm from Polytop Labs, and I'll be presenting blockchain interoperability. I hope we're having a good time here. Okay, so first of all, I'll define interoperability. So interoperability is the ability for distinct systems to exchange information or share data. And in blockchains, that means distinct blockchains like say Ethereum and Polkadot communicating and exchanging information. So now, why is interoperability paramount? So I'll say the future of blockchains is multi-chain, and it's crystal clear. We have a lot of blockchains, roll-ups, and every day people are building new roll-ups. So the future is multi-chain. So we need interoperability protocols between all these distinct blockchains. Next. So now, for the first description of why interoperability is paramount, I'll say interoperability is a synchronization primitive for blockchains and for blockchain scalability. So in general, we all know about multi-threaded applications. So if you want to increase the performance of an application, you make it multi-threaded, like it uses multiple cores of the CPU. So the same thing can be translated into blockchain development. So let's say you want to build a multi-core blockchain, like in the sense of what multi-core is. You want a blockchain that can increase its throughput by having separate instances of the same blockchain, of the same runtime. So you need like an interoperability layer between all these instances to synchronize the state of the blockchain. And that's where interoperability comes in. So from the meme on the right-hand side, you can see that underneath blockchain scalability, there's interoperability there. So interoperability and scalability, they are two sides of the same coin. You can't have one without the other. So now, another reason why interoperability is paramount is, I wrote here, walled gardens, like the promise of freedom brought you here, then why should you be locked in? So the promise of blockchains is decentralization and giving you full control and freedom over your assets and everything you own. So if that's what's attracted you to blockchains, I know that's what attracted me to blockchains, like freedom. I can move my money anytime. I can do anything I want with my assets. No unnecessary KYC and all that stuff. So if freedom brought you here, so why should you be locked into one ecosystem? There's no point of being locked in. If like the same experience you have in traditional centralized systems, it's what you carry on to blockchains, then there's really no point. You can just go back to using AWS and launching our Web2 applications. So now, Web3 is not about building walled gardens, but it's rather about embracing digital freedom. and interoperability enhances the following properties of this digital landscape. So composable applications. So the first thing that interoperability will provide is composable applications, applications that can exist on multiple chains. Like say, Uniswap is a very popular application. So now, interoperability will allow Uniswap to exist on Ethereum, Arbitrum, Optimism, and all the other chains, and still have a synchronized state between all these chains. Then also the freedom to transact. So interoperability gives you, as the user, the freedom to transact. That's what I was talking about when I mentioned freedom. So the freedom to transact is that you can decide at any point in time to like partake in any other blockchain. So let's say you use Ethereum and you see some services on, say, Polkadot that you want to use. You can easily just move your assets from Ethereum to Polkadot using an interoperability layer. So now, there are a couple approaches to achieving interoperability. And the first approach is the trust minimized or trustless approach using consensus clients. Now, this is the recommended approach to building interoperability infrastructure because this approach does not force any new trust assumptions on the user. Like when you use a blockchain, there are some trust assumptions that you accept as the terms of using that blockchain. So in proof of stake, like Ethereum and other blockchains, the trust assumption is that at least 2/3 of the stake would always be honest. You accept that 2/3 of the validators of the network would be honest, and they are not going to collude to like change or corrupt the database of the blockchain. So that's the only trust assumption you accept, and it has been working really well for most blockchain ecosystems. So now, when you want to build interoperability layer, you should not allow the user to now accept a new trust assumption. So that's where the second approach comes in, multi-party attestation networks or multi-sigs. So multi-sigs or MPCs, as they are called generally, they force the user to accept a new trust assumption. That means they create a side network. And in this side network, there are new validators and a new like crypto economic security they are creating. So they are not using the security of the base layers that they are interoperating. So now, the user, if your assets are lost through a hack on this multi-sig, there's nothing the base layer can really do for you. So let's say you are using a hyperlane or wormhole, and they hack the hyperlane contract or the wormhole contract. There's nothing Ethereum can do for you. Ethereum is not going to hard fork because they hacked that bridge. No, they're not going to do that. So that's why consensus clients, which would use the security of Ethereum or Polkadot or Arbitrum, those are the best approaches to building interoperability layers. So, yes. So now, there are a couple trustless frameworks for building interoperability. So we have ISMP, and ISMP is a protocol developed at Polytope Labs for trustless interoperability. Then we have the multi-party and multi-sig hyperlink wormhole layer 0 Axela. Then, so ISMP is a transport layer for blockchain interoperability. It relies on consensus clients, so it's a trustless interoperability protocol. And it embraces the modular blockchain design. That means ISMP is built to be future-proof. With ISMP, we can connect like Ethereum, Arbitrum, Optimism, and any other rollup that comes up on Ethereum. So some features ISMP supports that are kind of novel. ISMP supports GET requests. ISMP is built with the API of the HTTP. Everyone knows HTTP. And that's the standard interoperability protocol on the internet. All websites use it and all servers use it. So ISMP is built using the framework of HTTP, the idea of HTTP. So developers can just use post and GET requests to communicate between their applications on different blockchains. Yeah. And now with GET requests is something that's not obtainable on any protocol right now. So GET requests to allow you to query the state of other blockchains. So let's say you want to like read the price of Uniswap on, let's say from Arbitrum to Optimism. You can use GET requests to like read that price without depending on an oracle like Chainlink or any of the trusted oracles. So like ISMP gives you this trustless way to build your cross-chain applications. And it's basically meant for like multi-chain developers. So now, this is where Hyperbridge comes in. So Hyperbridge is like a combination of all our research at Polytope Labs. Hyperbridge is a bridge network for bridging the entire Ethereum ecosystem. So it uses ISMP as the protocol of choice, and it's a trustless bridge. It will be secured by the full stake of the Ethereum network, which is 21 million Ethereum or approximately $30-something billion. So Hyperbridge would be the most secure interoperability protocol for the multi-chain. And it's also been secured by Polkadot and ZK Snarks. So thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, you can shoot me a DM on Twitter or follow Polytope Labs to keep in touch. Thank you.
Can we join my hands together for one more time? Thank you. And at the end of today, we have a special award that is going out to the speaker that maximized their time, that didn't use beyond the time. And right now, I must tell you, you're at the top of that leaderboard, and I need to just let you know that. So one big round of applause for him one more time. So ladies and gentlemen, right now, please help me make welcome our first female speaker for today, if I'm correct. Please let's jam my hands together. Why are you saying A round of applause for Jolade Okulade. We can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Immediately after that, we're going to be having the panel session. So while she's talking, we're going to set up the stage for the first panel session.
Hi, everybody. I was going to say praise the Lord. My name is Jolade, and I'm a software engineer. I'm a mentor. I'm an open source contributor, etc. So today we are going to be talking about Project Zero, starting from scratch to becoming an IDON, whatever you know it as. So I like to substitute that word for unlimited. If you know make no evidence, say you try. You go explain tire. I think we're all used to that slogan by now. And I know most of us are already used to this topic, starting from beginner to advanced, blah, blah, blah. We see tutorials like that. So because I want to win the timing gifts, let me just go to the next slide. Okay, growing from Project Zero is a journey that requires perseverance, dedication, taste for more knowledge. Because starting from scratch may seem daunting, but it's an opportunity for growth and transformation. So everybody gets it, challenging from the beginning, but at a point in time, you are going to be able to grow and transform. So by embracing the learning curves, processes, building practical skills, networking, then progressing through failures, and nurturing a growth and problem-solving mindset. I get a lot of DMs, a lot of complaints from my mentee, from random people on LinkedIn, and they would ask me, how are you able to take a course that you spend 70 hours per week for? It is not an easy task to do, but you have to prioritize and know where you are going. Be hungry for success and be hungry for more knowledge. So let me go to the next slide. Oops. Let's all ask ourselves, are you growing? Am I growing? Ask yourself that. Am I growing? And inside you should be able to answer that question, because of course, it is mostly not a straight journey, but it's a series of trial and error, writing a code and having bugs, Googling something for the whole day, and you just realize that it's just a simple letter I
that is not making your code running, because there is no excuse for failure. I'm always telling people there is no excuse for failure because nothing is impossible. If you want to achieve it, you set your mind to it and you'll be able to achieve it. Embracing failure as an opportunity to learn and grow is very, very crucial. Don't be discouraged and understand that setbacks and mistakes are inevitable, but they also serve as stepping stones to growth. Each failure presents a chance to analyze. So let me just say a very, very short story on this slide. So when I joined Web3 Bridge, when I joined the community, I actually joined because I wanted to take the Web3 bootcamp for a course. So I applied, and then we were given a test to do, and then I didn't pass. So a lot of people felt so bad because there was a lot of hype in the group. I even made friends, already. But at the end of the day, I couldn't make it. And then I just went back to the group and, I said it openly that, oh, I didn't make it, though, but this is 1-0. That's how I am in my head. You be like, oh, this is 1-0. We're going to come back to it. You don't give up. You don't say, oh, I'm unable to get in this time. Oh, let me go and just relax. No, in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to show you people, what I'm made of. And from there, I was noticed. And, I got a lot of opportunities from that. So make sure you are growing in everything you do. Then as you're asking yourself, am I growing? In your mind, if your answer is no, you are not growing, still tell yourself that I am not growing yet. Because there's always a chance and there's always another time. Because you have to understand the power of yet. There's a short video that I couldn't add to the slide, but it's just a musical video that's, explain what the power of yet means. Because the fact that you don't have an evidence to show for your learning, a lot of people have been learning for years, for months. You still don't understand it. You are trying to learn JavaScript and know all of these things. You're already hearing about Solidity. You're already hearing about smart contract audits and all of that. You are not there yet, but you definitely get there. Just have that at the back of your mind. The fact that you don't have evidence to show yet doesn't mean you won't eventually have evidences, because there's always a first time to everything. It is okay for your code to have bug, for you to have mental burnout. Yes, it happens sometimes. You'll be tired because it's not just be, going through for you, but yeah, don't give up. That's the idea. It is okay for you to take a pause. It is not okay for you to stop. You can always go back to your project zero. That is, there is always a point in time. There's always a point where you are starting. There's always a point where you are pausing. It's okay for you to, for you to say, oh, I'm tired. Let me just take a pause for a few days, or, for a few, as much as you want to, but don't just, let it stop like that, because you can always go back to where you stop and start, from there again. So do you know you can start earning after 6 months in tech? This is a tricky question, and it sounds so unreal, but people will say, I've been there, done that. Yes, because it happened to me, and it was actually really, really shocking when it happened. So a short story, again, I love to tell stories, right? So when I started learning, I had a mentor. Everybody at some point in time will have a mentor, but then I had a lot of information, and then I was able to give myself a time frame that, okay, if I learn this, what next? What am I supposed to do? How much will I be earning? I had all of these questions, and at 6 months, so the bootcamp I applied for that I couldn't get in, immediately I talked about it, and that's the power of community right there. Because if I was not in that community, or if I was not active at that moment, I would not be noticed. There are a lot of hundreds of other people in the community. But because I spoke out that, okay, that's one. I'm going to show you guys next year, because I had it in mind to reapply. I was noticed, and I was given an opportunity to volunteer to mentor beginners, right, in tech, to mentor new set of beginners. It was a volunteering role. I was really, really down the first time, and that was the first time I was actually, mentoring anybody. I didn't even know I could do it, until I did. I didn't say no because I just started. I just feel like, oh, I have to work more so that I'll be able to, I cannot be teaching people and they will not be asking me questions and I'll not be able to answer. So when I did that, I think that was like a sort of interview for me. I don't know. But after that, I was offered, an amount of money to actually start mentoring for the cohort. And guess what? It's in dollars. Like my first pay, it was not a big money. But then, it was a big deal for me because it was really, really unexpected. And yeah, that's that. So you are limitless. Don't limit yourself to anything. Don't say, oh, you're not allowing me win this thing now. So don't limit yourself because you are limitless. Don't say, oh, I can't do this. Oh, this is not possible. Nothing is impossible in my own dictionary. So let me just quickly run through this. Road to becoming unlimited in tech. Be hungry for success. One thing I'm always saying is that I want to be able to afford the kind of lifestyle I want for myself. I love money. So that one is really, really, up there. Like I had questions. I really, really wanted to prove that I can do it, just to prove to myself. Then be ready and determined. A lot of people will come and meet you. Oh, I want to do this. You send them videos, send them resources, but they say tomorrow, until the tomorrow gets to 1 year. Then get an accountability partner or a mentor. Most of the times our mentors are always busy. They will not reply DMs, or they will not acknowledge you, or they will not hold your hands and spoon feed you as a lot of people would want. No, it's not about spoon feeding here. An accountability partner is somebody, like a friend, not necessarily a friend, but within your peers or your, bootcamp community that you can actually learn one or two together. I used to have to, so I started as a self-learner. I took a course. Then at that time, I understood how important it was to have an accountability partner. It really, really helps a lot. Trust me. I don't look at it that, oh, I want somebody that has been 3 years or 1 year in tech to be my accountability partner. Somebody you are just starting together, you can learn one or two things from each other as well. Then join a community and be active. A community like Web3 Bridge. I'm sure if you scan the QR code, it will take you to the community and be active. Don't just join for joining's sake. I know it's not easy, but you have to be hungry for success. Give yourself a time frame that is best for you. Everybody cannot be like me. I cannot be like everybody. So in your mind, don't just say, oh, I'm learning whenever I know it. That's it. No, tell yourself, in 3 years, I want to be able to do this. In 2 years, I want to be able to do this. In 6 months, I want to be able to do this. And before you know it, it is achievable because it's in you. Prioritize and ensure time management. No Big Brother Niger. No EPL or Premier League. Okay, so that's prioritize and ensure time management. Cultivate a growth mindset. Every time you have a rejection, maybe you apply for a job or your code is not working or something happens, there are lots of times you even go to tech events and you not feel among. You see people greeting each other or people taking swags as well. In your mind, you'll be like, oh, I cannot go there. I cannot. There was a time I couldn't even network with people because I'll be like, what if they ask me what am I doing? What will I say? Or what if they ask me, what language I write? How am I going to express myself? So cultivate that growth mindset and have a power of yes. Volunteer to showcase your skills, contribute, and also network. And then one thing I'm always telling my students is that, it's not all about, I like to say I'm not a motivational speaker, which I am not. And then I tell them that they should try as much as possible to practice. That's the only thing. Imagine you reading an article or me telling you that if you want to be an auditor, you go to Sherlock and check for vulnerability in smart contract code, blah, blah, blah. If I tell you that, how are you going to understand that? If I tell you that you can contribute to an open source project, if you've not done it, how will you know how to create issues and create a pull request? So practice, practice, and more practice. And this is a take home. Never forget to continue adding value to yourself. Even when you are confused, you're actually unlimited and because everybody learn. We learn every day. You are more than who you think. Somebody said earlier to a speaker that I know you more than you know yourself, but that's not the case now. You are more than who you think you are. Never settle for less because it's all in you. And then you are an Idon, you are unlimited because if evidence no day, you go explain tire. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we join my hands together for when I say Idon, you say I don't. Idon. Why do you sound like that? Idon. Oh, I think I know what's going on. If you are hungry and you know, clap your hands. Okay. Don't worry. I'm going to sort you. Specially. What do you want? Talk to me. Are you sure? Request or feel free. You're a modest person. I like that. And I will surprise you. I'll give you 2 water. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please right about now, we're going straight to the panel session. Trust me, we still have so many amazing partners for us. And just to keep us seated, I want to announce this now because I'm just so excited. A lucky winner today, no joke, is going on with a brand new iPhone 12 pouch. Let me finish. Pouch. Proudly sponsored by the corporate MC. That's going to be, I'm serious. I'm going to be giving out the pouch. And if you're there, you're wondering, what will I use the pouch to do? I don't use iPhone 12. Gradually, from pouch, what will you get next? Charger. Before you say jack, the phone is complete. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me jam your hands together and make welcome the moderator for the panel session. Can we make welcome Ezekiel? Ezekiel, where are you? A big hand for Ezekiel. Ezekiel Sulaiman, where are you? So he's going to be moderating the panel session. So with him, please let's jam my hands together and make welcome Lucky Henry. Lucky Henry. Round of applause for Lucky Henry. Let's jam my hands together for Eric Annan. Eric, we'll listen to Eric. Eric was our first speaker. Eric, where are you? Kindly join us. Let's jam my hands together for Ari Obi. Ari Obi. A big hand for Pishken Tukra. Round of applause for Pishken Tukra, where are you? All right. Help me make welcome Yvonne Kagondo. Round of applause for Yvonne. Did I get that right? All right. Help me make welcome. I think that's pretty much about it. So in the next couple of minutes, we're going to be having a very sweet, interesting conversation. Please, you can still join us if I called your name for one of our guests. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. Let's join my hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you all hear me from the back? All right. I would appreciate that everybody pays attention. I know we are hungry, and I know everybody seems exhausted. Yes. Very soon there will be a break. However, just pay attention for the very few minutes we'll be having here because we're going to learn a lot. Okay. So very quickly, the introduction has been done. I'm Ezekiel Suleiman. This is when I left is Pishkeni Tukura. Okay, Tukura, yeah? Okay, well, here will be, yes, Ibn Kakundu and Lucky Henry, yeah. So very quickly, I'll be asking very, very direct questions. So we don't have to beat about the bush too long. And so just a note to my panelists. I would say, please, just a minute to answer a question. Just 1 minute, please, as much as possible. Just 1 minute. And if you don't answer the question within a minute, I would have to get up and pick my mic from you. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, first question. Let's start with Lucky. Lucky, can you tell us very briefly what Web3 means to you and its overall significance for us as Africans?
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Henry, and I lead the team at Kuru Lab. So for me personally, Web3 is an internet that is kind of borderless. There is no default restriction that I see in Web2. All right. And as an African, there are a lot of parts to Web3, but the part that interests me the most is the ability of no restrictions, you know. And there are several applications for Web3 as well, but my biggest interest again is, as Africans, my ability to send money and receive money from anybody. Because at the end of the day, despite our skills, you know, the trade and everything, there has to be, there's always a monetary value that is being transmitted. You know, when you work on Fiverr, when you work on Upwork, when you design job for anyone, money has to be transferred. If you go to abroad and you do some work, you send money back. When you want to buy a shoe, you spend money. But then even as Africans, there are sometimes you want to spend your money and you are not allowed to. Some side do not accept you to make that payment. So for me as an African, economically, so Web3 gives me this enablement that there is nobody anywhere that can stop me from receiving money as far as I offer value. All right. So it's kind of broadens my net of opportunities, and I can work for anybody as long as they can pay me in crypto. So basically, that's it for me as far as Web3 and Africa.
Great. A round of applause for Henry. Thank you very much for that detailed explanation, Henry. Okay, so very quickly, let's ask Takura, what are your thoughts on the recent growth and adoption of Web3 in Africa? What are your thoughts?
All right, thank you. My name is Pishkeni Tukura. Please call me PK.
Okay.
And I work as CEO of IO. Basically, the recent adoption and growth stems from two things. Blockchain first came to give the financial liberation, which is borderless, like he said. Yes. And every economy is built on the back of the strength of its financial capabilities. So what we have is the first layer has kind of been solved. So if I need to send money anywhere across Africa, I can do that. The second layer is now the development of applications. How do we start developing applications that address African issues? But it's two parts. The current technologies we have kind of don't take into context what we have culturally. And so we're seeing that not everybody can kind of get into the space. There's a lot of education needed to bridge the gap. And our own educational systems have its limitations. Like we have people dropping out of school to want to learn blockchain technology because the current system doesn't take that into consideration. So there's a gap with the adoption, which is number one, education. And then bridging the education gap now allows us to get a lot of people build applications that everybody in this room can use. So I think in terms of the adoption, we're still at the education side. And then hopefully seeing where we move from education to really building out applications. But right now, we still have a lot of Web3 native people in the room. And the goal is to get more Web2 people or not even technical people to kind of understand the technology and then building on it. So we move from asking what is blockchain to how does blockchain, help me do my daily activities. So in terms of adoption, it's picking up gradually. And then I'm hoping to see that increase over the next few months.
All right, thank you, PK. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. Please, let's give the mic to Eric. I'd love to ask Eric a question. Welcome, Eric. Please, let's welcome Eric once again. Eric Anand. Thank you. Good to have you on the panel session. Okay, so my question for you specifically is, now, over the course of years, let's say 15, 20 years ago, Africa as a continent has been, because now the topic we are considering today is the state of Web3, and what has led to its growth and adoption in Africa. Yeah? So over the course of years, let's say 15, 20 years, Africa has been kind of averse to technological innovation. So, but for the past, let's say 5, 10 years, there has been a kind of awakening, right? So What do you think has led to the awakening? Most especially through Web3.
Thank you so much
Yeah.
for this question. So, number one has to do with Africa is very multi-dimensional cultural continent, and because we have a system that provide us not to be daring enough, we don't ask questions enough. So we have reduced logic thinking to being obedient, right? So in the past, if you look at all the innovation that has happened, we only, if you look at innovation curve, the innovators, the early adopters, the early majority, the late majority, and the laggards, because we don't ask questions, we wait until everything is settled, then we come in as laggards, just consume. However, the blockchain, the reason why Africa became like a hotbed for blockchain was because poverty has been part of our birthright. Everybody, people think that poverty is our birthright. And so young people hopelessly could not find opportunities down here. And so the blockchain crypto became like a life-saving for a lot of young people. And that created a new set of curiosity. People were scammed. I was scammed. I mean, I started my blockchain journey and all my money went. So, but I asked two questions. That this is the only technology that has global inclusivity. It's the only technology that I don't need any permission or patent to be able to be part of it. The other innovations, you have to be part of a certain club or a certain sector or environment to be part of it, right? The Web2, for example. I mean, Google. I mean, how can you participate in the formation of Google? Today, you don't need to have permission from Vitalik to deploy your smart contract. You don't need permission from Jesse Pollak, Coinbase, and Base Gopher to deploy your app on it. That one has created a new kind of realization. Oh, okay, my government is not giving me a job. My state doesn't have opportunity for me. And COVID also has shown that I can actually go online, get a skill, and apply myself and create value. That is what is really changing the narrative. And more so that we have a continent that is so young. Look, we have the youngest continent. And I'm excited about it because that is what is value. That is what is our value proposition. And that provides us another dimension for this kind of people here. To begin to ask the question, okay, I'm in Kenya, I'm in Nairobi, or I'm in Zanzibar, I'm in Kano, I'm in Ghana, or I'm in Senegal. But internet is borderless. The internet doesn't know whether you are black or you're white. And I say, value do not know whether you are Oyibo or you are black man. Value is value. So let's stop thinking from, oh, I don't have access, you don't give me opportunity. Why don't you create opportunity? So the reason why innovation and blockchain, for example, is growing in Africa is because you don't have any hope. There's no opportunity for you. And you know that if you push yourself a bit, nobody will ask you where you're from. So long as you are creating value, you'll be part of the ecosystem and you can build from there.
Please, a round of applause for Eric. I mean, that was apt. Leverage on the permissionless system that the blockchain has offered us to deliver value. Value is irrespective of tribe, ethnicity, or whatsoever. I mean, the blockchain has provided a decentralized system for us. So leverage on that to create value. All right, let's have you, Yvonne. Okay, what do you think, in your opinion, is the most promising use case for Web3 in Africa at the moment, currently? What do you think? I mean, there are lots of technological innovations, most especially in fintech. One of the most practical ways in which blockchain has been has been worked on, or one of the most practical ways in which blockchain has been used, most especially in Africa and all over the world, has been in fintech, in the fintech industry. So apart from fintech, what are the other possible or most promising use cases for blockchain technology in Africa at the moment?
Okay, thank you. Well, so far, I'd still put more emphasis on the fintech side, mostly because I believe Web 1 sort of broke the imaginary borders of information. Web 2 broke the borders of communication, and I believe Web 3 so far has broken the borders of monetization. So we've seen a lot of Africans. Oh, you can't hear me? Sorry. We've seen a lot of Africans getting involved in Web3 by receiving money, by trading. I remember back in 2020, 2021, in Kenya, we had a lot of activity between Kenya and Nigeria in the peer-to-peer marketplace. We used to trade a lot. I think we're still doing it. And I'm seeing a lot of money coming in through cryptocurrencies that is not monitored. I had someone in the morning talking about remittance, but none of the remittance coming to Africa through cryptocurrencies is not recorded. But aside from that, I see a lot of initiatives encouraging building. I see a lot of initiatives, a lot of like Vitalik was in Kenya in February. A lot of companies, like I represent Internet Computer Protocol, and we are pushing for building. We're seeing more developers getting trained, for example, the Web3 bridge. We're seeing a lot of companies coming in saying we want more developers from Africa, we want more products from Africa, which I believe is disruptive.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Yvonne. Yes, so I think from her, in her opinion, and in the opinion of the generality of most Africans, payment remains one of the key factors for driving the adoption of Web3 in Africa. I mean, when there's an ease of making payments, cross-border remittances, I mean, it's something that, one of the major problems we have in Africa is unbanked, being unbanked, right? We have so much unbanked population, people that have least or very minimum access to basic financial services, very basic financial services, deposits, withdrawals, and so, So, I mean, Web3 is helping to reshape this definition, this narrative, and bringing us a more, an easier access for these services. So, let's have Harry. Yes, Harry, great to have you here.
Same here. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. So, I would ask a question. All over Africa, we've seen a tide of different countries adopting blockchain, creating and formulating blockchain policies, just as one of the speakers earlier, Senator, mentioned. For instance, Nigeria had her blockchain, but it has been in the works, but was formally approved earlier this year. So what do you think? How can national governments, governments of different countries within Africa, what do you think can be done for them to also incorporate this? I mean, what can make them expose? Is it education? Is it do they need to be more educated about what blockchain offers? I mean, what can be done to help government adopt blockchain at a national scale?
Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Harry Obi, and I currently lead Super Team Nigeria. Super Team is a community of developers, marketers, creators working on exciting Solana projects. So if you want to work on Solana, I'm the person to meet. I'm also representing Cloud P2P here. We have a stand at the back, so we're seamless P2P platform. Please meet us at the back. I'll tell you. I need to sell my market, no vex. Yeah, to the question. What a lot of us do not know, especially us that are in the front end, is that the reason why a lot of your products are struggling with finding product market fit is not because you're not building an amazing product. It's not because the consumers or the users are not there. It's not because your growth marketer that you hired isn't doing an amazing job. It is simply because we've not been able to solve the issue of regulation. It's as simple as that. The moment we solve regulatory issues when it comes to blockchain, you will find out that all of your struggles, many of them will disappear. So don't blame your good marketer or your marketing manager. Find ways to get involved in the regulatory discussions. Now, to answer the question, the approach I've seen from governments that have sort of scaled this process is first learn before legislate. Yeah. I used to work at FTX, and I remember my CEO would often go to the house and speak to senators. Now the senators wanted to learn about crypto, about blockchain and use cases before they formulate policies. That is how it should be. You learn about the technology, you educate yourself before you form policies. You should not go the direction of a Mefele where you ban and then you want to start having discussions with CBAN and other policymakers and say, I want to understand this technology, what is happening? I was at the last CBAN meeting with regulators, and it was shocking because they were asking us, what should we do, what should we do? First, unban us now, that should be the first thing, yeah? So the first thing is, generally for a government policymaker here, the first thing is learn about the technology, learn about the use case before you formulate these policies. And that's how advanced governments in America, in other countries that have scaled regulatory policies have done.
Okay, thank you. Please a round of applause for Harry. Okay, I think everybody has had at least one question answered. So yes, so this is a free question now, an open question. What do you think anybody can answer actually? So what do you think can foster international collaboration between African countries? I mean, what one country can do, I think 3 countries should do that better. Am I right? All right, great. So let's say between, for instance now, I mean, we are kind of isolated when it comes to blockchain adoption and usage in Nigeria. So what do you think are the steps that can be taken to foster, for instance, we have the African Union. African Union has been very helpful in facilitating international trade, international dispute settlements and all this kind of stuff. So how do you think the African Union, for instance, can initiate a blockchain adoption policy and enable that to interact, to enable interaction between African countries? Yes, anybody? Okay, great. So, Lucky. Okay.
All right, so just like
all right.
In like 15 seconds.
Okay, no problem.
Number one, we have to realize that there are powers that be at the governmental level that are outside Africa.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, we have to agree that we want to kick out the powers that be and allow us, rule ourselves equitably. Then number three, learn about the technology. Blockchain doesn't solve everything. Our problem is fundamentally a human problem. Like there's no such thing as bad technology. So we're asked questions, what of the scams that happen on blockchain? And I'm like, doesn't account for up to 1% of money laundering that happens on the current financial systems. So there are bad people, there's no bad technology. So I think if we address those things one to the other, faster.
All right, thank you. Very quickly, just Lucky before we round up, please. Okay, all right. Just 20 seconds, please.
I believe that blockchain is usually grown by communities. Okay. And in the Africa community, in the African blockchain community, I think it's usually innovation and then regulation. So we can't really rely on governments to bring us together like the African Union and the likes. We have to do it intentionally. We have to interact. We can't work in silos. You can't say Nigeria is doing this, East Africa is doing this, or South Africa is doing that. We have to intentionally work together to build the African blockchain community. For example, we have, this event, I think that's a nice place to build our communities. Like this one, and we also have a blockchain event happening in Kenya. Just shamelessly shilling myself that I'd like to invite you all to. It's Safari. It's happening on September 18th to 24th. So if you get the opportunity to come, please join us. Thank you.
All right. One recommendation I will make is we have to go from the general education practice to a more intentional approach, because I think, like he said, there are powers that be. And the thing is, you can't struggle with these powers. So what we can do is, influencers are here. We should stick to the core of this technology. The core of the technology is P2P, to bypass every middleman. That is the core.
Sorry, just to cut you short, is it possible to bypass every middleman?
Yes, it is very possible. And this is what I mean. Okay. By doing an intentional education, not the general, what is Web3 and intentional. Why do I say that? Because if you look at the time that CBN had to ban the whole banning they made, you see people still found a way, because Web3 offers a solution. And all we need to do is sell this solution, the information of it to people. Now, freelancers are here. Most of them don't know what is USDT. Now, if the knowledge is there, the knowledge of what the technology can do, not the knowledge of, the next shit coin that is going to pump. If intentional knowledge is there, people will adopt it, You can chase them away, you can ban, but look at what is happening within the P2P. They blocked the Flutterwave integration and the rest of them. But till now, we still have people here bidding P2P solution because the solution is there, the demand is there, and there's market for it. So there should be intentional education. Yeah.
All right, that's great. Intentional education is the word.
All right. So I think there's so much emphasis on technology. I think the emphasis has to be the emphasis on human beings. There's no technology without human beings. And therefore, protocol owners across the world should begin to ask the question, how do we intentionally develop the human talent? The higher the density of developing community, the easier it is for people to think about what solution can we build to suit the local entity. So more emphasis on human beings than the technology. Oh, we have the best technology in the world. It doesn't do anything. It's human being first.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much for having us on the panel session. Yeah, please.
It's a round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much, Ezekiel. That was an amazing one. Please, I'd like some people to help me with the chairs. I'd like some volunteers to help me with the chairs. So quickly now, I'm going to be doing a giveaway that really matters. And I'll tell you why I say giveaway that matters. I'm going to be giving out 4 shawarma right here, right now. The vendor is downstairs. I've made payment for it already. And I know that some of us are hungry, right? I'm not convinced though. I think you are too rich for this giveaway I want to do, honestly. So, okay, firstly, please, I want everybody at the back, that the booth, please, can we come and have our seats? There are 2 options. So I'd like to work with the ushers. Now, tell me, where are you? I'd like to work with the ushers and the protocol members. Everybody at the back, even the speakers, if we're going to entertain people, can we just go outside to do that? I don't want to see anybody at the back right now. Please, the booths are closed for now until we're going to have a tea break, like I mentioned, and we're going to have the opportunity to visit all the booths. Please, everybody at the back, everyone at the back. I don't want to see anybody standing. I want the protocol members to work with me. You have 2 options. You can please take the conversation outside of the hall entirely. We have a good, we have a good veranda. We have a good environment where we can have that conversation. So right now, everybody, please work with me. If we don't do that, I'm not going to continue with the event. Everybody, nobody should be standing at the back right now. So find your seat or take the conversation outside now. Thank you. Let's take the call. I can see some people standing. That young man collecting woman's number. I can see you from here. Clearly in 3B. Please, I would come back. I will come there myself if I have to. And I need people that are working with the booth to sit down. We have chairs there, so please just sit down. Everybody sit down. The speakers, if you want to talk to somebody, go outside. So I'm the master of ceremony, in case you don't know, that's the full meaning of MC. So I'm going to be, by the authority invested in me, to be the master of ceremony for this event. I'm going to, share that same authority, make it a little bit decentralized to the protocol members. If you see anybody standing at the back, seize their phone. Now let me tell you, if you see anybody standing, talking, seize their phones now. Thank you so much. Okay, I think it's better now. So ladies and gentlemen, right about now, quickly without any further ado, trust me, you see people don't need the shawarma. Nobody's reminding me. You are still shy. One of the things that Joladi mentioned is that be what? Be hungry. But first and foremost, hungry. Because if you are not hungry, many of us is because, to be honest, if you are here because you are hungry, let me see your hand. I'm not talking, the reason why you started learning this skill is because you know that if you don't, you know that it's either you do Elon Musk or you do this. You know what I mean. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome our next speaker. Please let's jam our hands together we're going to be having Paul Emmanuel. Round of applause for Paul Emmanuel. From Stacknet. Let's keep jamming our hands together for him till he gets here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, remote, remote. Slide, slide. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to talk about Stacknet, which is a layer two on top of Ethereum. So what it does basically, it helps scale Ethereum. So if you already know, I mean, there's something called blockchain trilemma, right? You can't have both decentralization, security, and scalability. So for Ethereum, it is decentralized, it is secure, but it's not able to scale to the amount that actually like going to serve everyone. So I would okay. No. This is not a slide. This is not a slide. No. I sent it to the email today. Sorry. Polymono. See. Scaling Ethereum. Okay, I think this is too. Okay, I can go now, yeah? Okay, so yeah, so today I'm basically going to talk about Stacknet 101. And my name is Paul Emmanuel. I'm the CM at Stacknet Africa. And this is the agenda we have for today. We talk about the blockchain problem. We talk about why Stacknet. We give a brief intro on Cairo. We have already had like 2 workshops. You had one on Thursday and Friday. We gave an in-depth overview of Cairo. Then we also talk about smart wallets. I know you might have heard of account abstraction. So yeah, so the blockchain problem. So just like I said before, you can't have all this, right? So Ethereum has Ethereum is decentralized. It has security. So now, if we want to scale Ethereum, we can have another layer on top of Ethereum, which is layer 2, right? And sorry, okay. So now, what layer 2 does is it handles transaction of Ethereum, right? Ethereum is the base layer, right? So it's handles transaction like off chain. Ethereum is on chain, and it utilizes Ethereum security. And the layer 1 handles the DA, which is data availability, decentralization, security. Why layer 2 handles the scalability, right? And yeah, so for we have different types of layer 2. We have side chains, we have plasma, we have roll-ups, and so the one we are going to focus on today is roll-ups because Stacknet is a type of roll-up. And what's roll-ups like the function is to scale Ethereum like generally. And how they do that is that they bundle different transactions and post it on the layer 1, right? So we have different types of rollups. We have fraud proof, and we have ZK rollups. And Stacknet is under zero knowledge, zero knowledge rollups. So why Stacknet? So we are going to look at this. This is the current layer 1 problem, whereby you have a block producer which executes transaction and produces a new state. then each validator here has to re-execute this transaction, which actually consumes a lot of computational power, right? And when it does this, it kind of like makes Ethereum not to be very much scalable, right? So now which is why layer 2's rollups were introduced. So now let's head to Stacknet, whereby you have, this is a sequencer, you have a sequencer which executes a transaction, then it produces a new state. But it doesn't just produce a new state just like layer 1. It produces a new state with a proof. So now, when it sends down this new state, new state to the validators, if validators can trust that this new state is valid because it's based on like cryptographic proof, right? Based on ZK. So here is a simple representation of what validity proof is. So validity proof is to computation what ZK encryption is to file size. So for validity proof, it's more like compression of computation, but for ZK algorithm, it's compression of file size. So validity proof is an implementation of zero knowledge proofs. It uses ZK proof to guarantee computational integrity. So let's look at this quote. We have this quote that says, doing the right thing even when no one is looking, right? That's actually what validity proof does. So for Stacknet, they use validity proof for scaling and not for privacy. So ZK rollup is a misnomer and Stacknet is a validity rollup. So Stacknet uses stacks and not snacks. So in the next slide, we are going to look at the differences between stack and snacks. So here is the differences between stack. Whoa, okay. So here is the difference between stack and snack. So for stack, the verification time is polylogarithmic. Why for snack it's constant. So for snack, it doesn't matter how complex the transaction is. The verification time is always going to be constant. So the proof size, the proof is what we send down to the layer 1, which is the verifier, right? And the proof size of stack is larger than that one of snack. So right now, you might be asking what's reason why Stackware chose to build using stack instead of snack. Two major reasons is because stack doesn't require a trusted setup, while snack does. So for snack, you need to like feed the system with let's say, yeah, you need to feed the system with like, let's say secrets, right? So if it doesn't get to like this dispose the secret, right, it's actually it might compromise the system. So, and also stack is quantum secure because the cryptographic primitive uses hash function, but for snack it's not quantum secure. So this is the summary of why we need Stacknet. So I'm going to share the slide later. So let's head to Cairo, which is the programming language we use on Stacknet, right? So it was released in 2020 and is the first provable programming language. It can be used outside of the blockchain, but actually it was low level and it has a steep learning curve. It's difficult to learn and can't guarantee proof of failed execution, which is what Sierra like introduced. But I'm going to like show it in the next slide. So sequencers are also not compensated upon like the failure of the transaction. So yeah, this is Sierra I talked about. So introducing the new kernel with the new syntax, which is inspired by Rust, is high-level language. It's easier to learn, and it's inspired by Rust, just like I said right now. It compares to Sierra, which guarantees that even when a transaction fails, it's going to produce a proof. Okay, so yeah, so I don't have enough time, so let me just go through, and I mean that's actually all, but I wanted to head to where I will talk about account abstraction, reason why we need account abstraction, because if we are going to like onboard the next 1 billion users, we need to like make it easy for them to interact with crypto, right? With interact with like the Web3. Sorry. Okay, so let me just highlight the benefits of account abstraction. Normally, you know, MetaMask, it has let's say as an example, right? You need to, let's say, sign every transaction that you make, but for account abstraction, what it does is you can use multi-core. It bundles these transactions into one. You can have section keys for games, right? So you don't have to sign into every section that you want to like have in your game. So, and you can, well, so probably I'll just share the slide since my time is up, and so that's it. So you can read through when I share the slide and have it. So thanks.
Thank you so much. So I had a very interesting conversation. I've had, you know, more than one, because I have had like with two of our speakers, and it's about sharing their slides with us so that, you know, it can be an open source for us to reference and to go through even when we leave here. And can we join hands together for our speakers who are going to do that? Thank you so much. I want to implore us, please keep up with the conversations online so you can know how to get the slides, because we want it to be accessible to as many of us as possible. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, the time for giveaway. If you're ready for giveaway, let me say yeah, yeah. Now, who said no? Someone said no, yeah. You think it's a prank? Whatever we do today, are you sure? Is he your man? Why are you defending him? Are you human rights activist? Defender will be defendless. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's jam my Instagram. By the way, we want to give out an AirPod, because I don't want to imagine, I don't want to believe that the person misplaced it, but we need the case because it's only the. So if you are looking for your own, this is my way of saying if you misplaced yours, please come and get it. But if you want to give it out, like you didn't drop, you had intention to like bless someone with it. If that's, you just bring out the casing. So right now, speaking of you, we have to make welcome for 2 minutes. Let's jam together for Zenibank. A big round of applause for Zenibank, ladies and gentlemen. See what they are giving out to iPad. Is it Jota? Is iPad? You can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, my name is Julius Adedoyin. I work with Zenith Bank PLC. I'm here with my colleague. Samson Badmus is his name. We are here. We manage Ayodeji Awoshika accounts, and we think it would be an interesting thing if you can come here also to get as much as we can get on board. And I know you guys are millionaires in dollars. I know now. I know you guys are millionaires in dollars. Yeah, please. We have a booth at the back. We've been here since morning. Some of our guys, you know, we have signed up some. We need more people, but the time is fast going, so we need to leave. So that's why we said they should give us some minutes. My colleague will pass a sheet now. Just put in your name, your phone number, your email address. We'll get in touch with you to see how we can get your account open and all that. Also, we have a lot of time there. My colleague will share it around for us. It's a giveaway now. And I have a giveaway also for the MC. So MC will get the giveaway first. so please just give us your name and your phone number. We will contact you. We will open the account for you. Any account that you want, we'll open it for you. And I'm telling you, you are going to have another experience of banking. You know, I know you guys don't like going to bank, so you're going to have another experience of banking. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you.
That's for you, sir.
Thank you so much. One of us was Zenibank. Now, I'm going to say this. It's not because they gave me gift to very rock star, but I need to tell you the truth. Now, relationship that people have with banks is like the one you have when you are winning a lady. You know, the process of having to like be like, yo, you're my sugar. they will beg you to get your information. Then the moment you open the account, one thing like this, but Zenith Bank is not like that. That's what I want you to know. I've been using Zenith Bank now for how many years? It's the truth. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, we're going to the next coin panel session. Let's jam together for Zenith Bank once again. God bless Zenith. I think it's iPad that is inside. I'm so excited. It looks like. All right, please, can we have next coin? We're having the next coin panel session right about now. See, trust me, we actually have so many giveaways. Just bear with us. Remember, a lucky winner is going in with a brand new iPhone 12 Pro pouch. Yes, pouch. Courtesy of the corporate MC. All right, can we have next coin? Please, a round of applause for them. Let's join my hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. So you introduce yourself first. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Yes. Yeah, I know it has been a really long day, so but don't worry. We're about to talk about money in this panel session. We're talking about money in this panel session, and I promise it's going to be very interesting. I have people that have made a lot of money from Web3, blockchain. I'm setting them up. And they're about to talk to us about the space and what exactly what it means for us to use this space for our own benefit. And we are going to we'll be talking about a lot of these sessions have been about the technical aspects, and especially the last one where I'm seeing some things I don't even understand. So, but now we want to talk about blockchain, right? That technology. How do we even use it? How does it make sense for the person selling pepper on the road, right? Like, what does it mean for that person? So we're talking about on-chain finance, right? And how it can be beneficial for Africans. So, but before we start, let me, I'm going to allow my panelists to introduce themselves and just tell me briefly their own chain journey. How did you get here? What was it like? How did you become, should I say, forced to reckon with in that space, within this on-chain space or blockchain space?
Thank you. Thank you, Bolu. I don't know about forced to reckon with, but just a little bit about me. My name is Liza Otoin. I lead marketing and comms at Nestcoin. A little bit about my on-chain journey. I'm one of those people that started buying and trading crypto in 2016, 2017. And at the time, I just heard there's money to be made. And I was like, is it MMM? Like, why is there money to be made? I started buying, selling, trading crypto. And then I was curious about what the actual technology is. And I remember someone saying to me, go and read the Bitcoin white paper. And I opened it and I was like, this is not a real thing that anybody expects me to read and understand. And so there was just a lot of educating that I had to do for myself. disturbing my friends about wallets, how do you use Trust? How do you use MetaMask? What is this? And once I started to understand the space a little bit deeply, I decided, you know what, I may not be a technical person. I'm a comms person. My background is in comms and fashion. I've worked in the corporate space, but I was like, I have these skills and I can bring them into the Web3 space. And so at the time I started looking for opportunities, and fortunately, they were building something really exciting at Nestcoin, and I was like, you know what, I want to be part of it. And that brings me to today.
Okay, I'm Chibi Twamadi. Online, I'm known as Chibi. On Twitter, saying Chibi. My first introduction to cryptocurrency, I think, was in 2017. I had the choice to buy Bitcoin or TBC, and I made the foolish decision to buy TBC. You guys remember, but either way, I still bought a little Bitcoin in 2017, but the part of writing code and all came in around end of 2017 when I wrote my first smart contract, and then I did some Hunger-driven development or supply-driven development for like 2 years down to 2020 when I got hired by Gitcoin, by Kevin Woki. I think we had a talk yesterday, and so I was opportune to be among those that as the second generation engineers at Gitcoin to build the grants product, the bounties, hackathon product at Gitcoin. Did that for the last 3 years, all through the breakthrough for the DAO and the recent decentralized products Gitcoin has now, Grant Stack and the likes. So that's been my journey with cryptocurrency. Right now I'm building a startup, Paycrest. I think we'll learn more about that later also, we'll save time. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. That was really interesting. Yeah. Okay, I've not introduced myself also. My name is Bolu Abiodun. I'm a reporter at TechPoint Africa, and I have an on-chain journey too. Well, I don't have money, but I also have an on-chain journey. So I think I got into, I learned about crypto in 2020, I think that COVID period, and it was quite sad. It was scammed I was scammed, right, when I first entered crypto. I was scammed many times. It was not just 2020, 2021, 2022. They just kept scamming me. There was a particular time there was this particular coin I bought, when you go to, what's that platform? When you go to, you copy this contract and then you paste it there and then you get the coin. Yes, Pancake Swap, thank you. Right. And then I did that. And then I saw the coin going up, right? I think I spent $50 on that coin. I saw it going up, 100K next day, 1 million. $1 million for the third day. And then I'll walk into the office and I'll be like, I'll look at them like, if you don't know, I'm about to blow, right? And I was thinking about how I'll just pull up with my Benz to the office the next day. Well, I don't want to relive the trauma, but yeah, let's stop there. All right, so interesting journey you had, Liza, and I noticed, you were talking about Bitcoin, and now you were like, okay, I'm not going to read this. Universally, there's money to be made. Let me just make that money. But thinking about crypto that way, right, where you just think about, oh, it's just a way to make money, I think there's more to it, right? It's a technology that can actually help people get, financial freedom, get financial inclusion. A lot of people will not agree with me, right? But we'll get there. So I want us to help people think about blockchain, right? On-chain finance, right? As how can it help us, beyond trading and speculations? How can it help us? So my question is, if we are going to take on-chain finance if we are going to adopt on-chain finance, right? How will it be different from what we have now? We already have finance, right? We have our banking apps, we have all those things. Chibi, how will it look like? How are we going to bring it? How is it going to be different from what we currently have? How will on-chain finance be different from the traditional finance we already have?
Okay, how is on-chain finance different from the traditional finance? So basically what I would say is traditional finance is centralized. You have central bank, you have an authority, so it's censored. You have that, but for on-chain finance, it's decentralized. So there's no central authority, no single point of failure. So that means you can transact peer-to-peer in a secure way, it's not transparent, and also I think that's basically the difference.
All right. Thank you very much.
So the thing now is why should I think I still want you can also chip in, but I also want Chibi to take in, right? Just like a follow-up to what you answered, right? You said what we have now is much centralized, on-chain finance, is decentralized and things like that. So, but why should Africans care, right? As a reporter, when I do these stories, I notice that people don't really care. When you say the word blockchain, nobody even cares about that blockchain. What it means is, how can it help me? How can it solve my problem? So, why should Africans care about on-chain finance?
Why should Africans care about on-chain finance? I think there's a common problem in Africa. We have common problems across African countries. We have the issue of oppressive leadership. We want to give more people a voice. We have the issue of poverty. We have SDG goals, goal 1, SDG goal 8, trying to bring economic empowerment and the likes. So I think on-chain finance gives you that voice, gives you that freedom to transact. A speaker before this session spoke about how you have freedom to transact as a gig worker. You can get money from your employer abroad in crypto without considering your color or anything. So I think that gives a level of freedom. And then one important thing that happened in recent times, which there's a lot of nuances around this, but one thing that really showed me during the NSAS movement, I realized how a lot of it gave people a voice, and it showed the power of what cryptocurrency could do, because most of the accounts were being blocked and stuff, but then people could use Bitcoin to fund movements like that. So you see, that's a good light. When people think cryptocurrency is just for terrorist organizations, it's just for money laundering, we are seeing it push a good cause for giving people a voice. So I think Africa should care, because we want to raise above the poverty line, and we want to give people a voice. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you can add to that.
Okay, I'm just gonna before I answer the question, I'm just gonna take a quick poll. If you're in this room and you've been denied an opportunity just based on the fact that you are African, so a job opportunity, a visa opportunity, something that has to do with banking or money, if you've been denied an opportunity because you are African in this room, please put your hands up. I see that there are a few of us that have been, and I think that's really what this is about, right? It's about leveling the playing field, right? What's happening is you're getting into a space where you can play equally. All of a sudden, it doesn't matter where you're from, who you are. One of the best examples that I use, and it's about finance, but it's also about all the other great things that can happen on chain. So on chain art, if you're an artist that has created art and you're trying to sell it to other parts of the world, it's easy for you to put that art on chain. You can easily get money from somebody in China who's willing to pay for your art. You're not thinking about, I need to open a Zenith bank account and open a DOM account, and then I need to see how they're going to send the money to me. It's money that you can get. It's money that you can get instantly. And one of the things that really shocked me recently is, so at Nestcoin, we're building a product called Onboard Wallet. And I'll talk a little bit more about Onboard Wallet later. But the idea for us is really, how do we onboard people to crypto with this simple self-custody wallet? And I'm sure that, a lot of you in this room know what self-custody is. And the idea is that you're custodying your own assets and not being I don't want to say victim, but you're not necessarily waiting for banks to allow you to do your own transactions. And like we've all been speaking about today, it's really difficult, right? It's really difficult to use crypto. And what we've tried to do is abstract a lot of that crypto jargon and make it very simple for people to use. Now with Onboard Wallet, we did a partnership with Base just last week or 2 weeks ago. And there were a bunch of other projects. It was called On-Chain Summer, and we partnered with a bunch of artists artists and musicians actually who brought their work on chain. We helped them do everything that they needed to do, and to our surprise, in 72 hours we made over $50,000. A lot of these artists walked away with like 8 or 9K each, and it really just shows you what can happen if you're able to put your work on chain, show it to the rest of the world, earn money from it, and the opportunities are just they're just really endless. So I definitely think that is why Africans should care. And another very simple thing, please, you guys, you should care because you should be holding your money in stable coins. I know how many of us save 1 million at the start of the year, and at the end of the year, it's basically the value of 700K because the value of your funds have eroded. And that's another reason that you should care, right? Because you can hold your money in stable coins that allow you to actually preserve the value and grow your wealth like you should be able to in a normal part of the world.
All right, thank you very much. Wow, 9K for art. Why didn't you call me? I can draw too. All right, so interesting thing, it's very interesting, right? Personally too, I think I can say reasons why we need to care about on-chain finance, right? I was just sitting here and I was able to send money to someone, right, outside the country, right? Very, very fast, very easy, right? But there's still a lot of, right? You agree with me that it's not a mainstream, right? People, you can't just walk up to someone and say, "Oh, give me your wallet, let me send you that money," right? It's not mainstream. What are those things standing in the way of, if this thing is so good, right? If I can hold my money in USDT, if I can sell art and make so much money, what are those things standing in the way? What are those barriers, right, to using on-chain finance in Africa? Okay,
I think basically for me, just two. One is regulatory framework. Some persons think crypto guys don't want crypto regulated, but I think that's the opposite. We actually want regulations because we have regulations, then we have legitimacy. It means we can build confidently, we can give investors trust to invest in African products or blockchain projects. So I think the absence of regulation is an obstacle to on-chain finance for us. And there are conversations coming up with the SEC rule that they brought out in 2022, and we have more conversations happening even this year as we speak. That's one, regulatory absence of regulations. Second thing would be the mindset, right? In crypto, I know two mindsets, right? One, degen mindset and a regen mindset. The degen folks just want to make money, and a lot of people in Africa got onboarded to crypto from crypto trading, airdrops, and so it's just about profit making, right? But then with conferences like this happening, there's a shift going to regenerative thinking, where we can see that crypto can be for public good. Crypto can do something much greater. We can have tools that can help people access more money. Like for instance, as this one, our work was with quadratic funding and the likes, how projects can get money. If you be funded with this, I know a lot of people here that have got funding via quadratic, gotten money via quadratic funding grants. So you see that we can move to the regenerative mindset where it's not just profit making, but we can think for the collective prosperity. If we prosper collectively as a society, then we can have individual prosperity too. So let's think about products that can solve problems in the long term for Africa and for Nigeria. So I think those two limitations. Yeah.
Okay, so our time is up, but I think Liza, you want to add to that, right?
So I was still in line with what he was saying. I agree with everything he said, by the way, but I think it's something that's really important on the side of customers and individuals is obviously finding ways to educate yourself about what is possible in this space. And on the side of people who are building in this space, there's a lot of education that we need. Like I said, trying to understand it on my own was so difficult. I'm glad that I had people around me to support me. And I think that's what's great about some of the work that Web3 Bridge is doing and, IIHQ, a bunch of other companies here today. But I think the other side of it is also building really simple products. One of the things that we're doing in Web3 and especially in the finance space is building things that's so difficult for people to use. And I hate to give a shameless plug. They pay me to plug my products. Onboard Wallet, that is what we're trying to do. A really simple wallet that connects people to the global economy. We have a booth at the back. And if you're interested in knowing more about the wallet, we have some cards there that you can sort of use to download the wallet. You can go to onboard.xyz or onboard wallet on Twitter or Instagram. One of the things that we're doing as well is we're giving people free USDT and BNB because one of the biggest challenges is gas fees, right? And so we're like, okay, you know what? We're going to give you free BNB when you come in so that that issue is sorted. We also give you USDT to actually test the product, because that's another thing, right? You enter a crypto wallet and they expect you to put your money in there. And you're like, you don't want to be like this guy that loses money every other year, right? You want something to actually test with. Test the platform, test the P2P platform that we have on there as well. And yeah, so, for the people on the building side, there's the education that we need to do and simplification. And then for the people on the using side, there's also just find ways to educate yourself about what's going on in the space.
Awesome. Please, a round of applause for my panelists. Yeah. So, yeah, that's. I think our time is already up. I think the MC is already looking at me funny. So don't be like me, right? Go to the booth, right? Ask them everything you want to know about, using a wallet, sending money with crypto, and I'm sure to answer all your questions. Thank you very much.
Can we join my hands together for them? Thank you so much for the light. So we'll do that too. As I had free USDT, you've sold. I'm sold already. I'm coming. Ladies and gentlemen, please, without any further ado, we make welcome Alpha Day. Round of applause for Alpha Day. After now, we're going to be having Richard. Trust me, we're about to get to the end of our list, but sit tight. And in case you're wondering, there's refreshment. Yes. Who's excited? No, there's refreshment outside actually. So you have to use your money to go get the refreshment. But don't worry, you can just connect online while you're doing that so that you don't miss on any part of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, now we make welcome Alpha Day. Round of applause for Alpha Day. Alpha Day, we're waiting for you. How many of us are curious to know what Zenith Bank gave me? You don't want to know. Why are you passing through? What's going on?
Oh, hello everyone. Hello. Good evening. Yeah, I know we are tired and stuff, but I just want to go over a few of the challenges that we face at Alpha Day while trying to use Web3 data. So I'm not here to shield Alpha Day to you or anything. I just want to talk about Alpha Day, the process we went through, the problems we faced, and how we solve them for ourselves. So first, I'm Gideon Anyalewechi. I'm a back-end engineer at Alpha Day. So I've been with Alpha Day for 2 years now, and I'm a graduate of Unizik, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, and I'm enthusiastic about back-end development, Web3, mainly things Python and DevOps. Yep. So if you're interested in building Web3 apps or transitioning a Web2 app to Web3 apps, this talk may be vital for you. So first we'll go over Web3 data generally, the overview of the space, and then we'll talk about the challenges and solutions we faced, basically in 3 small sections. First, we'll talk about the problems we had with aggregating and the solutions, storing that data, and then also problems we had displaying the data. So yeah, I already talked about myself. Shout out to my teammates who helped me prepare the slide, Charles and Jonathan. So this image just represents a very small fraction of protocols and sources of data that we could have in Web3. And you can see how easy it could be for you to be overwhelmed as a user, and then also as a developer, how do you build toolings that could help aggregate this data and present them properly. So this is Alpha Day. This is a screenshot of the product, a recent screenshot. So we have a few things here. Different boards, lots of stuff happening, arranged. There's news and events and summaries. But we are not here to talk about Alpha Day. I'm just giving this picture because I want you to imagine what I'm talking about so that it doesn't seem abstract, the product I'm trying to talk about, or when I'm talking about the challenges or the solutions we went over. So first we'll go over the challenges, and we'll see, starting with aggregating Web3 data. So like we saw in the previous slide, you could see that you could easily get overwhelmed with the number of data sources that you have, the number of options, and how do you deal with that? Also, there's the frequency, the timing of updates, right? So Ethereum blocks finalize in 12 seconds. Different protocols have their ways of doing stuff. So you just have to get your timing right so that you optimally import this data or aggregate this data. So with storing data, the biggest issue you could face is normalizing this data. So first, back to the data sources problem. Each of these sources is unique. It has its own uniqueness. The data types, the structure of this data are different. So how do you normalize it for your own product? Then there's also the volume of data updates that you could have. So do you store in a database given the volume of data updates that are coming? How do you store? How do you go through that process of storing? So do you batch things or not? So also displaying Web3 data could be complicated or complex. So because there's a lot of data to go over here, you could easily overwhelm a user. So you want to present this data in such a way that the user is not overwhelmed and can consume this data optimally. All right. Also, with displaying Web3 data, lots of data performance. So lots of moving parts. So how do you update or optimize your app for performance? Because there's a lot of things going on here. Okay, also we could have identity issues with Web3. So yeah, identity issues. So we'll go over the solutions. So with aggregating data, essentially we built a solution we call Termite. So essentially what it does is scraping through data, right? So on the background, lots of background processes with different engines for different kinds of sources. So we largely broke down our sources types to the kind of data they return. Like we have RSS engines and JSON engines just for the kind of source. So it was a high level abstraction for these kinds of data sources. So we had engines for each of these kinds of data sources. Also, we made them modular enough such that whatever data source we have, we could easily import data for this data source. So abstraction was a key part of this. Then frequent timing of the timing of frequent updates. Essentially, we just use a scheduler. It's not too complicated. You set times for, because of the modularity of Termite, you could set different times or updates regularity for each of these engines or for each data source. All right, so steering Web3 data, how did we solve that? Well, it was all about planning, basically. So you have a picture of a very big model schema. And essentially, if you're going to normalize data, then you have to think of abstraction. You have to find a common ground between these data sources and then try to build a solution that caters for the sources that you have now and sources that you could have in the future. The volume of data updates, essentially AWS helped us out a lot. We had a high availability infrastructure, and modularity also helped us because we could always run an instance of Termite and update whatever data source that we want to whenever we want to. So in a case where a data source fails or something happens while pulling this data, we can easily pick it back up and then rerun it. Then with displaying Web3 data, again, it goes back to planning, just like we did with the model schema that is on the back-end side. On the front-end side, you also have to do a lot of planning. Your UI has to be on point, so you have to design properly, right, such that the user can consume this data optimally and is not overwhelmed by it. Also, with the issue of performance in displaying this data, well, you can't talk about fixing performance without profiling. So you first profile, find where you have bottlenecks, and then you go over it, find solutions for it. It could include caching and things like that. Identity issues, essentially we use solutions common in the Web3 space, Coinbase, Wallet Connect, and MetaMask. Yeah, that's it. I'm Gideon.
Please, a round of applause for Gideon. All right, so far so good. I think Gideon is our number 2 on that leaderboard. Total of 10 minutes and 45 seconds. David is still number 1. So right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having Richard. How many of us are excited? But before we do that, if you are hungry and you know, clap your hands. If you are hungry and you know, clap your hands. I can see people that are not clapping. Look at this lady. What's going on? Is everything fine? These are you listening. How many of us feel overwhelmed? Be honest. You feel overwhelmed by all this. Thank you. Thank you. Like, it's looking like a lot. It's a what? So I'm going to tell us something quickly as we're getting ready to have Richard now. Listen, many of the things that will change your life drastically forever are the simple adjustments that you make. That's all. I'm not emotional speaker. I'm going to put it like that. But I'm being very honest with us. The small adjustment, okay, let me try to just start sleeping by, 8 o'clock and wake up. Sleep is important, by the way. Don't let anybody force feed you the fact that, oh, why are you sleeping? When your mates are out there making plenty. Sleep is quite important. So learn to make those small adjustments, learn to adjust and take it one piece at a time. Do you understand? You don't have to like pursue everything that has been said, every actionable plan that we've discussed here today. But pick certain things and like, you know what, I'm going to give this close marking. I'm going to stay on this till I can see certain results. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll do something. Please, we have just 2 minutes for this. Turn to your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor. Say hi. Say hi. Now you're going to ask them in pidgin English. You say, if they go. Say they go. Ask them again. Say, if they move. What's their response? Ask for a response now. You know they move. We have just 2 minutes for this. Are you ready now, ladies and gentlemen? If you are here, you can only dance in your brain. Every time you try to send that dance to your body, there's traffic. Raise your hand. In your imagination, there's dance. But when it comes to moving your body, there seems to be raise your hand. Wow. Now drop your hands. If you are here, you can only dance when you are sitting down. Anytime you are sitting, oh my God. The dance does not stop. But the moment you stand up, the dance and you sit down. If that's you, let me see your hand. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Say today is my day. Free session. I did not get paid to do this, but I'm going to do it all the same. For free. Why? Because I love you. So I'm going to be teaching you how to dance now. First things first, I'm going to give a motivational speech about dance. Sorry, more like a word of wisdom. Touch your neighbor, tell your neighbor, say, he who must learn how to dance must not be afraid to look stupid. Are we ready now? Are we ready? It's a very popular dance right now. If you're very popular with TikTok. The dance looks like when they are, when you are going through a deliverance session in an Orthodox church, or maybe something like an exorcism, where the dance is like this. How many of us have seen the dance? How many of us can do the dance? Nobody can do the dance. You can do it. You don't know the gifts I have for the person that can do it too. You don't know the gift I have. All right. So before we leave here today, by 12 on dot, in the next couple of seconds now, we're going to be having Richard join us online. So for our own beautiful sessions, he's going to be having a very interesting conversation with us on Web3. But after that, I'll teach everybody how to dance, and you're going to get it. See, I'm going to get it. But first and foremost, I need a very good response. You know why you are doing all this? Look at when we started, this place, all this front seat was filled. Look at it now. Gradually, people will be going. You know why? Because he's lonely at the top. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, are we online now? Are we live? Is Richard with us? You know one of the reasons why we brought Richard to talk to us for this, apart from the fact that she's absolutely amazing at what she does and outstanding in her feed, is because we are trying to become richer. All right, so are we good to go? Okay, we're good to go. Is she with us?
I would need to know if you can hear me, if somebody can give me a cue. Uh, hey guys, can you hear me?
Can we give a round of applause? A big round of applause for Rita. Can you hear us too?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Just want to know if I am audible to you and the audience.
You're quite audible. At least I can hear. I can make it. But you might have to, not speak too fast.
Okay, I'll try. Okay, great. So we can get started. Hey everyone, hi, I'm Richa. Very, very happy and honored to be here with Web3 Bridge. And congrats on all the amazing speakers, all the amazing program that's going on today. I hope everybody enjoys and learns a lot in the space. I'll be talking about pushing the boundaries of Web3 UX. Just a quick intro. I'm one of the co-founders at Push Protocol. I also lead marketing at Push. So that's a bit about me. And we'll be covering basically the challenges that we see right now in the Web3 space with respect to UX. Okay, so let's get started. Now, why do we care about the user experience in Web3? And when we talk about a billion users in Web3 and onboarding those billion users, what does that mean? Because when we are saying that there will be billion users coming in Web3, we definitely mean that there'll not be 1 million devs. Developers are people who are curious about the code base, about the smart contract. They want to read the documentation, spend hours, learning about the protocol, how it works. But users are different. Users are people, like you and me, most likely me, who just want to use the product. They just want to learn the features, the use cases, and they're not really there in for the tech. They want to see how the protocol can be helpful for them. And right now, for example, if you look at Web2 applications like Gmail, Yahoo, or YouTube, these are all Web2 applications that basically help users to navigate without any friction, unlike a lot of dApps that we have in Web3. So we'll just deep dive into what are the issues first and the challenges and how we can overcome them in the Web3 space for user experience. So when we talk about UX, let's understand what is broken right now. When I want to explore a new dApp, I probably connect my wallet, and it's not very straightforward, right? Like how you use YouTube, you don't even have to log in right now on YouTube. You can just go and see videos. Probably you cannot comment or like or upload a video. That's fine. But in Web3 right now, when I want to use a dApp, for example, any DeFi application, I need to connect my wallet first, need to know what MetaMask is, need to know what a seed phrase is, and then probably also need to have some ETH in my wallet, and then actually start exploring the dApp or the protocol. But that's not just one step. That's like multiple steps. So 10 interactions probably or more. And that really causes a lot of user friction and users to drop out from using the application. Also, a lot of times the users are expected to know everything about the application, but that's something that in Web2 world we don't really need to know. We can just go to the application, maybe log in through our email ID right now, but also like just explore the application without knowing any underlying protocol or how it works. But that's not the case in Web3. And finally, the lack of communication. And that's like the fun part that I want to cover later in the slide, that right now there is no way, or there's no way by which application dApps and users are able to communicate with each other. And that is something that Push also enables. Now, the user experience problem can be understood like by these 4 case scenarios, that we want to eliminate the learning curve for user experience. We want to embrace AI. We want to remove the user friction that are caused by maybe connecting wallets and then only exploring dApps, and also finally communicating and re-engaging with the users and protocols. So eliminating the learning curve mainly can be addressed through concepts like account abstraction, which is gaining a lot of traction right now. which basically means that, it's a smart contract wallet, which you don't really need to also know the seed phrase for, because it's programmed that way. It can enable a lot more in terms of account recovery, permission control or permissionless controls, meta transaction, which, for example, Lens is a really good example of, where you can explore the social graphs without actually having to pay anything. So your wallet doesn't really need to have ETH. Somebody else would be paying for it, for signing a transaction and taking care of those user friction points. And finally, automation. So right now, a lot of us probably use like Binance or any other CEXes, because over there you can just go and place a limit order. You don't really need to know how to set up, or you really can easily operate the application without having to learn the underlying protocol. The main issue for removing the user friction is basically comes through when you have to connect your wallet. A lot of times we see that, if I want to use, say, a DeFi application, I need to connect the wallet first. I need to, maybe if I need some tokens or any ETH, I need to do a KYC, go to an exchange, on ramp, on off ramp, and get that the token in my wallet in order to operate. So we see a lot of times people not spending that much time on applications. A user would probably spend like 20 or 30 minutes, not more than that. And unlike a dev that would spend hours kind of exploring applications. So removing those friction areas is super important. And a really good example of that is like Uniswap, where the only point where you really need to connect your wallet is when you are actually swapping the token, and everything else for the user is pretty seamless. You don't have to connect your wallet. You can explore the application without any issues. Finally, to communicate and the re-engage part, this is where Push really comes in. So we have built the communication middleware for Web3, which enables any Web3 smart contract, app, or any application to send notification messages tied to user wallet in a multi-chain platform agnostic manner. We are an open communication layer, and other than just like notifications, the notification sending is gasless and it's multi-chain, like I already shared. And we actually started from a hackathon in 2020, and we invented notification for Web3 because back then there was no way for applications to actually deliberately communicate with user wallets. Then we also had more fun using the notification module. We introduced push chat, which is basically wallet to wallet messaging. It makes for a more vibrant and a more engaged community and more two-way conversations. Push chat enables building applications or building chat on top of your protocols or any other application. And all of this is driven by Web3 native notifications. We also have group chat, by which you can create public and private token gated or NFT gated groups. And in order to explore all of this, I think good use cases would be like if you're into a DAO, you can have your DAO community come together in a group and actually have conversations without exposing or doxing your private information or emails. Or for example, if you're into NFTs, you could actually chat with the NFT collector or the NFT owner, and you can have more engaged conversations through privacy and pseudo-anonymous nature of how you want to communicate. Finally, we also recently launched Push Video, which is basically a peer-to-peer video, very similar to like a FaceTime Apple experience, all again driven by notification. And think about it like maybe getting a call from Vitalik on your mobile phone, where you just tap on the notification that's again driven by push, and you can open it into a peer-to-peer video call. And I think some of the most useful sort of ways to kind of use push video would be for maybe if you want to still say pseudo anonymous and connect with folks that you want to connect with. Finally, Push has enabled about 45 million notifications, 200 plus subscribers, and we have around 650 integrations right now. These are some of our ecosystem partners, Aragon DAO, Shapeshift, Snapshot, Lens, Polygon, and so many others. We started as a hackathon project, like I mentioned, from ETH Global Hack Money 2020, where we launched push notifications. And at ETH Bogota, we launched push chat. And at ETH Tokyo recently, we launched push spaces, push video. And finally, at ETH Global Paris, we launched push spaces, which is immersive peer-to-peer token-gated spaces like experience, which can be access controlled, it can be token-gated, and it doesn't support your wallet, but it also supports your any identity, say .polygon, .crypto, or UD profile. Speaking of which, we just recently launched business to user messaging for unstoppable domain. And these are some of the potential use cases that we see for push. Finally, I think just summarizing, user experience is super important to have a more easy way for onboarding more users in the space. And push is also at the same time enabling the communication stack for Web3. So all communication tools that a user can use to engage with their communities. Yeah, you can just join us on Discord. Happy to answer any questions there. Yeah, so thank you so much.
Come on, I need a louder applause. Thank you so much. We're so happy to have you. And I think it's amazing what you do at Push. And I think there are so many product designers here today that would, pick from the experiences that you've shared. And many of us are UI UX designers. So let me show our hands. Do I have designers in the house? Amazing. We're able to get, some amazing ideas from what Richard shared. Amazing. So once again, thank you so much for joining us. So right now, we're going to be continuing with the session. We're going straight to a panel session that we're going to be having with our campus representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with the resounding clap innovation, help me welcome our campus reps. So round of applause for the campus representative. Campus panel, we're waiting for you. Let's go. Chap, mina bando. I don't wanna do. Chap, mina bando. I don't wanna. All right, also, please, can we just raise it up for Victoria Olakoju? She's going to be moderating this particular session with the campus reps.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so welcome to the most interesting part of today's session. And I can see some very, very familiar faces from last year. So if you were here last year with me, say hello. Yes, and how are you guys doing? So we're asking some update questions from what we had last year. So to cut right to it, and please, we have limited time. So if possible, you can answer your questions in 30 seconds. That would be amazing, right? Okay, so first, let's talk about the introduction. I see some new faces here. So the introduction is for everyone, but some of the questions might not be for everybody. So describe your campus blockchain. You say your name, probably first name. Then you describe your campus blockchain club in 3 words. So for example, now, if I'm to describe myself, I will say organized, reserved but assertive, and which other one now? Okay, let's just leave it like that. So, but you understand what I'm driving at here. So just give us 3 words that describe your blockchain clubs. It's very easy, right? Yeah. So first name, then just describe your club. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Queen Helen. I'm representing Blockchain Imo.
all the way from Imo State. So in 3 words, I would say our campus is young, vibrant, and progressive.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Blockchain Imo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ogozi Precious. I'm representing Blockchain Club, University of Calabar, all the way from Calabar. So in 3 words, I would say my community is passionate, value-driven, and solution-driven.
A round of applause for them, please. Let's encourage them. Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is Anna Electrical from Blockchain URN. So for me, it's actually more than 3 words, but since you limited it to 3, I'd prefer to say our community, is energetic, willing to learn, and excited about the Web3 space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What state is that place? What uni is that? UNN. Oh, okay. I think we had someone. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Miracle Jeremiah Ogbuehi, and I am the lead for Blockchain Bayero University, Kano State.
Okay.
So these 3 words, I think let me just use a sentence with 4 words. We are driving for adoption across the sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Adetola. I'm the lead for Blockchain Lasso of Lagos.
Okay.
I'll describe my community in a sentence. Allow me, please. We are exploring talents and aligning them to their respective career path. So I'll put it as that.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause. I think it was someone else that was representing Lasso last year. Has she finished from school? So you have handed over. I think the same thing with Kano, right? With you. Someone handed over. Okay. Next person, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Hilary Azubike. I am the founder of the University of Benin Blockchain Campus. And in 3 words, I'll describe our club as innovative, inclusive, and educational.
Wow. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blessing Emma. I'm the co-founder of Blockchain OAU, Obafemi Awolowo University. My co-founders are Michael Jerry and Nonse Odium. In 3 words, our community is community-driven, unity, and also hungry. Yes.
Hungry. I like that one. A round of applause for them, please. So let's go to him beside you. I love the fact that he made mention of being inclusive. So my first question will be about driving blockchain adoption / diversity and inclusion. So in your own words, what's your secret sauce for sparking interest in blockchain among your fellow students? And any tips for making the tech less intimidating and more approachable? That's one part of the question. Did you get that? And the other part will be, how are you making sure your club welcomes all kinds of people, regardless of their background or expertise? Yes. So.
Okay. So first of all, I'm delighted to be here and to share my experiences. To quickly tackle the first question, which is our strategy and what makes us unique. It's simple. We simplify these complex blockchain terminologies, Web3, and all of its trends, and see how it can better the lives of those who know them. So first thing is we organize workshops, seminars, conferences, other challenging campaigns, hackathons, and all of that. So the essence of this is first to educate these people, that's our community members, and then while educating them, you'll be able to empower them, right? Because we believe that education comes before adoption.
Yeah, sure.
And quickly, one of the things that inspired the creation of our club as well was we realized that the best way to eradicate poverty is to present, because it's not okay to tell people to stop engaging in fraud, right? You have to also present alternative ways for them to become economically independent and financially free. So the second question, because of time, the second question is So can you remind me the second
Okay,
question?
the second question, like a part B of the same question, will be how are you making sure? Hello, everybody. Are we still together? So, how are you making sure your club welcomes all kinds of peeps,
Okay,
regardless
great.
of their background or
Okay,
expertise?
cool. So our community actually welcomes everybody, regardless of your status, regardless of your race, regardless of your gender, the opportunities, the access, the resources that we share, and the knowledge that is being impacted on our community members by via our programs. They are for everybody. So we welcome diverse backgrounds, even the beginners, the intermediate, the experts, the professionals. We have researchers. We even have some lecturers, even postgraduates, undergraduate, and all of that students.
Okay.
Being interested in our activity. So in summary, it will welcome all diverse
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my next question will be to Kano. Who is Kano? You are. Okay, so now if your blockchain club, could get a sweet upgrade, like probably there's someone here, they are looking at all of you right now, and you get to have like a sweet upgrade, like okay, they're going to pump money into your blockchain club. That sounds like a good idea, isn't it? So what cool changes would you make? Think virtual hangout or a rat spot for future blockchain pros. Or let me break it down. So someone is trying to invest in your blockchain club right now. Yeah. So what are the things, if you had to pitch your club to them, like these are the things you want to do to also help other people who are interested in blockchain technology to pull out, what are the things you would do? What are the plans that you have on ground that could help that?
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. For the money, right? Like when someone wants to upgrade, well, I would not really only go for just the money. I would be more appreciative if opportunities are
Okay.
exposed to us more.
Okay.
It's very easy to empower these people with knowledge, but when you don't give them what they should leverage that knowledge on, it's kind of a total waste.
Okay.
So if, for example, okay, somebody or a group of persons are willing to empower us, of course, if it's coming as funds, the first thing I'm even going to do is empower our community members, especially those who are enthusiastic about developing and
Be
other.
more specific about the empowering.
Okay, in terms of funds, I don't like saying funds because anytime a community come out to say funds, they feel.
Okay, let me give you an example. Sorry,
Okay.
first just to put everything in perspective.
Okay.
You know what Web3 Bridge is doing, right?
Yeah.
And you know that they have like a house where they educate people.
Yeah.
They both have the virtual part of it and they also
Yeah.
have the in-house part of it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's something that if you get such kind of funding, you can also replicate in your own campus club?
Definitely.
Definitely. Thank you very
yes.
much. So
Thank you.
a round of applause for them, please. Are we still together? Okay. So I'm actually enjoying this conversation, really, and I was really excited to be back here again. I think you were beside me again last year. Were you the blockchain emo? You were not here last year, but your face looks familiar. Okay, you were the MC for yesterday's session. Now I understand. Thank you very much. So let's go with challenges and relationship with school authorities. Who would like to take that up? Okay, let's give it to him. Yeah.
All right. So
Let me ask my question, and that's just a subheading. So dish out it on your club's journey so far. Any epic moments or tough challenges you are currently facing? And that's the part A. Don't mind me, it's like I'm more academic than normal. So what's the other? So the second part of the question now. So the first one is like, for your blockchain club, what are the challenges you are facing currently? And the second one is, what's the lowdown on your clubs, on your campus clubs, with the school authorities? What the challenges like with the school authorities? Yeah. So any drama issues, no crypto here, no. Okay. So
All right.
1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you so much. There are challenges. I don't think there's anything you do in life that you won't experience challenges, right?
So, but in terms of our campus clubs, all right, so we experience some challenges which are related to access, just like Chinedu Hilary mentioned, access to maybe resources and content, and access to people who are also building, people who already started building in the space already. If not for Web3 Bridge conference today, I wouldn't have been able to meet with the Ethereum Foundation team. And I know if I send them an email, they might think I'm a Nigerian prince, so they won't want to respond. So, but we have that opportunity right here, and I'm super excited about that. Very soon, I'll go and meet them and take a selfie and let them know that we actually met here. Yeah, sure.
Very
so
good. A round of applause for him.
yeah.
Just encouraging.
So
yeah.
access to them is something we find as a challenge, but some opportunities like this grant them to us.
Yeah.
Then also to resources, and another thing is about funding, but we are all students, so I can't be using my own 20K that I'm managing per month from parents to fund crypto activities, right? Only Ethereum gas fee will tell you that this one pass your level. So you just have to look for other opportunities out there, collaborate with existing projects, and see how you can work with them. Then for school authorities, we do have issues sometimes, but with the relationship that we already in school are building with the authorities, it kind of makes it much more easy. Like for me personally, I have a good relationship with the SUG in my campus, and instead of maybe passing through some serious protocols and processes, I just have to speak with him and tell him, okay, this is what I want to do. He says, okay, he's fine with it. Then he speaks to the VC, he speaks to the Dean of Student Affairs, and we make that happen, right? So we have that's as a challenge, but we've been able to solve it using the relationship we build with the school authorities as well, like the student government as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to hear from OAU regarding the same topic, because I know that is one of the very huge. So on school authorities and managing with your.
Okay, so collaboration is key. We can't do anything by ourselves. So what we do is that we partner with other departments or even with the student union. We have people that are aware about crypto and Web3, and them they want to learn also. So they are willing to help us. And it's just a case of sometimes what they ask in return is that, oh, please let me just get a front seat. Like literally, and everything is subsidized because of the student union. So it's not that easy, but when you have people in key places, it really helps make things easier.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you so much. So we all can agree that one thing that is paramount to your success on campus is collaboration, especially with the SUG, right? Very good. A round of applause for them, please. So because we've been given time, but I've not seen the MC yet, so let's steal one more question before. I shouldn't have called out your name. Okay, so let's just share the last question. I really don't know who has not spoken. You haven't spoken, and you haven't spoken. Then one person. So the three of you now. So you just share your plans for the future for your campus. Have you spoken? Okay, you were the first person who spoke. Yeah. So blockchain is all about transparency. We agree, yeah? So can you spill the beans on your club's future plans and goals? Did you get that? What's your club's future plans? What's the plan you have for the future? So what's on the horizon for the crew? So I know that there was someone here that represented you. She had left, so you are taking over. So for the three of you, what's your plan? What's the forecast for what to expect here?
Okay, first, I would just like blockchain lasso. Can you guys like raise up your hands? Say hello. Where's everybody?
All these saluta continue. We don't want that. So please.
Well, they're out here. Basically, like I said, our club is all about majorly about exploring talents. If you know, the best place for you to find talents is basically in the university space. Yeah. Like, who's a student here? Like virtually everybody. If you're a student, can I see your hands?
Wave your hands. You don't know if
you're a student in the university or something. So yes, the university has a vast of talent. So what the problem is just that people don't have the opportunity, the platform, or even a place where they can actually drill this and even turn it into something beautiful. You understand? So our club emphasizes on helping people move into their career path beyond blockchain development, beyond content creation, beyond product designing, and there's so many career paths in blockchain. So we help them explore this and also align them to their full potentials. You understand? Yeah. And also give them an opportunity that can put them in the job market. That's why we partner with companies. communities like Ethereum Foundation and even ICP. We just secured a partnership with ICP to train our developers, so it opens them up to these opportunities. So
Thank you.
that's
Thank you very much. So we have two more.
Okay, for me, my school, I would say that most times the main goal is making them understand why they need to get into Web3.
Okay.
Understand? Because everybody, most times in Web2, you go to school, you get certificate because you want to go and look for a job. But Web3 has created a new labor market where you don't need to finish your normal Web2 school or whatever before you get a job, right?
Yeah.
So you know that, okay, I'm not just coming to trade. Even with my so skill, I can do this in Web3. So now the one goal I'm looking forward to is working with different departments that are mostly related to Web3 and even the ones that are not, to see how they transition easily from Web2 to Web3. For instance, I'm a marketing undergraduate. So I just moved from Web2 marketing to Web3 marketing. Makes it very easy. So when you go to computer science, somebody studying that knows how to code, it's easy for them to just learn Solidity, learn Rust, and become a developer. So the other part is working with the school now, because I think almost every school in a federal school, we have these entrepreneurship courses where they force you to, I want to use force because I'm not enjoying the course, yeah. They force you to learn one other skill or the other, either driving, poetry, because they feel that that's what is going to make you have value for yourself. So if blockchain development can be added to one of those categories of courses, it will be very, very helpful.
So that's one of the future plans you have
Yes,
for your
so
campus club.
if that can be struck with the school and include it in one of those courses, so student gets to choose that, okay, if I have an option of driving, agriculture, blockchain development is what is the most like valuable there, and I'll be like, okay, I can learn it. You get, and also the community we work with, a department, especially like computer science, to see how to raise developers. Like at least 70% of them may have Web2 knowledge already, HTML, those front end and back end knowledge. So what they just need to do is train them on how to develop Web3.
So that's the
those
plan
are
going forward.
two basic things we're
Thank
looking
you very
forward
much. So let's hear from our last panelist, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Blockchain Imo is not just a campus club. We are like a state together. We have different universities in Imo State. We have IMSU, Futo, Nekede, and other schools.
It's like a state.
It's a state club, actually.
Wow,
It was
wow.
first for a school, then other schools around started complaining, and I had to just carry everyone along.
Oh, so you are like the founder?
Yeah, I'm the founder, then I have the co-founder.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
Please,
so-
a round of applause for her, please. Yeah.
So I want to really throw more light on what he just mentioned about the extracurricular activities in schools and actually pursuing the schools to join hands with us. So within the last 3 months, or let's say 3 weeks ago, I was a lecturer at Futo. I taught them blockchain technology at one of their classes, right, for 2 weeks, and I had 1,500 students.
Wow.
Yes, 200 level and 300, and I taught them blockchain technology. And after those 2 weeks class, these students are on my WhatsApp DM, on my Instagram, asking for more knowledge. Wow. So this is just one university that I attended and taught them blockchain technology. I had to even bring other tutors for within these 2 weeks to touch other parts. Crypto is broad. I cannot teach the whole of blockchain alone.
Definitely.
I had one teacher talk about technical analysis, another person about DeFi. So moving forward, I have seen that there are people who need this knowledge. We will not just restrict ourselves to maybe 2, 3, 4 gatherings. We're going to go into the universities and reach out to schools. We're sending proposals already, we've drafted the proposal. We're going to be sending to schools that we want to teach these students this course. Let it be a course in the curriculum. The way curriculums are being upgraded every semester, let's have this as a borrowed course, right? What's it called? Like a borrowed course anyway, maybe the way you have elective, yes, let it be an elective course. After that, we're going to be having partnership with Web3 Bridge. I'm not going back to the East alone. I'm going to carry Web3 Bridge to Lagos with me, because the amazing things that are happening here in Lagos in the West, we need it in the East too. So this is an open plea to Mr. Ayo and the rest of the team. And whenever you see my mail, you see me in your inbox, I'm coming for all of us from Imo are coming to partner and bring all of these amazing things to Imo State.
Wow, a round of applause for them, please. So that's the end of this session, and I want to appreciate everyone gathered here, and good to see some faces I saw last year back here again, and wish you guys all the best. Thank you very much.
Can we join my hands together for our moderator too? Thank you. You can stay and take a group picture All right, so what they're doing that, ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome. We're going straight split. Before we do that, can we join my hands together for ourselves? Honestly, it's been speaker after speaker, panel after panel, and we've been so patient with us. Thank you so much for being patient. We do not take your patience for granted. Just hang with us a little bit more. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to be done. So right about now, please help me make welcome Coinex. Round of applause for Coinex, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, Coinex. Thank you so much, our panelists. Coinex, we're waiting for you. The Ethereum Foundation panel should be getting ready. Then Franklin. Coinex, we're waiting for West Coinex. Please, after now, let the Ethereum Foundation panel be getting ready. And the next speaker, Coinex, we're waiting for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I beg, I'm tired. Please help me. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't really want to talk much. I'm not here to bore anybody. But before I start, while coming here, I was hinted that we are giving $10 to about 20 or 50 persons. There's a QR code that will be displaying. I don't know where the screen is. The first 20 persons to join the Telegram group will be getting about $10 each. Before I finish talking, we are sending that now. This one, evidence day. You'll see it before I come down. Okay, so my name is Oro Gotpa, the Coinex Nigerian partner. I'm a very shy person. This one, I'm looking at all of you like this. I just end up not peeing on myself. So I'm briefly going to tell you about Coinex without boring you. Coinex is a centralized exchange. We offer trading service in 180 countries. We have beautiful products. We are actually the #1 in the world for newbies. So that means we have the simplest platform. If I do background for English, I beg. I did not complete school. So we have the basic, most simplest interface for newbies. If you are new to cryptocurrency, which I've actually seen thousands, I'm tired of explaining, Coinex is the best platform for them. We're introducing an eco-friendly system. We are trying to make blockchain as simple as possible. The truth is, many people want to do cryptocurrency, many people want to trade Web3, enjoy the product from it, but trust me, it is studious. If I'm to explain my joining when I came into the crypto space, it was as if I was applying to write an international exam. But without mixing words, after I joined Coinex, I understood that crypto and trading can be very easy. The Web3 space, the blockchain space can be as easy as possible. And that's the service we're trying to render to people. We don't just want to bring you into a community and bombard you with different ambiguous words. No, we are trying to make buy, sell, engage very easy as possible. As easy as possible. We have gotten testimonies from many people, 180 countries. We're actually among the first 20 to the first 25 exchanges in the world. Many people there actually said they just came to greet us and tell us about how great our platform is. So we are not here to sell, or we are not here to advertise something that have not been proven. We have actually we have been tested, we are trusted, we have never been hacked before. Take it anywhere. Since 2017 till now, we've never had a downtime. We have never been hacked before. That is Coinex. We are trying to make everything simple and basic for everybody. And I'm going to drop an hint because I don't want to waste time. When it comes to community building, anywhere you want to take this to, Coinex Nigeria Telegram community is the most friendly and most active Telegram community. Have you seen community where they speak pidgin before? Let me keep my phonetics. Community that will speak pidgin. Have you seen it before? On Thursdays, we have a play to earn session. People just come there and catch crews. Like people just catch crews on Thursday, and we are sharing money to different people. Most people actually would think we're the one that made USDT and CET. We have empowered as much as possible. I'm not talking about even the crypto educational classes, the university tours we have been doing. We have been to UNIU. Right now, we are planning to go to Washington State. We have been to different polytechnics. What are we trying to do? We're trying to increase crypto education in Nigeria and in the simplest form as possible. We are trying to increase crypto education in Nigeria and in the simplest form as possible. So I'm actually going to encourage everybody that can listen to me. If you need a platform that's very simple, a platform that can do 10,000 transactions in a second without hanging, Coinex is actually the first and the best card for you. Can I drop the mic now? Have I said enough? Thank you and God bless you.
Can we join my hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen? So right now, without any further ado, we're going straight to the Ethereum Foundation panel. Round of applause to that. We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll have just 7 more things on our itinerary and we're done. And this is like 10, you know. Can we have the Ethereum panel foundation right now? Okay.
Should we bring our own chairs? Okay, yeah. Hello, everybody.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hi, how are you all doing? Hello, Griffin. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
That's very, very nice. So I'm so excited to be moderating this session and to speak to you all. So first, we can just do like your name and what you do. Your name, what and what you do.
Okay, hi. My name is Griffin. I am.
Griffin, can you hear me? Hello, guys. Please, can we like keep our voices down? Thank you.
My name is Griffin. I'm on a team with the EF called Team Next Billion. And I am a writer, both a technical and a creative writer.
Akil Mohammed here. I help with the community development for DevCon and DevConnect, aside from a few other projects in the ecosystem.
That's really, very nice. It's so nice to meet you, Akil and Griffin. So my question is like, what is EF and what do you guys do?
Yeah, so this is a common thing that I think this panel will be really helpful, is like, what does the EF do? What is the role of the EF in the ecosystem? So the Ethereum Foundation is here to support the Ethereum ecosystem and the Ethereum protocol. So the whole reason we're here is because of the protocol. And we must understand that the protocol is much, much bigger than the foundation. So we're just kind of a small organization that supports research. We support community events like this one. And we support larger events like DevConnect and DevCon.
And so I think one thing that people mostly confuse is how much role the Ethereum Foundation plays within the ecosystem. So as you know, the ecosystem is quite decentralized.
Yeah.
It's not just the foundation that has a role within building the community. It's individuals like yourself. It's organizations like Web3 Bridge that actually carry the community forward and build the ecosystem in these different regions. But the Ethereum Foundation is key because there's certain roles that it plays as far as enabling other communities to develop and providing the resources for them to flourish in the.
Okay, basically like connecting different talents and helping people just get more opportunities. Oh, that's really, really nice. So I want to ask, like, is there any interesting thing we should be looking forward to? Like you guys are doing for the African ecosystem? Do you have any plans for the African ecosystem?
Oh, yeah. I mean, being here at this event is like one thing that is a big part of our like role is just understanding the context, understanding the community, learning about all of the projects and people and especially like university clubs and things here. That's kind of our main MO is understanding and trying to see where can we fit in. Yeah, and also where are we not needed.
You want to add something here?
I
An interesting project you're working on that you would like to let us know about?
I think there's on that last question that you're mentioning, it's also necessary for the audience to realize that no one's going to hand you anything.
Yeah.
And that you have to put yourself in a position where you're showcasing that you're developing the community, you're putting out resources, you're putting out content that's going to enable the rest of the community to win.
Yeah.
So if one of you has a success in the ecosystem, the rest of you has successes. So it's really necessary for people to understand that the organizations that exist within Web3, these foundations, etc., are not going to be able to come in and help you unless you help yourself. And the organizations like Web3 Bridge, the fact that you guys are all in this room together is a huge boon for moving that forward.
Okay.
So I've been to many events over the past 6-7 years working within the ecosystem, and just the energy and the ability for people to be so excited about the technology is really endearing, and it's really a good signal, because I've seen the events when they were basically very small events like Eat Global, the first hackathon that happened in Waterloo, and how that community grew. And the fact that there's an idea in this room today that's going to be a huge success within the next 3 years, 5 years, whatever it is. And then you're going to look back at the community and the relationships that you had the opportunity to create today that are going to have a lasting impact for maybe millions or billions of people in the world at some point.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Basically, just do the work and then opportunities to come to you. Yes, thank you for that. So, not my last question. My last question is very interesting. So this next question is like, what word of advice do you have for the African builders in the ecosystem? Yes.
Well, so this is interesting because one of the things that we don't want to do is feel like we have special information or special advice. So the advice is to do what you think is important, to build what you want to build, and to build from an understanding of your own context. So there's nothing that we can say like, oh, you should build this, you should build this. That's not for us to say, and that's why the EF kind of takes a step back. That's why we're always the second tier sponsor. We're always below the other sponsors. We want to just be kind of part of the community. And sometimes for like core development and research, we can provide funding, we can help with coordination, but actually, 90% of the stuff, of the good ideas, 100% of the good ideas, but like 90% of the things are done by the community, for the community, and we're just part of the community. Yeah.
All right, so my last question, Akiu, it's for you. Have you had Nigerian jollof rice?
Yes, I did. And even the lowest spice level was apparently too spicy for us.
It's too spicy for you.
Yeah.
Wow. What about you, Griffin?
Yeah.
Jollof rice.
And I asked for extra pepe. I like.
You asked for extra pepper.
Yeah.
That's really nice. All right, thank you so much for that. So that's all for now. Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you. I just wanted to also comment that there are opportunities for you guys to get involved in events like DevCon and DevConnect. There's scholars programs, at least for DevCon, they're still going on. So we're going to be going to Southeast Asia in the next year, and then this year we're going to Istanbul. So if you guys are interested in looking at the global community and engaging with the individuals that are really working at the bottom layer of this technology, getting access to them, etc., do look into it and reach out if you guys need any help. And make sure that you guys, everyone in this room is your support system. Make sure that you uplift and make sure that you guys lead each other to success, because no one else is going to come in and help you guys.
But how can they join the community? Ethereum Foundation Discord community, right?
No, there's no community. I mean, just as far as the events there.
All right, no problem then. Thank you very much.
You.
Let's clap for them. Thank you.
Do we get the
Yeah. I think I'm going to give you. So I think I'm going to give that. I have another contender, a very strong contender now. David, wherever you are, your legs must be shaking because Blessing did this panel session in less than the time we gave her. Please can we join my hands together for Blessing and the TM Foundation panel? That was an amazing one. So you're leading the leaderboard right now. So ladies and gentlemen, please can we join my hands together and help me welcome Franklin? A round of applause for Franklin, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey guys, my name is Franklin Apako, and I work as a DevOps engineer in the Web3 space. Today, slide. So today I'm here to talk about building on Web3, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And while the slides are coming up, I really want to make it really quick. So getting started. I feel like most times we always want to build, just get building itself, but just technology itself drives civilization. We need to know why the technology, because when we understand the why, then we know how to apply. Without understanding the why, really, you do not know how to apply the technology, and that's a problem itself. So, Web3 itself, it's okay. Web3 itself is really awesome and has a lot of innovation itself. And I think, was it Gavin? Gavin said something which is very, very interesting. That everything you know about Web 2 or Web 3, we already know itself. It's just different change of functionality, protocols itself, right? Replacing trust with trustless and some things here and there. Yeah. So basically, he said this. It was like, it's basically the same fundamentals. It's just different models, interaction between parties. The information we assume public, it's now like published and everyone can see it itself. The one we assume private, we keep secret itself. It's a vision where all communication is encrypted and identities are hidden itself. And just as we know, every technology comes with its own trade-off, and Web3 comes with that as well. So going into the good really itself, right? About, let's see. So decentralization and ownership and transparency, censorship and resistances itself. If you should know something, before Web3, there was Web1, there was Web2 itself, right? What stands out in Web3 is you're able to read, you're able to write, and you're able to own your data. And that is really what drives innovation itself, because it's decentralized, you have ownership, and you have like so much transparency on the blockchain network, on block explorers itself. And we can't deny the fact that it has given us new business models, like ideas itself, as regards DeFi, NFTs, and DAOs itself. And global access, wherever you're in the world, really, you can just connect to the network itself. Security and trust is one on the blockchain, and innovation is there as well. And so I'll dive into the bad itself. Now, I think the very first thing itself is when you get into blockchain, it takes a lot of time, really. There's a complexity in terms of words. You really need to understand blockchain. You need to understand what it is about. Like, what is block height? I remember when I started as a DevOps engineer in blockchain, really, I did not understand some of the terminologies. So it takes time for you to understand it itself. So that means developers and everybody that wants to get into blockchain needs time to invest and to read itself. Infrastructure, don't get me started. It's very expensive. Like, even for a young startup, it's quite difficult for you to like get the hardware itself. Like, it's a lot of money, really. And ease of node setup, like, really. Good documentation, I want to emphasize it. It's something that I face every day. Not all networks itself has good documentation. So the challenge is, it's a lot of work for you to set up nodes in a way that it runs in production itself. And we have interoperability, observability. I would say quick one on that as well. It's a problem because you have like, sometimes you guys just use your endpoints itself, but you need metrics for you to understand what is happening so that you can be able to manage this your nodes and your processes so that it's up and running itself. So without good observability, it's a problem. Then we have standard processes and releases. This itself is it's a pain point really. I feel that there are not enough standard processes or guidelines as regards like how we make releases on the network in terms of like different blockchain technologies itself. Sometimes legit you have to go to maybe like a master branch and get the commits there itself because they are not standard processes and it's a problem itself. Security. I feel that another thing at CB is like critical vulnerabilities. We, especially developers, when we build applications, sometimes these applications are exposed, can be exploited itself. So every now and then, you have security agencies that update these CVEs and everything. But one thing I notice is sometimes you make requests, you create issues that CVEs should be addressed. It takes a lot of time. And one thing about security, once you take a lot of time, it can actually lead to you losing what's it called, money as well. So scalability is there, better communication, support for light nodes. It's something itself like, the other day was a Polygon or something. Like, I believe that if you want to really run your nodes, maybe you want to do something, you just want to like send something and you need to spin up like a node itself. You don't need to like start syncing from scratch. You just need like, just download like maybe a 2-hour snapshot and get your node up and running. But it's not always available in all chains really. And I'll go to the bad, the ugly. I feel like slow iteration then development, because when you have to debug processes, debug your node not syncing properly, it leads to slow iteration. Then again, we have reduced diversity use cases. Okay, awesome. Then lack of education, I think that is known. And infrastructure costs, yes, it's very expensive itself. So in all this itself, if you guys remember, there was a time we ran our servers, we had a server room, we had everything, we worried about power, we worried about cooling, we worried about everything. Cloud technology came and abstracted all that itself. Now, what I'm going to talk about really, all this, it's more like from a operations and a developer perspective, really, that these are the challenges that exist. And this will bring me to block ops itself. What is block ops? So think about, you don't have to run your nodes. I'm abstracting that process. The whole challenge is where you don't have to worry about observability. You don't have to worry about having your node up and running, or having like, oh, your node went down or your endpoint is down or something. You want to be informed. You want to have visibility. You want to know what is happening. But the beauty of this thing is, think about it, it's just a click of a button. Really, it's more like a node operator. But come on, we have quite a lot of node operators, but we don't have any in Africa itself. So this gives like developers like lots of options as regards how you can build and how you can do stuff on the network itself. We currently support like a few networks such as Polkadot and I think Phantom as well. And we have some public RPCs available as well that we encourage developers to use as well. So at the end of the day, what BlockOps aims to do is to actually bridge a gap and accelerate development so that developers can not worry about infrastructure, cannot really worry about observability, but we come to your doorstep and say, here you go, this is your endpoint, this is the API key you need, start getting stuff done, and that's it. All right, thank you so much.
Can we join my hands together for him? For those of you that are wondering if he's a contender, no, he's not. He used exactly 10 minutes, so we already have people that are useless. Quickly now, please help me make welcome. Can we join my hands together for Olumide? Round of applause for Olumide. After Olumide, we have Awiv. Awiv should be getting ready. Then Idris, we have just 4 more. We're wrapping up, guys. Please round of applause for Olumide.
Hey everyone.
Awiv, where's Awiv? Are you good to go? Please round of applause for Awiv. Let's have Awiv now.
slides. Hello, everyone. Okay, so when I was sitting at the back, I didn't know what this means. Hello, can you hear me at the back, please? Hello, people at the back. All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. All right, so my name is Yudi. I don't know if my slides are ready. I have just 10 minutes, I was told. So I want to do something really quickly. Something really quick. Is ready, yeah? All right, thank you very much. So quickly, I want to give out some, I know a lot of people have been waiting since morning. A lot of persons are kind of tired. A lot of persons need some kind of, some kind of evidence. So I'll be giving out some freebies quickly. I'm giving out 3 shirts before I start talking about anything so far. So 3 shirts going to some 3 lucky people. All right, so you stuck your hand out immediately. Oh my God. All right, people that don't like shirts. All right, so is it up, guys? It's downloading. All right, so quickly, while my slides are being downloaded, Arweave, all right? Arweave. Who can tell me quickly what it's about? What do you think you know about the name Arweave? If you hear Arweave, what comes to your mind? A quick check, Okay, there's a hand there. Please get me shirts, please. All right, so yeah, that's the brand Arweave. What comes to your mind saying that? There's someone there quickly. Where are the shirts, please? Are the shirts here? I don't know. Hello. Can you hear me? Someone here raised their hand. Yeah, come forward. Just get me a shirt for the person. Get 3 shirts. So quickly, yeah, there's another person. Are you Googling? I'm seeing you nimble on your phones. All right, so yeah, Arif, what do you think you know about the brand? Yeah, tell us.
Arweave is a decentralized file storage system.
A decentralized file storage system. Yeah, get this guy a shirt. He has an idea. All right. So one more shirt. Who? No, don't clap. Don't worry. Okay, you want to tell us what Arweave is about? Something different? Our size, decentralized file storage system. Anything different? Come forward. You. All right. So it's like you had something to say. You raised your hand the first time I said something. Yeah? Same thing you said, but
decentralized. It is decentralized.
All right. So yeah. She deserves a set. Come on. All right. Yeah. So quickly, I'll be talking about Arweave, and I have 7 minutes. I think I've exhausted about 3 minutes of my time already. So I'll be talking on what Arweave is and what it means for us. So Arweave is a blockchain. Yeah, these are some things about me. You can find all of these on Twitter, not much there. So Arweave, yeah. Arweave is actually a blockchain. Please, for those of us that are listening, you can listen carefully. Just like Ethereum, just like Bitcoin. So Arweave is a blockchain, but it's for data, all right? So someone says it's a decentralized file storage system, all right? So it's a blockchain by itself. It's a blockchain network, blockchain protocol. And how it works is that it waves data, ensuring durability via massive replications of sound economics and via endowment. So Arweave makes permanent storage possible. So there are a couple of data storage facilities, a couple of data storage systems. What makes Arweave different is basically emphasis on the permanence of data. So we are at Arweave, we guarantee data permanence, and we guarantee that you don't lose your data. No matter what happens, at every instant, your data outlives you. So on a vest like this, you'll see I'm a time traveler, which basically says that, in 200 years from now, I would still be there because data lives on, all right? So that's the emphasis we place on data permanence. And basically, how do we make this possible? Okay, so the next slide is, talking about the things I've spoken about already. and we see that permanent storage has many applications. Okay, so now here's the thing. When I say it's a blockchain, a couple of persons might think, okay, people use it to just build things on top of it, and that's it. That's all there is to it about, and all of that and all of that. But basically, I want to let you know that with Arweave, with Arweave, you don't just build projects on top of it. So you see that it has support for applications from the preservation of humanity's most important data to the hosting of truly decentralized and preferably neutral web applications. All right. So from the idea of humanity's most important data, we're talking about your day-to-day data. Those videos you create, those contents you create. If you're a writer, if you're a blogger, if you're a content creator in whatever dimension, and you need to have your data archived on the internet, forever, with no fear of having it overridden at any point in time. So Arweave is what solution you should be thinking about. So Arweave powers what we call the permaweb. So the permaweb basically is permanent internet. All right. So yeah. So this is where you can load your, if you're building web applications, you're building web files, or you're building web softwares and stuff like that, and you need to have them for legacy legacy use cases where you have it for generations to come. So Arweave is where you build those kind of softwares, and you might not really get to know about what the permaweb all entails from a 7-minute talk. So I believe there'll be how we can get to figure this out as we progress. So how does this work? So basically, Arweave is, like I said, a blockchain ecosystem, and it's quite mature, and the use case is wide. And basically, what we do, how the technology works is that we replicate data. Okay, I have time up. Wow. I was thinking I have 2 more minutes. All right, so basically, what we do at Arweave is you send your data to the node, and we replicate it 60 times in different nodes across the world. And that way, your data is secured. And for further information on how this works, all right, so you can join the Arweave community on Telegram. And right there, we'll be furthering this discussion and seeing how we can further develop, integrate, and work with the technology. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Arweave. I'm sure I can see people scanning already to join the community. Community is key when it comes to Web3. Never forget that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be made welcome now for the resounding clap innovation, Olumide. Round of applause for Olumide. After that, we'll have Idris, Cloud P2P. Then we're going to announce the winner for our hackathon. And finally, we'll have a final speaker, at least based on the list I have here. So ladies and gentlemen, let's jam our hands together for Olumide one more time.
Can I? So now I'm controlling the slides, or you are controlling myself. Cool. Hey everyone. Can everybody hear me? Hey everyone. This should be fun. So now I have to control 2 things. Okay, now I have a sense. Good evening, everyone. My name is Olumide I ran a Web3 fellowship program for senior tech talents across mostly Africa, but we've also had participants in Europe and the Middle East. And a lot of my work that I've done in the past 2 years has involved like identifying outlier talent, from like relatively large pipelines. And I want to share a couple of tips about how to navigate the Web3 job landscape, right? It's pretty tough in the Web3 talent market right now. Everybody knows that, right? We're in the bear market. Companies are taking like very cautious approach to hiring, right? And then how can you, as an African professional, navigate this? If you were around last year, I gave a talk on power law careers when I was saying how you can break into tech in the world of remote work and Web3. And I showed this chart about normal distribution, right? If you've taken like a basic economics course or anything, you're familiar with normal distribution, where it's a phenomenon where the average tells us a lot. So if we take, for example, male adult height, most people are relatively taller than, while some people are shorter than others. But most people, the general population, are fairly average height. Then there's another distribution that is like even more in economics and in the real world, and we call that power law distributions. And there are situations where the data set is driven by outliers, right? The average doesn't really tell us a lot. So if you look at the top 100 cryptocurrencies by market cap, there's Bitcoin, there's Ethereum, and then there's just a long slew of others, right? And that's the basis of my talk today, right? If you're building a career in most fields, like medicine, like art, medicine, like accounting, success typically follows a normal distribution chart, most people are a little bit more successful than others, some less than others, but pretty much everyone does fairly okay. And then there's like another chart, right? Power law careers, where career fields where success is pretty much binary. We have music, we have acting, and we have sports. But my argument today is that tech careers are gradually moving from like normal careers to following the power law chart, right? And this is happening primarily because tech work can be distributed remotely and globally for free. Let me give like some context, right? Before, acting used to be like something physical. People can only like enjoy music or sports or acting in a physical location. And now, like, we have like a couple of streaming platforms. So before, where like a couple of hundreds of people at the max can enjoy a movie, now like potentially hundreds of millions of people can consume like a movie because of streaming platforms. The same as well goes for music, right? Rema, as of today, has like 33 million monthly streams. Before, you have to come physically to a place to enjoy like music. And so for the first time, right, like the world can enjoy or benefit from the skill of top performers, right? And then compensate the best of talent accordingly. That's basically the basis of this conversation. Same with software. In 1995, there were 40 million internet users. Today, there are more than 4 billion internet users, right? So before, right, like the distribution for your skill, for your expertise is small. In today's world, you have 4 billion people that can potentially benefit for like what you're building, right? And now let's talk about how this affects us as an African professional that's trying to build a career in the Web3 space. And one other thing I should talk about is like big tech salaries, because a lot of like how like compensation happens in Web3 tend to also follow big tech, where like things can be distributed fairly large, right? Small improvements. So like a Netflix, a Stripe, a LinkedIn can afford to pay someone like a ridiculous or often imaginable amount of money, because just tiny improvements in what like the engineer is building can have like potentially hundreds of billions of dollars in value. So it makes sense. It makes rational sense to want to pay people a little bit more, right? And how does this affect us as African professionals? That means massively increase. Okay, before I go there, right? The other argument I want to make is because like Web3 is also the same. Yeah. A couple of how many people participated in the hackathon? The hackathon, anybody? A couple of people just from the hackathon can build and deploy a DeFi solution, and in the next couple of months, literally billions of dollars can be flowing through like the platform. So it makes rational sense, right? In like Web3, in big tech, to want to pay people ridiculous amounts. So like you can get like massively increased earning potential if you develop valuable skills. Independently of you, AG open source work articles. The other thing I mentioned here is to become like very active in community. Another thing to do is to approach the set. Hey everyone. Hi, can you hear me? Those at the back? Can you hear me? I have 2 more minutes to go, right? Like build a database. Aha, okay, this is like a crux of like the conversation I want to have today, right? Like approach the search process systematically, right? I typically advise people like, oh yeah, today you can know the companies that are hiring, right? You can know if a company just raised money, the next thing they want to do is hire, right? So as like an African professional, that you're building trust publicly, yeah? Like as you're learning, you're sharing what you're doing, you're developing yourself and you're talking about it. The next thing is want to like get a set, like the companies you want to work for, use Crunchbase to find them, do informational interviews with employees there, right? Reach out to people. Hey, I love what you're doing at the foundation. I love what you're doing anywhere, Super Team DAO or anywhere, and I want to build with you, right? And also like good effort applications, always better over random applications. I said something about outreach package, but looks like I'm going to skim through it today. And then finally, right, I want to talk about like applying directly to open roles. So I had to shrink. Can you hear me? Okay. Finally, yeah, I'm like breezing through a number of these things. Apply directly to open roles. While you're applying directly to open roles, you want to get referred. That's often the highest source of quality. Quality applications, yeah? So if you build trust publicly, people have a sense of how good you are, your work, what you're doing, right? You network your way into those companies through informational interviews and reach it. If you want to apply, get referred. Quality always over numbers. One other thing I tell people is to ditch LinkedIn's easy apply. Yeah. As recruiters, typically they tend to use what do they call them? ATSs, right? To manage applications, right? So typically, if you find something, go to the company's website because you want to enter their ATS, right? If you do 100 easy applies in a month, you might probably get 1 interview or 1 response, right? And answer screening calls very quickly. Right? Looks like I'm not going to be able to like run through this. Or do I have a couple of seconds more? Okay. All right. And I guess that's really like the theme of like the thing. I wanted to give like an example of like how like recruiters reduce the number of applications that they have. A remote position will probably have 1,000 applications. And there's always a way recruiters quickly filter through. And what they do is use screening questions. So I was giving an example of like if an application for a program manager position, they ask 2 optional questions, right? And then that way you have 1,000 applications. There's 2 questions that they're suggesting on the page, right? Oh, what do you know about this? Typically what happens is from 500, say 200 people answer the questions poorly, and 150 people have good to great responses. Typically what happens is they review the screening questions, they reach out and then carefully review this 150 people from a top pipeline of 1,000 applications. And I think that's basically everything I have to do. I will share my slides because I have to skim through a lot of things. So if you're like more, you want to like learn more and then just like get the full context of what I'm doing today. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for that one. So quickly, because I'm going to be bringing up the next speaker, please, we have more shirts from Awiv. I will ask to tell you that we have shirts, we have sweatshirts, we have jotters, and so much more. So you can go to the back for that. So right about now, ladies and gentlemen, please let's jam into that for Idris. Round of applause for Idris. We have just 3 more speakers and we're done, guys. Just stick with us. We're going to be having an amazing session after.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I know you guys are tired, but then I'll just quickly rush through the whole thing. Sorry, can you hear me at the back? Oh, nice. Sorry, this light is entering my eyes. So I'll be talking about breaking into DevRel and also be answering some of your questions about transitioning either as a technical person or a front-end developer, a back-end developer, a cloud developer, how you can transition into the DevRel space. Okay, yeah. So slides up. My name is Idris Olubisi. I'm a software engineer, a technical writer, and I currently work as a developer advocate at Axela. So you can find me anywhere on social media platform as Olanesoft. I'll be happy to connect with you all. So what we'll be covering in this section, basically we just go straight to what DevRel means, and also a typical example of a DevRel team, and what does it mean to become a developer advocate, what are the things you need to know, and also what are some benefits or opportunities that comes out for you as a developer advocate like myself. So does anyone have an idea what DevRel means? Anyone? Yeah. Can you, hello? Can you give him the mic, please? It's not working. All right. It's short for developer relations. Thank you very much. I think that's correct. So DevRel simply means, I've seen a lot of people ask what DevRel means. How can you, like DevRel versus developer advocacy? But in simpler term, DevRel simply means developer relations. But it doesn't stop there. Developer relations does not equate developer advocate, right? I would explain in the next couple of slides, right, what I mean by not equating developer advocate. So to clear the whole thing about developer relations, short form of DevRel. DevRel is not a role. It is a group of people or a group of experts, technical experts within an organization focusing on developer engagement, improvements between the company's products and also the developer community as a whole. So another thing to note is it's important to know that DevRel does not equate DevCell, or DevCell is not DevRel. DevRel deals with developer engagement, publicity, engaging with developers, building and also educating them on how to build, how to fix issues, but it doesn't mean that you are selling your product or doing some sort of marketing. So there's always a misconception about because you are DevRel, then you start seeing KPIs or OKRs around number of people that have used the product, how to market and doing all of those things. So it's clear to understand that these are like professionals who need the space, Tejas, and also Eddie. putting it out there to ensure that you don't, take DevRel for sales or take DevRel for marketing. So a typical example of, developer relations team. I mentioned developer relations as a team or a group of people within the company. So a typical example here is developer relations manager, the person who leads the entire DevRel team. They do assigning, they do planning and all of that. And then we have developer advocate, which is a subset under developer relations. And then we have developer evangelist focusing on awareness and adoption alone. And we have developer support engineers. These are mostly people you see within the community that respond or support developer community, like dealing with technical issues and some of the things they need to understand about a particular product. Then we have developer community managers. I know we have a lot of community managers. Any community manager here in the house? Any community manager? Oh, nice. So as a community manager, this is another subset under the developer relations team. I know some people have them like under marketing, under probably sales, depending on how the companies organize the whole structure. But ideally, they fall under the developer relations team. Then we have marketing manager. These guys are the ones that see opportunities in events like this, and they market companies' products. Their audience are developers, but by default, they have like marketing experience, marketing background. And then we have technical writers. Those that create content, ship content. In fact, it doesn't stop in creating content, but also technical documentation, update documentation, create how-to guides and how to build things with the company's product. So, do we all understand what DevRel means now? Like, you have an idea, good. So, I want to kind of double down on Dev Advocate. And what does it mean to become a Dev Advocate? What are the things you need to understand or the role you need to play as a developer advocate representing a company? So, number one here is awareness. You need to be able to create awareness about the company's products within the developer community. But also, while you're creating awareness, you need to be careful about marketing things or forcing people to use your product. Because you need to create, you need to share knowledge, open up, educate people on how to do things, then gradually introduce how your company's product would help solve that particular thing better. So another one is technical content creation. Any form of content, written, podcast, video content. Community engagement plays a very important role of what it means to become a developer advocate. And then developer support is another thing that you should do as a developer advocate. So, who is a developer advocate? This is someone with a technical background that builds successful relationship between the company's product and then the developer community. It's important to understand, to give emphasis on successful developer relationship. You are building developer relationship. You are not marketing to developers. And then, I found this quote, which I was able to resonate with a lot, saying by Angie Jones, saying developer advocates are engineers and they are not marketers. In fact, they are trusted engineers with influence and they have like community trust, people trusting them about what they educate or what they teach people. So how can you become one? Now you understand what developer advocate means. So there are a lot of things to consider actually. So developing a strong technical skills, building communication abilities, engaging with the community, and also gaining relevant experience, and not just gaining those experience, but also sharing them. So I'll just quickly go through them one after the other. So when I mean develop strong technical skills, it's advisable, like if you want to become a developer advocate, you need to have a technical background. That's the honest truth, right? You need to have a technical background because you can't teach what you don't know. And you can't be a part of a community that you don't understand. So if you don't code, it might be difficult for you to understand the pain point for developers, irrespective of the type of product that your company owns. Maybe they have like a Web3 tools, development tools, or they have a product, a blockchain, or a protocol. So like having solid experience would really help you to gain or develop a strong technical skills. So another one here is building communication. So improving, through like public speaking, attending events, teaching people, mentorship, and all of that could help you develop your communication skills. And also engaging with the developer community. Of course, those are your audience. As a developer advocate, people trust you to know things better, and they trust you to guide them whenever they're having issues. So engaging with developer communities is very important. So gaining relevant experience and also sharing your content through podcasts or maybe any content creation platform. So do we understand how to become a developer advocate? Perfect. So it doesn't end here. One sec. So what are some benefits that comes with it? You're not just a developer advocate. What are some benefits that comes with advocacy or like representing your company, teaching people and also learning? Sharing knowledge, of course, you understand better when you share things. Opportunities, traveling, traveling is part of it, not the entire thing. You need to understand that there are some technicalities that come within for you to become a developer advocate, sharing your knowledge and also building your personal brand. And then landing a role as a developer advocate. These are like 5 steps. I'll share this slide in case you want to go through it. For you to find a protocol, be valuable, and also put yourself out there. But what next? If you are in DevRel, you need to be effective. You need to put yourself out there, and not just by talking, but by also doing things. So, yeah, I'm rooting for you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Idris, for waiting for us. So one of the things I will implore us to do, please, this goes to the media team. I don't know, it's a suggestion. Can we have all the links on the Google Drive? Then maybe share. So that's all the links, all the slides on the Google Drive. Then so we can share the link so everybody can just visit the entire slide, for the whole event. So ladies and gentlemen, right about now, please help me make welcome. We have just 3 speakers left, and we're done, guys. Cloud P2P. Round of applause for Cloud P2P. Cloud P2P, we're expecting you. After Cloud P2P, we're having Amarachi, then Jason Layomi, and we're done. After Cloud P2P, Amarachi, Jason Layomi, and we're done. Trust me, you don't want to miss these last 2. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it. All right, let's go. Cloud P2P, we're expecting you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I know we are all tired. All right. So I won't waste time. I'll just go straight to the point. I want to tell a story, right? A very brief story about a friend of mine. His name is John. So this is John. Everyone meets John. Can you guys see? Can anyone hear me? If you can hear me, just awesome. So this is John. John has USDT. John is a tech bro. He's paid in USDT. He's a big boy. He's a balling eco boy. You understand now? And John wants to send Naira to his mom. So John has USDT. John wants Naira. This is Jane. Jane is a big girl. She has Naira. She wants USDT. John meets Jane, of course, on the internet, social media. I don't want to mention names. Yeah. John sends some USDT to Jane. So John and Jane, they meet, they talk on social media, and John is like, okay, I want to sell USDT. Jane is like, fine. She sends her wallet address. He sends it. And along the line, Jane receives the USDT, but John gets nothing. In fact, she jackpots with John's USDT. So John has nothing. John has no money, no USDT. Oyasupetilo is gone. Now, John is in pains. He's emotionally distressed, right? He's tired. He doesn't know what to do, right? Now, he doesn't even have evidence that I gave Jane money, right? Now, what is Cloud P2P? We're making P2P payments phone again. On Cloud P2P, John can deposit his USDT. On the P2P platform, he can place a sell offer. After all, he's selling USDT. Jane picks up or accepts the offer and sends the fiat equivalent. John confirms it, releases the crypto to Jane, and everyone is happy. Thank you very much.
So, basically, we want to save you from making central bank richer.
That's number one. You can send money to anyone all over the world, and it's very, very seamless and straightforward. That's one of the things that that's one of the uniqueness of Cloud P2P. And we have an escrow system that is probably, I would say, is the strongest so far. So you can be rest assured that Jay will not carry your money away. She won't jack out with your money. So yeah, I'm smiling, so you can trust me when I say this. So yeah, and we have a very, very straightforward user interface. I mean, you can actually become an OTC trader on Cloud P2P, OTC trader on Cloud P2P, and I mean it within 5 minutes. It doesn't take anything at all. I know you all have crypto locked in somewhere, and it's just dumb and there. We want you to come and trade, and while you trade, you just make passive income, and it's awesome. So and you will not break the bank while you're doing that, because we charge like one of the cheapest fees in the market. So it's pretty straightforward. And yeah, our customer support, recently they become obsessed about with searching people. I don't know what's wrong with them, but they just love to hear you. So if you reach out to them, you can chat with them. Yeah. So okay. Thank you. You can chat with them. They would like to hear from you. Okay. Anything about Cloud P2P, just reach out. And yeah, we are innovating constantly. And our core mantra is we want your crypto to become Naira, dollar, CD, whatever it is, like swift and straightforward. So yeah, with our chest, we won't do this. Thank you.
Clap for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a very strong contender now. Wow. Who would have thought that close to the end? Blessing was leading this before, but now we have another person that is probably going on with the speaker using, the smallest amount of time. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome right about now. Let's join us after Marachi. After Marachi, we have two more. I've been updating us. Now, why are you saying A? When I came up with that time, how many did I mention? I said, how many? I said 4. When we called him, I said 3. Right? So after now, yes, one more, sorry. After Marachi, we have one more. We're done.
Hi. Good day, everyone. Yeah. My name is Amarachi Amechi, and I'm the co-founder and COO of Big Power. At Big Power, basically, we are building the critical infrastructure to power the future of finance on blockchain. And today, I'll be talking about blockchain for Africa, why we should care. And some of the points I'll be highlighting today, because they've already told me that, I have to keep to time. So I'll just pick some certain points today that we'll just quickly talk about, which is what is blockchain, its relevance in the African context, the opportunity blockchain presents in the African context, and some blockchain projects in Africa, and why we should actually care. Africa's initial introduction to blockchain technology was through the cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency basically was an easy sell for people who are actually looking for high yield, return, and wealth creation. Because of time, I know a lot of us here actually got introduced into the crypto world or the blockchain world by buying our first, crypto like BTC, ETH, and the rest, and actually waiting for it to actually grow in value for us to sell. So basically, this was actually some of the starting points or the introduction or ways that Africa was actually basically introduced to the blockchain space. But crypto alone doesn't actually scratch the surface of the potential that blockchain technology presents for Africa's digital economy. Now, let's look at this report by Chainalysis on Africa in June 2020 to July 2021. It states that Africa amassed a total of $105 billion worth of cryptocurrency, which was actually done via the peer-to-peer market. And this actually accounted for over 1,200% adoption rate. And with that, it made Africa the fastest adoption rate in the world. Now, let's look at some of the top 5 African countries with the highest adoption rate. We all know that Nigeria basically is the highest adoption rate with over 35%. And this is actually due to a number of factors, which include the high cost of financial bank services, lack of access to financial services in the rural area, and growing popularity among the P2P market trading. And we have Kenya with about 25%, we have South Africa with about 20%, we have Tanzania with about 15% adoption rate, and we have Ghana with about 10%. Yeah, so I'm just trying to wrap up because we are out of time. Now, Africa basically it's a land of incredible diversity, innovation, and untapped potentials. But yet, we're actually faced with a lot of challenges, right? And some of the challenges we're actually faced with is limited access to financial services, we lack of identity, lack of documentation, and inefficient system, and also infrastructure. Yet, these challenges actually hinders Africa from reaching its full potential. Now let's talk about blockchain for Africa. Blockchain, right, often heralded as the technology behind cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, ETH, Litecoin, and the rest of them, holds a much broader promise for the African market. Yeah, I know a lot of people have talked about what is blockchain since the start of today, but yeah, I'll just give you a brief rundown on what blockchain. Blockchain basically is a decentralized, transparent, and immutable digital ledger that has the potential to transform a lot of industry or sector in Africa, from the healthcare to the supply chain to the finance to the agriculture and many more. Now let's look at some of the opportunities for Africa. I'll just highlight, there are four, but I'll just talk about the first two, which is financial inclusion. Financial inclusion basically is actually a very critical challenge across the African continent. Millions of people actually lack access to basic banking system, right? Which actually limits their ability to save, to get loans, to get credit, and so many other things, and also to participate in the formal economy, right? Blockchain-based solutions can actually create identities for these people who are being limited by allowing them to bank their own bank, to access financial services wherever they are. Now, the second point or the second opportunity that blockchain presents for Africa is actually reducing remittance costs. Hello, everyone. I would like to ask a question. Remittance are a lifeline for many African families. True or false? Yeah. So a significant portion of population in Africa actually rely on funds sent from abroad. But however, the traditional remittance system actually comes with a hefty cost. And what are these costs? This cost ranges from around 3% to around 10%. In a study showed by World Bank stated that $2.4 billion was actually used as a platform fee to send $34 billion from abroad down to Africa. But using blockchain-powered cryptocurrencies or payment or solutions can actually drastically reduce this cost, right? Ensuring that the hard-earned money that is actually being sent from abroad actually gets to intended residents. So I'm going to give a scenario. Okay, yeah, 3 more minutes. So I'm going to just give a scenario on this point. Now let's look at this example. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so let's look at this scenario. Scenario A, Mr. A, who is a doctor abroad, sends $1,000 through the traditional remittance system. And let's assume, because they charge around 3 to like 10%, and Mr. A actually uses a platform using 5%. This means that the money that actually gets to the intended recipient is actually like 5% on the $1,000. The recipient actually gets $950 because the platform has already taken $50. But utilizing blockchain powered projects, which I'm going to list some of them after this page, the cost can be drastically reduced from as low as 0.01, 0.5 to 0.1%. So if Mr. A actually had utilized a solution that actually works or uses blockchain, this means that Mr. A can pay as low as 0.5, which means that Mr. A 1,000 or hard earned 1,000 naira gets to his family as $995 as opposed to the 950. So using blockchain powered cryptocurrencies can drastically reduce the cost, ensuring that more of the hard-earned money is sent by the loved ones, which is its intended users. Now, because of time, I will just run through some of the opportunities, which is digital identity, land ownership. Now, let's talk about some of the projects in Africa utilizing blockchain. We have BitPesa. BitPesa, for example, it's a blockchain-based payment platform that has streamlined cross-border transactions for African businesses, right? Thereby reducing costs and improving efficiency. Now we have BitNob. BitNob basically helps Africans, businesses, and individuals send and spend money abroad with ease and at a reduced cost. And one of the platforms I was talking about, that helps you send money across the globe with a reduced cost is a blockchain-powered product like this. Now we have BitPower. BitPower basically is building the critical infrastructure to enable businesses to build financial inclusive services on the blockchain, from wallet to custody to asset management and to tokenization engine. We have FundBank. FundBank basically lets you use airtime to on-ramp to digital money. We have Boundless Pay. Boundless Pay basically is your access bank but on the blockchain. So Boundless Pay basically is a digital banking application for cross-border collection, payment, and settlement. We have Recify, which is a blockchain-based real estate platform. We have Regis, which is a digital documentation and authentication verification on blockchain. Now, why should we actually care? I'm coming towards the end of my topic. One is empowerment. With blockchain, blockchain empowers individuals and gives us the control over our finances, our data, and our assets. Secondly is innovation. Embracing blockchain basically fuels innovation across different sectors, like I've mentioned earlier, fintechs, banking sectors, healthcare, and so many others, thereby stimulating economic growth and also fostering entrepreneurship. The last point on why we should care is inclusivity. Blockchain decentralized nature ensures that even remote communities can actually participate in the global economy. So I'll just end today by saying that blockchain unlocks trust, transparency, and empowerment for Africa's future. Together, we hold the power to shape a brighter blockchain-enabled tomorrow. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Amarachi. Let's join my hands together for our precise. So, ladies and gentlemen, right about now, our final speaker for today. And trust me, a session is not one that you would want to miss out on. Remember, we still have so many of our sponsors and partners around, and almost every brand that has spoken here, we have our booth at the back, so remember to visit them. Also, after the last speaker, we're going to be presenting an award for the winner of the hackathon. Yes, and we'll have the convener, one of the conveners, the major convener, that's Ayodeji Awoshika, to come give a closing remark. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome with a resounding clap innovation. I know we are tired, but you know, there's something that my mom needs to say, and I'm very fond of my mother saying. She says, I'm going to say it in my native dialect, but I'm going to, you know, interpret for us, or you can read subtitle if there's subtitle. She says, which translates to means that it's not enough to start something. What really shows the fact that you've passed through the process is completing it. So the fact that you've waited up until this point, you deserve all the accolade. Please, a big round of applause for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Please help me make welcome with a resounding clap innovation, our final speaker for Web3 Lagos Conference. Keep jamming your hands together. Please make welcome. Round of applause for Jason Layomi, ladies and gentlemen. A big hand, a big hand, a big hand. Let's keep jamming our hands together for Jason Layomi. Don't stop clapping till she gets here, ladies and gentlemen. She had to fly all the way just to meet us at this conference today. So we do not take her for granted. Let's show her another appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, with a final round of applause.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Jesse Layomi, or you can just call me Layomi. I know we are all tired, so I'm not even going to take your time, and we'll be done in less than 5-7 minutes. So yeah, thank you, everyone. So yeah, I'm representing Quill Audit. Quill Audit is a smart contract audit firm, but we'll see all of that later. So yeah, right, perfect. So this is me. Cute picture, right? Anyways, yeah, I'm the partnership and community lead at Quill Audit. Fun fact about me, I love anime, or anime, whichever one you guys call it nowadays. And my best anime of all time is Naruto. And my interest, learn tech and extended reality. So you can also connect with me on Twitter at Layomi. Yeah, so we'll do a quick check-in. We'll do security challenges and on like that. So yeah, moving forward. Yeah, so very good question. Have you been hacked before? Anyone? Show of hands. Have you ever been hacked? Wow. See the room. So you guys all have money. You've never been hacked before. You've never lost money. Wow. All right, you people are rich kids. Anyways, yeah. Have you been hacked before? How much did you lose? Answer that question. Yeah, so this is an overview of security breaches in Web3. So DeFi lost $4 billion in 2022 alone. Web3 platforms have lost over $1.2 billion this year in acts and rug pulls, with August last month alone accounting for $23.4 million in losses. And these are some of the general acts or some popular acts that occurred in 2023 as well. So we're just going to move on. Perfect. So yeah, I'm sure you have been wondering, what smart contract auditing was it all about? You have been hearing about smart contracts, you have been hearing about blockchain protocols and stuff. So what is smart contract audit? So it's an extensive method. Don't let me run through this. Generally, right, what we do is we try and see how we can identify vulnerabilities or security concerns in your smart code, right? So let me move on. So why are smart contract audits very important? Why? Why do you have to audit your smart contract? If you are building, if you have a project, why do you have to audit your smart contract? To build trust in Web3, which is very important. I mean, trust is like the number one or one of the key things in Web3. Am I correct? Very good. So mitigate risk in Web3 as well, and protect users' funds and data, and as well as uncover potential weaknesses. Very important. So these are like the 4 key reasons why we audit smart contracts. Now, I'm also going to move on. So I'm going to bring this down a little. So I don't only want to focus on Web3 projects or Web3 developers per se. Now, as an individual in Web3 space, these are like some of the key things you can do to secure yourself in the Web3 space. Don't share your seed phrase with anyone. Always visit the original website and be wary of direct messages on Telegram and Discord. Who has ever gotten like an unwanted message on Telegram or Discord and you're wondering, this may be suspicious? Anyone? Anyone? Very good. So be wary, be very wary. There are scammers out there. So yes, never click on any link sent to you from an unverified source without properly checking. So I'll also move on. So yeah, on to Web3 projects. If you have Web3 projects or you are building any Web3 projects, can I see your hands? Anyone? Yay. All right, so we are here for you. So yeah, Quill Audit is a leading Web3 cybersecurity firm. So what we do is we audit smart contracts, right? If you are building, we try and see how we can reduce your security concerns, identify vulnerabilities, and try and secure your products. So I'll also move on, right? So this is our vision, to build a blockchain-centric company and build an ecosystem of blockchain products. Yeah, our services. I'm so shy. Smart contract audit, dark security audit, blockchain protocol audit, and quick check. So our quick check, this is another one of our tools. It's a Web3 tool for due diligence. We have Quill Monitor, a real-time alert on Web3 projects, and the Quill Red Team. So you can also participate in uncovering vulnerabilities and get rewarded for your contributions. Who likes money here? Anybody who likes money? So you can participate and win free money. You can also go to our booth and ask questions about all of these things later. Yeah, so these are also some of our initiatives. As I've already asked before, if you have any Web3 projects and you're trying to audit your smart contract and you probably don't have enough funds right now, we have the WAGZI grants. Let me turn. So we have the WAGZI grants, right? We're all going to secure it. That's actually the full meaning of WAGZI. So these are credits that are used for availing smart contract auditing services for builders and developers who are new to Web3 and are building and contributing towards the same. So we give you free money just to build and actually audit your smart contracts. Now, Quill Academy. Now, I'm sure so many people here are Web3 developers. And I mean, you also need to know how to audit your smart contracts, right? You cannot just be building and you don't know how to actually secure whatever you are building. So we have Quill Academy where you can learn about becoming a smart contract auditor. And then we have the ambassador program as well. Right, so yeah, CTAs. So we at Quill Audit, we are open to partnering with Web3 projects and accelerators as well as communities. If you have a community that is interested in Web3 or smart contract auditing, you can always reach out to us. We also have interest in partnering with VCs, accelerators, incubators as well. So if you have any of such programs or services, you can always reach out to us and we can partner, right? As well as blockchain developer companies. Then you can also join the Quill Academy as a Web3 developer and learn more about smart contract auditing. Join our Telegram community. You can go to our booth right there at the back and you can learn more about all of these things as well. So, yeah. Thank you very much for your attention, everyone. I'm so glad I was able to do this. So this is our website. I'm sorry there's no QR code. Our email. You can also reach out to me anytime. And our Telegram. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Jess Layomi. That was a very beautiful one. We look forward to hearing more and to also be part of what you do so that you can link us up. So ladies and gentlemen, right about now, finally, we're presenting the awards for the hackathon. And can we jam our hands together for IAC? Please, everybody, a big round of applause for IAC. Let's jam our hands together. Before I bring up Emmanuel, as I'm bringing up Emmanuel, immediately after that, we're going to have some series of announcements. We'll have some amazing package for us. We'll have books. We'll have books of some of our speakers that you should not leave without, making sure that you and some of them will be coming up to talk about that. But right now, can we have Emmanuel? Emmanuel from IAC. Okay, round of applause for Emmanuel. Quickly, we're just going to announce the winners, and all that, and give them their checks.
Hello. I'm very excited to be here. I'm really honored. I mean, coming to Nigeria for the first time has really treated me well. And I want to tell you that Nigeria is the best place. Oh, sure, give yourself some round of applause. Yeah, sure. So I want to talk briefly about the hackathon. Africa has a lot of deficit when it comes to builders, when it comes to developers. And so making sure we have initiatives that look into bringing out a lot of developers as well as bringing out a lot of contributors to the blockchain is very important, So for me, what I picked up was one of the biggest things to help us scale up more developers, as well as in as much as we train developers via IVST, we can at the same time have such hackathons for developers to participate. And for me, I think it's going to have a long impact on the African continent. We having a lot of developers pop out of this continent. All right, so I know our time is fast spent, so I wouldn't waste much time. I would go straight to the projects that, had some amazing things with respect to the hackathon. So I don't have much time. I'm going to call the top 5 projects. We had 18 projects in general. We had 104 people participating. So I'll call the first 5 projects for them to join me up here so that we can kick it off. All right, so do we have a representative of IAChain? IAChain. Anyone here? Okay. Oh, give him a round of applause. I mean, making it to the first 5 is amazing. As well as, do we have Sigma Stack? Yeah, Sigma Stack. That's amazing. All right. Do we have, is it Michango? Yeah, great. Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, we need just, okay, all of you can come. If you are many, that's okay. All right. And, okay, finally. No, I think I have 2 more. All right, do we have Certiflex? Certiflex, great. All right. Give them a round of applause. I mean, they've done well. And can we have Artica? Artica, a representative of them. All right, he's coming over there. Wow, that's amazing. All right, so you all have reps. Each one project has 1 minute to tell the audience what your project is about. But before that, I want Blessing to join me here. Blessing Emma. She was a judge. I mean, give her a round of applause. She's really done well. I wanted to tell us how she saw the whole project and the input and everything. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I really enjoyed going through each and every one of your projects. I love how you guys were different. We had projects from education, we had from fintech, we even had concerning art museums, and it was really amazing. And you guys really did amazing. You were the codes were like amazing. Like you guys really wrote code, and I loved how it was not just a simple smart contract connect wallet all the time. It was like you guys integrated other EIPs and ELC. So well done, and just keep on building. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Blessing. Thank you. All right, so I will start with Attica. 1 minute to tell us what your project is about. Yeah, quickly.
Good day, everyone. So we built Attica. Attica presently was it poses the African image by presenting a platform for users to come either as a creator or a patron. So you come on the platform as a creator to introduce your image, your artwork. Your artwork is what we want to see. We want to see what dimension you see art from. And it has been a case where these museums, old images, old artworks of ourselves, and there have been instances where artworks are stolen even here from Africa. So for that reason, we are creating a platform that makes it very, very, very easy to access. You can go there and see contemporary works and old-fashioned works as well. So this old-fashioned work, if you are coming as a patron, you can come to buy these artworks. So in a case where you are a creator, you auction this artwork. So there's a medium we are going to try to verify that these artworks are actually done by you. So when you try to join as a creator and you try to add images, so we are intending to integrate the platform where we schedule a meeting between us, and then you introduce to us what your artwork is all about. And if you are coming as a patron, you come, view these artworks. We have a gallery page where you see varieties of images, and then you buy them as NFTs.
All right, give me another applause. I mean, yeah, that's amazing. All right, Ayachain, 1 minute.
Hello guys. I'm sure everyone here can agree with me with the phrase that says, what's your order versus what you get. So basically, what Ayachain is solving is that we are bringing transparency to every businesses, right? When you want to send the product to probably your consumers or the end users, you can input Ayachain into your operation, whereby you upload the product information, the picture, the condition, and everything, even up to the delivery man, probably the intermediary, right? You put their details, and everything gets deployed to the blockchain, whereby everyone can see it, and maybe something go wrong, everyone can know where something went wrong, right? So it's just bringing transparency to every business operations. Thank you.
All right, give them a round of applause. Thank you. Such a flex. All right, wait. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So if I should ask you, what do the major politicians in Nigeria, what they have in common? Now, the answer is that most of them have been accused of certificate forgery. So that's the reason we have Certiflex. Now, Certiflex is that, if you've gone through an institution and you have the expertise, right? So we want you to be able to claim your certificate at any place, at anywhere that you are. So that's the reason we built the platform. It is a B2B platform, which means that all institutions, so if you go to maybe IR Foundation, if you take their Web3 courses, or you go to Web3 Beach and you take their Web3 courses, so they are going to make use of our platform to issue certificates out to people. So with that, with the signature that we give to every certificate, you'll be able to verify it anywhere. If you want to apply for any job or anything or any political position, just give them your certificate signature and they are going to verify that it is authentic. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. All right. Stigma Stack.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Okoli Evans. So we built Sigma Stack as a voting engine. It's a voting system that solves the problem of vote manipulation, election rigging, and all this stuff. So countries, nations, groups, communities can host elections on our platform free of charge. So the system collects your vote automatically and return the winners in real time. So there's no issue like going to court, election violence or diaspora voting. We handle the issue of diaspora voting because voters can verify option, then come on chain to vote. Option verification will collect your identity. Even though we are not saving the identity, we are just saving the hashes. So off-chain verification collects the identity to make sure that you are a person and each person cannot register twice, and nobody can vote twice on the platform. So yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, Michango, last one.
Right. Hello, everybody. My name is Chike. So I and my team, we built Michango. Michango basically is a decentralized solution, that enables people to participate in group savings. We are aware of group savings. In the market industries, it's called Agile, and we are aware of the situation whereby someone carries Agile money and run away. Right. So definitely, what we are trying to implement is a solution to guard against that, eliminates the need of trust from the project, and allow users to, not just get back their savings on time, but also get with some lucrative forms involved.
Okay, all right, thank you. So please, let's give a round of applause for all our participants, our top 5. That's amazing. All right, so I will go straight to present the awards. I would invite some of our dignitaries to join me up here to make some presentations. We're going to start with the 4th runner-up. I can see your hearts are boiling, right? That's okay. And also note that this whole hackathon, the prize pool was $9,000, and that is being broken down to all the 5 teams, as well as if anybody deployed on base is giving them extra $1,000. That's going to be, that's going to be broken down. So aside what you win, you're still going to get something from base. That's a bounty from base. Oh yeah, let's give it up to them. I mean, that's amazing. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to start with the 4th. Yeah, that's amazing. All right, please, can I get, okay, Blessing, help me out. Blessing, come present this award for me. That's the 4th runner-up. All right, so the 4th runner-up is Ayachin. Oh, yeah, give them a round of applause. That's amazing. All right, so bring the award, yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. So you are winning $500. Yep. Yep. And also, I guess, did you deploy on base? You did deploy on base. Definitely. So you are going to get extra in addition. So you can bring that just to display it. Yep. The base award. So you're going to get that. 3 projects, I think, will have that as well. Yeah. All right. That's it. Oh, you can just capsize it. Yeah. So what was that? The 3rd runner-up. That's the 3rd runner-up. Oh, okay. All right. So are you done, cameraman? Yeah, take them. Blessing. Yep, make the presentation. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. So at this point, we'll go straight to the 2nd runner-up, right? It's 3rd runner-up. Yep, great. 3rd runner-up. So you can bring the award, but that is Sigma Stack. Congratulations. You are 3rd runner-up. All right. So with that, Mr. MC, come and help me out. Do the presentation of this. Yeah. Come, let me grab you. All right, so you can take the pictures. Okay. All right, and you deployed on base, right? So you're going to get a bounty as well. All right, congratulations. You can go down. Thank you. All right, now we'll go to the 3rd position. That is the 2nd runner-up. Wow, amazing. All right, so at this point, I don't know, PK, can I get you, co-founder Aya? I want you to help me do this presentation. PK, yeah, PK is coming. So he's going to help me do, yeah. So the 3rd presentation goes to Attica. All right, Attica, you did well. That's amazing. Congratulations. Okay, so co-founder, head of operations, Aya is going to help us do this presentation. That's amazing. So they won for themselves $1,500. That's amazing. That's great. Okay, so who wins? I mean, who wins? Who you don't know? Okay, so at this point, I'm going to mention the winner. Yes, I'm going to mention the winner because our time is fast spent.
So sorry, automatically that means that the last team is the second. That is the first one now. And before we do that, I'm just going to put this suspense background, as you call it. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba.
That's amazing.
All right, let's go.
Thank you, Mr. MC. All right, so at this point, Eric, Annan, I will need you, CEO, co-founder, I will need you here, and I will need Mr. Ayo.
A round of applause for both of them, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm giving it up to them. This man has
become a
yep. And I'm so proud to
amazing people.
Yep.
Now, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. So the winner team is Saturday.
We don't need them again.
Congratulations! Congratulations! They won $3,000.
A round of applause for them, gentlemen. Going on with $3,000.
And they also deployed on base. So they're going to get extra.
So they're going to get extra bounty on top. That's amazing.
Wow, that's amazing.
Every time I to get up for a yarn.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for doing this. We do not take it for granted. Thank you so much.
Sure. All right.
Bro, your wristwatch fell. But I'm guessing you don't need it again. From excitement, your wristwatch, where is it?
They did a great job. The code base, everything was top.
It was top notch.
Top notch. They did a great job.
Amazing.
Right.
Certiflex, ladies and gentlemen.
They'll come and take you as well. Just wait up.
And also, they're going on the first runner up as the second position is going on with $2,500. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing.
All right.
You all should remember the MC.
Let's join this, guys.
Pay your tithe to MC. Yes, we collect 20. No, your own is not tight now. Your own is 20%. Because if you didn't organize the program, where will be? You understand? So my own 10. And everybody will live happily ever like that. No, they go run give away for audience too. I've been watching her talk. And they make everybody run give away, make it soft like this. That kind of thing up. I'm not about to have wallets like this. No time.
Yep, and that's the jungle.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Thank you. Yeah,
I'm going to hand over now straight to, once again, can we give a big round of applause for one and only Mr. Ayodeji Awoshika, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be having the vote of thanks now. And after that, it's going to be a giveaway.
Giveaway of which money?
Spend his money. Somebody say spend his money. Say spend the money.
You cannot spend what you don't have, right? All right, thank you very much, everyone, for staying since morning. Can you celebrate yourselves, please? Like, celebrate yourselves. It's been a good one. So, like, so at the end of the day, everyone has been saying, yeah, Ayodeji. But let me say this. I'm just like the front-end person for this event. So, like, these guys here are all the designers that have made all the amazing designs you've seen since day one to date. Like, 7 of them has done very amazing work, working on all the designs from, like, I think we have to, like, give them a space to keep working. Let me celebrate them, all of them. Are design guys there? Design guys, are you guys there? Okay, sorry, can we go to the next one? There are 2 of them, thank you. So, these guys in this picture are the guys that have made this event possible. It wouldn't have been possible without all of them. Have worked like we had, I think we had, like we had like meetings and all midnights, like
every time. Let me celebrate them, please.
Please, a big round of applause to all of them.
Is everybody
From Sulaiman to Ibiangade to Udoka to Jemima to Stephen Obaje to David to Israel to Abdulatif to Ezekiah to Ademola Kelvin, Ololuwa Makiwa and Michael Adetili. Finally, Israel Ayodeji Awoshika. Please, a big round of applause for all of them. We can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. So, 2 announcements. How many of you guys scanned the PUAP that was the barcode? The barcode. How many of you guys scanned the barcode? So, for those that scan the barcode, there's going to be a mail. There's going to be like a token dropped into your wallet. Now, that token is going to unlock a whole lot for you if you did scan it. So, we are optimizing for this event is going to host next year. We don't know when, but it's going to be between the same time. And we actually believe that it's going to be more better than the way we have done this year. And so we don't know if it's going to be this free. It's going to be paid. So that part is going to unlock a lot of things for you. Then how many developers are here? Intending developers. They're working on doing like an all-dev conference sometime between March and April. Like all devs, no, like dev stuff. That part is going to unlock a lot of things for you. Thank you very much if you have stayed this far. Without you, this event wouldn't have been possible. On our sponsors, we say thank you very much. Our media team, we say thank you very much. Like, we celebrate you. Yeah, Big Sam and his team, with the Precious and our team, the Fulcrum team, Precious. Oh, we have Precious. Yeah, I don't know we are going to come and fight at the end of the event. Let's say thank you to everyone. Thank you. If you are, so no more announcement, please. Let's just go home.
Thank you so much. One more announcement, actually 2 more. Please go to Instagram. Go and follow the corporate MC on Instagram. If you've had fun today, you've enjoyed yourself, follow me on Instagram. I'm an exceptional host. I host every type of event, morning devotion. There's nothing I don't host. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please quickly now for a brief announcement. Please let's make welcome one of the most our speakers for one of the most amazing and interactive sessions today. Round of applause for Batel. Let's join for Batel. He wants to tell us about his book, and I think that you need to hear this.
Okay, thank you very much. Quickly, okay, hello everybody. So for some of us that are still very invested in the conversation around prosperity, I actually have a book that gives a blueprint around some of my thoughts around prosperity in Africa and all of that. I'm sorry I should have done this earlier, but I just got carried away. So if you like, because of this event, a copy is going for 5,000 naira, right? So if you like a copy, you can just reach out to me and then get a copy. That's all. There are only just 5 copies available for now. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been wonderful. Give me that song where I request for that time. So for those of you that still for one reason or the other, you are still sitting around meditating, you are a lucky winner. Because now I'm going to be doing my free dance tutorial that you didn't pay for. DJ, give it to me. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. Are you ready tonight? Come on, energy. One time, rewind. Let me put the music in my bones tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, to the left, come on, I'm to the right, come on, I'm to the left, say, to the left, come on, to the right, energy, I'm not a great I'm not seeing the energy tonight, if you know the dance, go with me, let's go, who are you, judge me, I say you be. Yeah, just like your music is your song. Are you ready now? One time, don't go, 1, 2, 3. Everybody, are you ready? Let's go. Come on. Let's go. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Oluwatosin, the cover the corporate MC. Woo!